We're only weak to getting sick around here. Bullets, not a problem.
Hello and good evening from sunny Scotland. And by sunny, I mean it's raining. By the gods, it's raining out there. It's so rainy. I hope you can hear us. As always, could you give us a quick ping to see whether you can indeed hear us?
So I know we're good on YouTube. I am on my way to Twitch. Yes, we're good.
Excellent. I am really looking forward to this episode. And I know that's an awful lot of reallys, but I'm kind of excited about this one because it's a topic that I think could go places. And I mean, I think this one could really go places. There's all manner of different ways that we could potentially resolve this, and much like our last What If, and if you didn't watch our last What If, go watch it now because, well, not now, watch this one first, but go watch it anyway. It's over on Sotek's channel right now. In fact, I'll pop a link to it down in the video description for this one over on YouTube after we're finished today, because it was really good, and the way it ended wasn't the way that most people who were watching that stream expected it to end. And I really think this one could also go in a direction that not everybody expects. But much like last time, it's not going to be us deciding exactly how it ends. It's going to be you, which means as we make our way through this, we're going to be putting up polls, I presume, because I'm really good at doing that on my channels. We're going to be putting up polls as we go, and as we go, we're going to be asking you what you think the next step should be, and you're going to tell us, and then we're going to tell the tale of what goes on next, until eventually we arrive at some form of conclusion that really does explain what if Prince Aenarion, Phoenix King Aenarion, never died during the Cataclysm.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good time. There's a lot. I think a good number of people have wondered about this one. Like, if you're a Warhammer fan, you've read anything about Aenarion. It's kind of, I mean, it's up there with like, oh, what if the Emperor, the Emperor of mankind had survived his fight with Horus or got back up or stuff. Like, it's that level of kind of bonkers. Because this is a pretty big deal character, to say the least.
Yeah, totally.
One of the most powerful.
Apologies as well if I have to disappear a couple of times. I'm currently speaking to Mike Francina over Trent, who is Trench Crusade, and he's popping on inside the Rookery in about a week or so. So he's busy asking me questions. So I'm doing two things at once here. Apologies in advance, but yeah, this one is big in terms of the influence that it potentially has for the world. It's really one of those big ones.
Yeah, there's so much that can happen with this. There's so much that can happen.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious where it's going to go. I mean, just at the end of the last Lorebeards, me and Andy very briefly spoke about it, and we're like, okay, we have to stop. we have to stop and keep it until after, because there are so many different directions that go in. Much like last time, we'll do a little bit of an intro. We'll discuss who Aenarion is, just in case you don't know, because it's very likely, particularly if you're new to Warhammer, or if you've only really played Total War, for example, you might not really know who Aenarion is. And to say he's an influential figure is a little bit like saying, oh, I don't know, the old ones are influential in the Warhammer world. They pretty much define so much of it, and surprisingly, so does Aenarion. He is exceedingly important to the Warhammer world as a whole. So we'll discuss a little bit of who he is, where he came from, how he got to where he is, and some of the tomfoolery he got up to, because he got around a bit. And then once we've done that, we'll discuss what potentially could happen next first. And some of these questions are going to be pretty big. Some of them are going to be really big. There's one in particular that I think a lot of you out there should go in one direction, and I am going to argue really hard shouldn't. And I have a reason for this, but we'll be getting to I think Sotek knows which question I'm talking about here. Yeah, I think the exact conversation went like, oh, I can't wait to see them vote for that. And Andy was like, oh, I already know what the answer should be. And I was like, yeah, but it'll be a fun vote. And he's like, that's true.
Because I know what the answer should be, but you might decide that the answer won't be this. And that in and of itself will, I think, create some super fascinating next steps. So I'm busy logging in over so I can get me votes sorted when we get there. So I'll go and bring that up.
You'll have to do the YouTube ones. I can do the Twitch ones.
You can do the Twitch ones. Excellent. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Makes my life slightly easier. I totally remember how to do this. I'm not an old person who does old person things.
All you gotta do is open the chat and click the plus button at the bottom. That's it. That's all you gotta do. It's that easy.
Right, so a couple of things to do before we begin. Number one, we'll dial into our quick pre-stream super chats. We'll bring those up and we'll go through them. As always, any super chats that we get as we go along, we'll be discussing them too. In fact, if you really want to impact the direction and where you think it's going, it's a good way to do so. So do drop that in and we will say thank you very much for supporting the streams. You kick ass and chew gum all at once. And anything else that we should say before we begin, other than just buy Dark Deeds, our lovely game from Mark Gibbons and Andy Chambers?
I do think that while we're letting people kind of get made aware of the stream and come in and stuff, it'd be good to very briefly just go ahead and say what's coming up later this week.
Good idea.
Is it supposed to be sub only? It shouldn't be.
But is this sub only? What is this supposed to be sub only? What?
That's weird. Okay, I can fix that.
Where's it saying that? That's over on the other. I really don't think it should be.
It shouldn't be.
I literally haven't changed anything. So if it's saying sub only, okay, let's go shout at it. Thanks very much, Hawk, for fixing that one.
I don't know why that was on. That's super weird. Okay,
that's super weird and definitely wasn't supposed to be the case because that is definitely 100% not what I do.
Yeah. Okay, so real quick, we'll talk about what's coming up later this week everywhere, just to get caught up on things. Yeah, thank you, Hawk, as always. So today is Wednesday.
So I have something on Friday.
I have something on tomorrow.
Okay, so you do tomorrow first.
Yeah, so tomorrow, I'm going to be joining a streamer by the name of Aurelia Tempest because she's going to be on the front page of Twitch tomorrow, and she asked me to come on and participate in the show they're doing. It's going to be very Warhammer themed. There's going to be groups of different creators from the Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k sphere. So it should be a really, really good time. It's going to be a really goofy show. So it would be super cool if you would consider showing up and supporting that particular stream. But if you want to know more about that, just go check my Twitter account or my Discord and you'll see more info on that. And then on Friday...
So I don't know how many of you caught what happened last Friday on Lawhammer. Because if you didn't catch what happened last Friday in Lawhammer, you should go and check what happened last Friday in Lawhammer because it was awesome. I'm about to do the poster for what's going to be an episode that doesn't happen for several weeks because next week we're doing, on this Friday, we're going to be zooming all the way down to Altdorf and doing a what is happening in the rest of the Empire episode with what's happening in the Empire. Because what happened last week in Lawhammer means that I need to draw a picture of a Vermin Lord. So I'm going to be doing that very soon. So this Friday we're going to be having ourselves a standalone stream, so even if you've never watched Lawhammer before, you won't know any more or less than anybody else who's watching, other than the fact that we're going to be discussing crazy politics down in Altdorf that have gone wrong in lots of weird ways. So that's going to be for the Emperor this Friday at 7 p.m. UK time.
It'll be a good chaotic time. And yeah, I had to choose between watching last week's episode or the Lindsay episode, and I decided to watch the Lindsay episode yesterday, which was super good.
Quite fun. That was quite fun.
Definitely ends on a bummer.
It's like, yeah, Lindsay afterwards was quite sad.
Elves dealing with elves is the funniest. It's so good. It's like watching two cats. Like they're just they're so bitchy towards each other the entire time. It's so good.
Yeah, that was a fun episode.
Yeah, but and then on
Saturday. I've got Saturday. Yes, on Saturday on Inside the Rookery, I'm going to have to pull this one up to make sure I don't get the name wrong because I don't want to get the name wrong because that would just be embarrassing. So let me just pull that up while I'm going. So we are being visited by George Francis Bickers. Now you might say, who the heck is George Francis Bickers? He's just got a Kickstarter at the moment for Mappa Monday. And it's a big roleplay game about, go check it out yourself. Type Mappa Monday and pop that into Kickstarter. You will find him. He's coming on to discuss his Kickstarter and to also discuss social action gaming, because it's got an environmental message running through it as well. So if you want to see that, we'll be chatting for an hour at 7 p.m. UK time. And next week, we'll be talking to Mike Francina, the marvelous mind behind Trench Crusade, which I'm sure a few of you out there may have heard of. And Trench Crusade, the game which is being designed at the moment by Thomas Pernin, is pretty freaking huge. And we'll be discussing actually art design and what goes into making these things become a real thing. So that's the Saturday after. Then we get Sunday.
Yep, and this upcoming Sunday, we are doing something very different. Very, very different. It's going to be very exciting. It'll be here on the Lawhammer channel, but we're going to be having on the full, well, almost the entire team behind the Koresh project. And it's not just going to be the guys that wrote it, but it's also the modders that are making a full mod for Total War Warhammer 3 that looks absolutely insane.
It's insane, man. We've been seeing some behind the scenes stuff on the build up towards the stream that's going to be popping up this Sunday. And it's just awesome. So this is one that anyone that likes Warhammer or modding or doing stuff for yourself or wants to think about what could Koresh be or just likes Total War cannot miss. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, and of course, me and Andy will both be there talking with the whole team and like picking their brains about a lot of things and a lot of the decisions they've made and stuff. They have prepared a full PowerPoint presentation, so the ability to get derailed will be much lesser than normal.
I mean, will it?
There are bumpers. It's like when you go bowling and they put the bumper rails up for you. But it should be a really, really good time. I would not be shocked if this is the first of several times we end up chatting with them. Because there's a lot.
Because it just looks so good, and there's so much of it.
Yeah, the amount of material they send over to us to be like, here's what we've been up to is like, dear God. Like, it's so much stuff. So it's going to be super duper fun. I'm very excited. And it's probably, as far as I've seen, it's probably one of the most put together fan projects from the angle of between the fact that they've got a video game mod, their own lore writings, artwork, music, settlement structures, maps. Like, they've been busy. So should be a very, very good time. And that is pretty much our week. But so should be
a big one this week. It's good.
Yeah, it is a big one. And then next, I don't know if we know what we're doing next Wednesday. I forget. I don't think we know what we're doing.
I think we've we do know, because that was the vote through onto your channel, so we've got that one already. It's going to be the Vimmer by the looks of it.
No, that's the following Sunday.
That's the following Sunday. Yes. Oh, you meant for next Wednesday?
Yeah, next Wednesday.
The gods alone know what we're doing next Wednesday.
So we don't know yet.
We'll figure it out after this stream.
All right. Anyway, let's get caught up with super chats, and then we're going to get into what if.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. Looking forward to this one a lot.
Super Arlock, thank you for
thank you.
Lovely to see you too.
You rock, Super
Smiling
Arlock.
face to you as well. Bottlefoot. All right, Lorebeards, tell us all about how Aenarion staying alive leads to the fishermen taking over Koresh. You know, unintended consequences, as they say.
I mean, it could happen. I'm not saying this is high on my list of expectations for this stream, but you never know.
Butterfly wing beat heard around the world and all that. Quebec Prime ordered Dark Deeds.
Well, if you've ordered Dark Deeds, I have to mention, if you do order Dark Deeds or mention it over in the comments, I will take a drink.
When you order it, not mention. We don't want Andy to die by the end of the stream.
Okay, well, not just mention it. No, actually buy the freaking game.
There you go.
If you go buy it, I'd like to say thank you very much for buying it. It's enormously appreciated. Even one copy makes a big difference to us over at Rookery Publications.
Quebec Prime buy it. He bought it through his local game store.
So impressed. Yeah, you have to tell me. Quebec Prime suggests it might be up Canada way, but do tell us if that is the case, because it'd be nice to know that there is some shop out there stocking a good chunk of Dark Deeds.
Yeah, but thank you. Awesome. Very much appreciate it. Blue Oak, I just watched your last stream. It was pretty weird, suggesting it was good to make I'm not gonna lie. No, personally, it's weird.
Yeah, Yeah, I'll admit, I remember afterwards thinking about what had been discussed in the stream, and I was like, I could have perhaps pitched that slightly differently. But nevertheless, I still think it does make the story better, but you've just got to make sure that it's written well, or alternatively not mentioned at all. But I would be very upset if they actually changed it and made him, if anything, more of a shimmering hero, because ultimately he bears the curse of Cain, something we will be discussing today.
Yeah, and the thing that I'll add is the best thing about Lorebeards, or just anything Warhammer, and really, is that if there's ever a thing that you look at and you go, I don't like that, just throw it in the trash. Just that's what we do. I'm not even joking. There are things that you could pull out an 8th edition book and say, this is not canon, and I'll look at it and go, yeah, well, I think it's fucking stupid, so I'm going to ignore it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Malayeth being Ladriel, I will ignore that and throw it in the trash because I think it's dumb and it doesn't make sense.
I'm happy doing the same thing.
Yeah, even though it's literally in print. So if that's how you feel about what we discussed with Tyrion, then throw it in the trash. That's what we do, and I'd recommend you do the same.
We do it frequently.
Yeah, and also the last thing I'll add to that is it's also an interpretation. One of the things we like to do is try and read between the lines and see what stories we think we can find. But you could look at that and interpret it very, very differently, and that's totally cool.
Particularly given that in several books, the age of majority for elves is really messed up. So there's lots of different ways that it can be tackled.
Yep.
But we are dealing with bad people here.
Yeah, Luigi Super, hi! You said in your last stream that Aenarion loved Morthy a lot, but I'm pretty sure it was canon Aenarion didn't reciprocate Morathi's feelings. So, you're correct. Aenarion does not reciprocate her feelings, but her feelings for him are very different than the way he feels about her. We're going to talk about that in today's stream. That's that's a major thing we're going to discuss.
After all, there is one word there that, in fact, you didn't even bring up the important word there. Oh, no, you did. Loved. Okay, the word love, there is so many different ways that can be interpreted. So many ways.
I would argue that Aenarion did love her, but his version of love by that point was different.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
we're going to get to that because it's going to have to be one of the core decisions that we make. And the discussion that we have on this is going to influence the entire story to such an enormous degree that we need to talk this out.
Yep. Sign the Emperor, if Andy is doing his own Nippon project and these guys are doing Koresh, when will I be writing up something for End? I'm not touching End.
Come on, white Texan guy. Yeah. Give me End.
If I was going to tackle a race and work on a fan project for it, the only ones that I would feel comfortable because I would know people that I could talk to and groups I could talk to very easily to learn the things I would want to learn and have people that could double check my stuff. I would want to tackle centaurs living in southern Nagaroth, or I would want to tackle fishmen. Those would be the two that I would play ball with.
Yeah, and I think both of those would work very well to be expanded upon because we know that Games Workshop's in a position where they've got large holes in the world, and many of those probably won't be filled. And the fishmen, I think, are high on that. They just don't seem like something that is very likely to be tackled within at least the next 5 years, which means if anyone's out there wanting to do it, go to town. Now, it's very possible the general success of Old World might end up putting a whole bunch of new factions that you don't expect out there, and I think that's great, but I still think that's probably long-term rather than short, given just how long it's taken to get where they are already.
Yeah. Draman, very ill, so I've come to pray to Grandfather Nurglaw. Nurglaw? That's great.
Oh, that is sadly so good.
How have we not thought of that until now? He is Father Nurglaw.
Draymond, perfect. Just perfect. Me and Nurgle, sadly, are old friends, and whilst I'm not as currently completely caught up with all of Nurgle's horrors as I have been in the past, I am nevertheless never quite free from his filthy pestilential grasp.
Yep. So may you get better soon. Hopefully today's stream will be a fun thing to listen to while you're recovering. Gaston, question I've held on to. Given the weird nature of time in Athel Loren, I'm assuming that's supposed to be, could Orion kill Morgar and then turn around and see another Morgar right there? Hypothetically, yes. It would be very, very, very unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah, I agree broadly. Enormously unlikely, but potentially possible. You tend to find that time in Atholloran most commonly runs faster rather than slower, in that you go into the place and you come out 100 years later. It's very rare that you get someone who comes into the place, has 100 years and comes out immediately. That's much rarer in terms of the overall story. It's largely because they're pulling on real world myths, where that is a very common theme inside various fairy tales, where time just passes at a different rate. So this is, I mean, possible, I suppose, but I think given who's in charge of that, in general, the outcome is almost certainly never going to happen.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll say is that when you're dealing with an entity like Morgar and Orion, they have a much better innate understanding of the forest, and would be less likely to end up in really weird shenanigans like that.
Yeah.
Compared to some random guy. If you read the oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the book. I think it's Defenders of the Forest, I think it is. There's a Bretonnian character who runs into himself, but it's an older version of him that he doesn't recognize because he's so different. But that's because he's a human and he's trying to get the older version of him is trying to get to a specific point in time in the past. And he's manipulating the forest pathways to get there. So, like I said, it could happen, but it's so unlikely, and I don't see why you would do this. It'd have to be a really specific, bizarre story.
Yeah, it would potentially undermine the very story that you're telling, and you often find that these sort of things happen because writers come along and for fictional reasons decide to do it because for the story at hand it works really well, and that's unlikely to make a particularly satisfying story, so it's unlikely to happen.
Necromancer Cobalt, just like I mentioned last stream about how fascinating the series is, what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong with a royal family with a super murder curse? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what could go wrong? We're about to discuss that one.
Yep. Captain Magma, Skaven don't exist yet, so we may miss them.
Yeah, we may get none of them even, depending upon how this world unfolds.
God, I hope not, but yeah, I suppose it's possible. Elemental Exposure, Marathi, Helibron, Alariel, Arahan, and Gotrek walk into a bar. You only need two of those one of those characters actually for the bar to be vaporized. That is such a bizarre. How are you doing Arahan without Nyestra? But just sticking Marathi and Helibron in the same location will be very unhealthy for that location. And they're supposed to be on the same technical team. So, yeah, I mean, Gotrek will destroy most bars. Let's be honest. You read enough Gotrek and Felix books, he's, I think, busted more bars than anyone else. Donovan, suggestion for next Wednesday: let's build a roster for the Fishermen. Respectfully, no.
Yeah, let's avoid doing that one. Yeah, it's a whole lot of work. It takes quite a bit to build a faction, far more than a single stream. If you want it to be a good faction.
Yeah, there are maybe something one day like building a Fishman character, like an individual, could work, but a whole faction that would be nightmarish. That's something you do over the course of weeks, if not months. Boss Apprentice, Marathi's Jocasta complex is gone if Aenarion lives.
Yeah, absolutely. The what many would regard as very unhealthy relationship with her son is no longer going to be the case, or less likely to be the case, depending upon the story routes that we take through the course of this stream.
WPK, hi, I hope you're well. More/afterlife stream. There's a cool idea that I haven't thought of yet. An afterlife stream. I'm going to add that to the list. Good one.
Yeah. That's something I've tackled more than once in stuff I've written as well.
Yeah, excellent. I will add that to the list, WPK. That's a genius idea. What if afterlife? Explore. There we go. Steven, one of those two, brought up Koresh, the Gelt meme. The Gelt meme brought up a question. Why don't humans atop the gyrocopter? They don't have hangups unlike dwarves. So generally speaking, you have to remember the dwarves very jealously guard knowledge. They do not like to share it in a lot of circumstances, and it often something rather significant has to happen. And you have an interesting situation where no dwarf would, A, want to share the secret base, and B, what dwarfs might want to share it with humanity would not want to share something that they would consider very new and untrustworthy and things that might make them kind of look in a bad light. to humanity. The dwarves guard many secrets. They don't share rune lore with humans. They don't share a lot of their various forms of technology. They keep a lot of that for themselves. So the number one thing I would say is they don't want to share it. The second thing I would say is that even if they did want to share it, for the dwarves, it's so new, I think they would be embarrassed to share it from a dwarven perspective. It's not ready yet.
Yeah. This is one of those questions that is very poorly answered within the lore, because humans tend to be more dynamic and more expressive and more capable when it comes to many things than dwarves, who are traditionalist, inward thinking, and tend to look backwards rather than forwards. Gyrocopters are something that you would feel, if they rewrote the lore from the beginning again, might end up actually being in the Empire rather than the other way around. But it isn't. Instead, we've got mechanical horses, and we've got a variety of other mechanical things, but not gyrocopters. And bluntly, it doesn't really make sense.
Funny enough,
I'm happy to say that. Oh yeah, do you want to say something before
I will say, we do have flying humans. We have the Birdmen of Castraza, who have really cool tech, but they're down in Talea.
But humans do have some advantages. Now, dwarves obviously have their balloons and their gyrocopters et al., but humans ride flying creatures, and they do it a lot. And to a degree, that, in some respects, invalidates the need for a gyrocopter. No dwarf would ever trust a creature beneath it like that, ever. It's just not how they're built. They don't do that sort of thing, but they're happy to trust something they built themselves. Gyrocopters are less nimble, less agile in the air, less capable than real flying creatures, which are readily available in a variety of ways if you happen to be rich across the Empire. So when it comes to allocating your funds, your typical noble is much more inclined to go for something they know works over something they absolutely can't be certain will. But I do think that aeronautics is something that is almost certainly being studied in the Empire. It just hasn't reached the point where it actually has been successful yet. So the more traditional forms of flight, which is jumping on something that flies, still stands at the front of the army. But I do think that give it another 20 years, 30 years, 40 years in the settings it currently stands, and not only would we have flight, but we'd almost certainly have like World War II flight in very short order, because the technology is there for it. And that's why it doesn't happen, because we move out of a fantasy setting quite quickly into what feels like a modern day setting. So the real answer is because it breaks fantasy, and the Empire army has all of the awareness and capability to break fantasy in a fashion that would really make it a very different game. Nobody wants that. So instead, they'll focus upon the technology they know that works, which is, in this particular case, animals.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot about the Pegasi and Griffins and stuff. Yeah, they already have flying, so there would be people that'd be like, well, we don't need
totally
these ridiculous machines. Captain Magma, Bill never chose. That is already on the list. We'll do it at some point. It is on the list. Ricky Chapman did mention it last week, but got Dark Deeds.
Hey,
played with our sister and her boyfriend. His family might be getting it soon as well. Hell
okay, well,
yeah.
I will add to my drink for that. Thanks very much. I'm going to have to add more Coke now, though, because there's no way I'm drinking it that strong.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw. There it is.
It's already, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's make it two then. Thank you very much, Bohemian.
Got a £30 voucher from work. Feel bad because I bought it with Bezos. From Bezos.
Hey, no, I can understand feeling bad about that. Right now, I find it very difficult to justify a chunk of subscriptions that I have, because I just don't want to give them money anymore. I just don't. They have become awful. They have become as of death. I'm just not interested in it. But yeah, nevertheless, vouchers are vouchers.
At least you don't live here. Darius Rose, me after you talk negatively about Tyrion on Monday, and I will talk negatively about Aenarion today. I can still fix them. Yeah,
totally agree, Darius.
I actually know someone who I won't name. That's a huge Tyrion stan.
Didn't mean to do that.
And I think she would be full on team. No, I could fix them. Fuck this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you go, girl, you go.
And I think many would. What Tyrion's unfixable. He's in love.
You can try.
Yeah, and I think to a degree this is something that we're going to need to bring up for this stream as well, because love is a powerful thing for elves. No matter what form it takes.
Yeah, don't let us get in the way of your fan fictions. Y'all do y'all have fun. Darius Rose, do a monster power tier list. Monsters infantry to kaiju-sized monsters. That's a big list.
That's a huge list. I mean, we could curtail that list, I suppose, or alternatively go exceedingly fast through the list. One or the other. And we're not known for being very fast. We are very much like the Lorebeards amongst the dwarves. We tend to take our time cogitating.
I have learned the hard way that if we do tier list streams, it cannot be more than like 12 options.
12 items? Yeah.
Otherwise, we're in trouble.
We're just screwed. We are literally screwed if we do that.
Chapter Grid, apparently A/the Matt Ward is here. Oh,
he is?
I would be shocked if that's his actual YouTube account. I feel like that's probably just someone with the name Matt Ward.
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
I'm wrong,
but if that's the case,
correct me.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be lovely if he was here. Alexander, just want to show some appreciation. Lorebeards has been a blast since you guys started. Would Aenarion be proud of Malekith and Tyrion, or would he be disappointed in what they've become?
Holy crap, Alexander, that's a question. Malekith is so not going to be high on the I'm proud of you, son, for what you've done lists, because holy crap does that go wrong. Tyrion, though, given the curse that he bears and everything that he did, I'm not so sure he turned out so bad. Yeah, but he is deep down on the great family tree.
Yeah, I think generally I'd agree. I don't think he would approve at all what Malekith has become. I think he would be pretty happy with how Tyrion's doing so far, but also depends on which version of Aenarion, because pre and post Sword of King were very different father figures.
Yeah. And I think he would be appalled at what Marathi has become as well, while simultaneously not being surprised.
Legenwood, my copy of Dark Deeds arrived this week.
Oh, crap, I'm going to get drunk. No, we don't want that for a stream. Holy shit balls. But I will keep to my word. I'm drinking today a single barrel select Jack Daniels, just in case anyone wants to know. Holy crap.
Lord Sarthinius, not drinking it that strong. Have I out Scotsman the Scot?
Yeah, well, you know, that strong is very different for different people.
Drink responsibly. Lamanati just got Dark Deeds. Absolutely love the show.
I mean, thanks, yay!
Absolutely love the show and greatly appreciate the depth you guys share for Warhammer Fans Day. I think it'd be fun to have one day Sotek talk about AOS Elves to Andy. Yes, I have also included that on Wednesday. That's a potential Wednesday stream. Is talking about an AOS subject, not all AOS.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a good idea because I really like the idea of AOS. I didn't like the execution in first edition, which was the edition that I read. Because there was a moment during first edition where I thought, you know, I could read up on this and do it, particularly because Gav Thorpe, I remember Gav literally making a post saying, hey, all my writer chums, read it all. Don't be caught up in what you think about Warhammer. Read it all and make the background better. Or something like that. And I was like, holy shit, yeah, I could do that. And I read it all and I went, I don't want to. I just don't. It doesn't excite me. But then some miniatures came out. And then, as I said in a previous stream, I went down to the studio and I saw some of the new models. And I kind of fell in love with them. And I almost, so very nearly almost, about second edition time, got into it deep. But I didn't. So I think that would make a super fascinating stream because we have a ton of lore over there that is not just the Warhammer that I know and love related. It's directly linked to it. And I think that would make for some super fascinating chats.
Yeah. Downman, Wednesday idea 2. Similar idea to build a Lizardman City, build a Hive Colony. Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah. Although we are just doing elves today, so I'd like to do other topics if possible.
Yeah, that being said, actually, I do know what we may... Actually, I'll come back to y'all. I don't want to say that yet. We're going to finish Conquata soon. I just don't know if we're going to do
need to finish that city.
Because someone who we will thank at the start of that stream recreated the map for us, which was
good way of not remembering his name there.
Yeah, I'll remember
totally covered. No one noticed.
JCAD, what if Cracker Rock Black woke up stream? That is on my list. It would be bad. It would be really bad.
That would be bad.
Tyrant 25. I will take a drink every time Sotek says that something is huge, and then Andy murmurs huge. Almost inaudibly beneath.
You're gonna get drunk, Tyrant. Cheers for that one.
Captain Macklin just bought Dark Deeds myself.
Fucking hell.
Alcoholism will be your lyrical prescription today.
I mean, I'm going to do it because I said I would, but I might regret this one.
Probably. What if Aenarion had a Snickers? Because you aren't you when you're hungry. It's almost like what if? I mean, yeah. But like Kane really is the one that needs the Snickers. Kane needs to chill the fuck out sometimes. Stephen or Stefan, one of those two. Headcanon Marathi is the mastermind behind Warpath Alariel. Learning last stream, she's also more Aenarion-like. More interested if Marathi plans going 30 directions if the Sun plan fails.
Yeah, loosely speaking, Stephen, I agree. One of the mistakes that many people have when they judge Marathi is forgetting that she is arguably, maybe even, one of the oldest mortals left alive in the Warhammer world. She's just extraordinary. She has survived Dark Elf society since its foundation point, and that is not a kind society. And it's also not easy to survive. And she's not only survived, she's thrived. She is a massive manipulator. She is a mastermind. She is exceedingly good at what she does. She is also a whole host of other things too. But to look at this one, would she have other plans in place? Yes. And that last little point, does she love Aenarion? She absolutely does, in a way that is surprisingly pure for a character who is so obviously dark-natured. So I think there is something here that is about to become a core component in what we're going to be discussing next.
Yep, Amadeus Archon, maybe a basic question, but it was never explained to me. What is the Curse of Cain? That's actually a very good question.
I think we're probably going to have to come up and hit this particular point near the beginning of the stream, because Aenarion arguably is the source of it. And I say arguably because it goes a bit deeper, but we're going to have to discuss what sort of impact it's going to have on the god, on the man, on Aenarion himself, because we know that Aenarion, during the course of the last moments of his life, goes very dark in terms of the high elf, dark elf side. He goes very dark. And what does this mean? Is this the Curse of Cain? Is this the Sword of Cain he's wielding? Is this the influence of Marathi? Is this something else? And I think we're going to have to discuss this as we dive in.
Yeah, so we'll address that pretty much right at the start.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeti found a mostly unused copy of the Wolfram starter set. We're trying to roast the friends into it. The starter set is so good. I'm playing through
obviously,
it right
Yeti
now.
13, I am deeply biased because I wrote and produced that particular starter set. So I am obviously going to say you have gathered yourself to your chest one of the best products you can buy out there. An absolutely great book. But I will also say that you could buy Dark Deeds too.
Yep.
Good luck with it, because there's a lot of fun in that box.
I will tell you that as someone that did not work on it in any way, shape, or form, and is not related to it in any way, shape, or form, it's awesome. I've played a lot of different starter sets. It is one of the best, especially because it's a really nice amount of information packed into a really small package, and you look and you go, oh well, this isn't a lot, and then you read and you're like, oh my god, there's so much shit here.
Shit.
Yeah, I am
I just saw Chapter Grimm's post.
We're getting to order Dark Deeds. All we had to do was I didn't realize all we had to do to get people to buy it was to plague Andy with alcohol, and people would swarm over it.
Thank you so much, Chapter Grim. It's enormously appreciated. I'm not sure I'm going to get through this stream. It's going to be great.
But Yeti, have a good time with it. All right.
I will.
It is time to get started.
Okay, so do you want to go first this time, since I normally do the first thing?
Sure.
Or would you rather I did?
No, I could start us off for once. I almost never do it, so I'll do it.
Yeah, I know. So I thought it might be nice, because I like sitting back and partly getting exceedingly drunk. So go for it.
Yeah, exactly. So, as with the other What If series, basically the way the series works is we pick a point in time and we zoom in on it, and instead of allowing things to play out just as they normally would, we say, what if, and we tip the scales just a little bit to make something else happen. Last time, we, of course, talked about that Mazda Mundi gets so fired up after discovering a certain set of blacks that he goes on a world rampage like he said he was going to. This time, we're going to drastically change the past. So we are about 4,500, I think, 4,200, somewhere in that ballpark, years before the foundation of the Empire. And no, is it longer than that? That sounds right.
No, that's approximately correct. It's about 4,500 years ago.
Yeah. And the vortex has just sprang into being. A swarm of demons crashed against Ulthuan. Aenarion the Defender arrives wielding the Sword of Cain, riding upon the back of Andraugnir, and engages in his great epic battle against a unrivaled greater demon of each of the four major powers, back to back to back to back, fighting them essentially all simultaneously. And depending on which version of the lore you're looking at, also beats up an Everchosen, because why not? And amidst all of this, Kalidor Dragon Tamer successfully creates the Vortex. So that is one of the core fundamental blocks we are starting with, is that that Aenarion doesn't die, but the events of the Cataclysm still essentially happen the same, where Dragon Tamer is gone. Dragon Tamer has created the Vortex, and him and all of his closest Archmages, all of the most powerful wizards, excepting few very minor exceptions, have vanished from the world and are trapped in a eternal mess, holding the Vortex in place. But Aenarion, for some reason, either because of a quirk of the magic as it's being pulled in towards the Vortex and drags across him, or because he simply fought a little better, was a little faster, was a little luckier in his battle against the demons, he's beat up, he's got some broken ribs, one of his arms is a little fucked up, but he's alive.
Yeah, so what do we have? For those of you that don't know Aenarion, let's discuss a little about his past. I'm not going to dive deep into this. If you want to know more, go check the various sources out there. Wiki will do a good job. It's not a bad entry for Aenarion. A lot of the the Wiki entries aren't that great, but Aenarion's all right. And Aenarion was, as he's often pitched, the first Phoenix King. And this means he was the very first elf that bound all of the elves together underneath one banner and said, "I am your king." Before this, there was the 10 kingdoms of the elves, and the 10 kingdoms were all ruled separately, with the Everqueen from Avalorn having a nominal spiritual leadership over all elves. But it wasn't she led them all, as in she was the great banner-waving battle leader. Instead, it was 10 kingdoms of elves, all of which had their own individual leaders. And Aenarion, during the course of his life, which was during the Cataclysm. Now, if you don't know what the Cataclysm is, it's when the very first arrival of the Chaos Gods hits the Warhammer world. At the very beginning, it was a techno-fantasy, in truth, with the old ones doing their crazy technological stuff and uplifting all of the species and creating perfect examples of different types of species across the Warhammer world. And they have great Chaos Gates to north and south of the planet where they weren't Chaos Gates then, but they're about to be great warp gates, which allowed them to transport things from other planets to the Warhammer world. And these gates collapse, chaos floods the world, and the four great powers of chaos go to war with everything. The old ones vanish. And Aenarion is born in this war, and it's a war where the world is flooded with demons, flooded with mutants, beastmen, things going wrong. The first greater demons are stomping their way across the planet, and the first gods to be in the future are also being born. Go check our Be'lakor chats and multiple streams in the past if you want to know more about that. And during this, Aenarion is very much a unifier. He goes around the Ulthuan kingdoms and not only kicks butt, he kicks butt a lot, but it doesn't matter. There's too much chaos. So Aenarion retreats and retreats and retreats until eventually he is at the Shrine of Azurin. Now, if you don't know who Azurin is, he is, as far as the elves are concerned, the divine creator of the entire Warhammer world. And he is aloof. He does not interfere. He doesn't interfere with chaos gods. He doesn't interfere with good gods. He doesn't interfere with elves. He just doesn't interfere. But Aenarion said you should, because the world's going to go. Your divine pearl of perfection is about to be destroyed by the chaos gods. It's going to be destroyed. And he still went, yeah, nah, not interested. So Aenarion eventually, at this great flame where the god himself is said to have been rebirthed at some point, the great Phoenix god, as he's often represented, had basically a long-term chat with Aenarion, which is, Azurin, the god, which constantly gets turned down, with Aenarion being told, nope, nope, as the forces of chaos gather around. And they gather around not just in their thousands, but in their millions, with the very last elves gathered around this particular pyramid, where the Shrine of Azurin is, and a few sporadic other forces of elves in other parts of the world. And Aenarion eventually goes, well, if you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to show you what actually happens to the elves. And he walks into the flame. And he gives himself as a sacrifice. He tried every other sacrifice. The only sacrifice he had left was his own life. And he burns. And he doesn't step out that flame like Malekith would later do. He refuses. And he burns and he dies. And Azurin rebirths him. Just like Azurin himself had been rebirthed in the past. And Azurin goes, fair enough, mate. You're right. The world is going to end. And I'm going to help. And he possesses Aenarion. Aenarion becomes a god. He's still an elf. But he's a god. Now, for those of you who know your obscure lore, the gods were banned from the Warhammer world. It's in multiple places. A fine example is at the beginning of the Tome of Salvation in the 2nd edition, where it discusses the gods being banned from the world forever. Now, they don't all necessarily listen, but Azurin was the one who put that binding in place. So he doesn't break his rule. He doesn't actually arrive on the world to give war to the great gods that are on all sides. Instead, he possesses Aenarion. And Aenarion steps out of that flame and walks down the steps of the shrine where the living flame burns away, and he slays. Now, take a moment to consider what he's just about to do. There is an army of countless millions of chaos creatures around here. There's an Everchosen if you go with the initial version of this story. And he kills them all until they run. This is what we're dealing with. He is so effective over the course of the next so many years that he drives chaos from the Isles of Ulthuan completely. And a moment of peace during the Cataclysm descends. A moment of actual peace, so much so that the elves often refer to the next step as the second incursion of chaos. But it's still in the Cataclysm. It's the first it's the first freaking incursion. Because chaos are beaten by him roundly, and he pushes them back to the edges of the islands of Ulthuan and throws them back. They eventually come back, of course, and they come back in even greater numbers. And these even greater numbers are overwhelming. Far too much for even Aenarion to deal with. There's a host of terrible stories in this era. Let's just sum it up with a few key points. Number one, Aenarion, as the great bringer together of all elves, has now married the Everqueen. And he has had children. And he is so in love, and everything is great. In the second incursion of chaos, they die. And Aenarion, not so happy about this. Doesn't go so well. So that's not a good start for him. With the great incursions after this, and during the course of the wars, Aenarion eventually falls in love with someone else. Morathi, who is a great seeress of the elves. Pardon, which step do you want me to include?
Sword.
Yeah, let's do the sword. Yeah, because that's super important. I was going to take that as a separate point, but no, let's do that first, because it very much explains good chunks of Morathi. Aenarion realizes he can't win, and we end up having a big discussion between two key elves. Elf number one is Calidor. Elf number two is Aenarion. Calidor has got a plan. He's basically the king of Calidor, as it will be known, a large area of mountains in the south where they're known for having loads of dragons. He is a very important elf, and whenever there's a great sweeping out of the elves down from the mountains and to sweep away chaos, Calidor's at the heart of it. And Calidor has a plan. His plan is, I will drain all magic from the Warhammer world. All of it! Drain it down like a big spout and suck it back into the Aether, the realm of the gods. And that will stop all the demons that are plaguing us, and then all we'll need to deal with is mortals. And let's be honest, we're elves. We can kick living shit out of mortals. Won't be a problem. And Aenarion goes, yeah, there's a couple problems with that plan. Number one, we won't be able to use as much magic. We're elves. We use magic. We are creatures of magic. The dragons we ride are creatures of magic. All of the various creatures that we bring to war are creatures of magic, and they will become less powerful. This is a fool's plan. This is the plan for a loser who thinks they can't win. I think I can win. He's wrong. They argue about this and bicker about it for some time, and it becomes increasingly more obvious that he's wrong. But to balance this out, he takes a slightly different route, because after his family dies at the hands of a whole host of horrible chaos gribblies, and his wife is killed, and he believes his children are killed, in his desperation and in his horror, he goes north. Now, you might go, well, going north doesn't sound so bad, but he goes for a particular item. Because in the north, there is a great plain. And in the middle of this plain, there's a shrine to the god of murder, the god of war, Caela Mencha Cain. And in this shrine is his sword, which he placed when the gods were banished from the earth. There was no place for them anymore because Aenarion had banished them, and his blade was left behind, and it constantly bleeds, and any elf that gets close to it is filled with the urge for war. Now, if you play any 40k games, you'll know what happens if you go and summon up an avatar. All the Eldar go crazy. This is what that sword does. It's the same story. And Aenarion, in his grief, draws it. And remember how I said beforehand he was kick-ass because he had the power of a god? Well, now he's got the power of two gods. Cain, the god of murder, and Aenarion, the divine creator of the entire world. And he kicks ass and chews gum even more. But it's not enough, because even that is not anywhere near the power required to hold off all the hordes of chaos. He himself can pretty much unkillably take on anything in front of him, but he's only one elf. And he can only hold one place. And chaos comes in everywhere. So, that all done, let's then drop up the next bit. Morathi. Because we need to bring her up. So, yeah, I think this is a better order. I agree. At an unspecified point, and to cut this whole story down into its core components, he saves Morathi, a great seeress of the elves, from a chaos band that has currently captured her and a bunch of others. And he falls in love. And you might go, okay, why? Because, you know, is it just, I mean, he's a god. It's because there is nothing like Morathi in the world. She is unique. She is not only singularly driven in a way that no other elf normally is, with such a passion that it just burns so brightly he can barely bask in its glory, but she is the most beautiful entity that the world arguably will ever know. Let's make sure that you have that in your mind's eye as we start moving into the discussions as to what's going to happen with Morathi. Morathi is the most beautiful elf in the world, but she's also, and to use a word that we use frequently in our previous stream, a bit broken. And this bit broken can manifest in lots of different ways depending upon the writer, but put it simply, she uses chaos against chaos, or she's a thrall of chaos, or something else. There's lots of different routes we can take here. In particular, the Prince of Chaos, the chaos god Slaanesh, the god of excess. And in some readings, she is a dark elf, 100% in terms of what dark elves will become. And she uses chaos to defeat chaos. On the other side, she's in the thrall of chaos. And there is different versions of Morathi that we can take. But what we can say for certain is that Aenarion falls in love. And there is no obvious chaos is in control here with this elf. There's no mutation, there's no weirdness or anything like that. He falls in love. And eventually Morathi and Aenarion hold a court in the north of the islands of Ulthuan, and that court turns, to use very simple parlance, into a dark elf court as we understand these things today. Nagarythe, as it's rather famously known. This court is known for its darker sensibilities in the greater pantheon of deities. It is a very Cain-leaning court, but also at its heart has Aenarion, the Phoenix King, who is Aenarion in many respects, the balancer of all things. The rest of Ulthuan is bright and azure-like, where the court in the north is dark, and the underworld gods. In many respects, he still stands on the divide as Aenarion, leading the strong court because it's necessary in these times of war. And Cain is an absolutely core component of the elves going to war, as are all the other underworld gods and goddesses. Let's then just bring it to its conclusion. It's still too much. Chaos is going to win. They have kids. In fact, they have a kid, rather famously, Malarian stroke Malekith stroke Witch King stroke holy hell, who cares what his name is? But they have a kid, and he is perfection made manifest in a way that we often forget when we look at his modern version. And Ulthuan ultimately is so besieged that there is no form of success left. And even Aenarion, who is belligerent in extremis, admits in his heart of hearts that possibly he can't win. So the old arguments with Calidor are raised back up one more time. And Calidor says, I think I can do this. And Aenarion says, no. Do not do this. Wherever I go, I bring victory. And he goes off to prove it. Calidor, who is arguably Hoth made manifest in a whole variety of ways, a different god entirely, a god of wisdom, a god of magic, goes, you know what? No, I'm doing it anyway. So he does. And Aenarion finds out, and he mounts up on an Draugr, which is his enormous frick-off dragon, and flies over, and on that journey decides, you know what? I'm going to defend him. He's probably right. And in his heart of hearts, he realizes that Ulthuan is going to fall. And the only way that he can possibly stop all of the elves falling is to allow this vortex to happen. Now, I can't say for certain that he really thinks this. But once that magic goes off, there's little that's going to stop it without literally attacking Calidor. So, is he persuaded or is he not? It doesn't matter. It's happened. And he has decided he's going to defend him. And he does. And when I say that 4 gods go against him, I will be probably called out for it. But 4 great chaos powers send their greatest of greater demons to this place in a point when the storm of magic that we often hear about in later versions of the game is beyond the scale. These are living, breathing, greater demons of such enormity and extent, powered by everything the Chaos Hordes have to empower them. And they go up against Aenarion. He kills them all because he is that fucking hard. But this is his last battle, canonically, because he is wounded in this battle. And Draugr also dies, his great dragon, in this battle. And today's what if is, what if Aenarion just continued to be Aenarion? It's not a big difference. This isn't us going, there's an unlikely thing for us to pitch. This is nothing more than us saying Aenarion is a god wielding a god-slaying weapon. And in this version, he steps forward and he holds off against the entire horde of chaos to come, and then the vortex hits. Now, we're not saying he's not wounded. Indeed, that's possibly one of the first questions we need to decide. In what form has he survived? But the most obvious form is he's an Aenarion. There's no stopping him. He's a freaking god with a god-slaying weapon. That weapon just nicks a demon. It's dead. Permanently. Never coming back. Permanently. The only way that demon can come back is if it comes back at an earlier point in its existence, because time is weird in the Aether. As in, you could see that demon in the end times, but it's going to eventually arrive at Aenarion much, much later and die. Because he has the Sword of Cain. And nothing survives that. So, the small difference we're offering to you today is he survives. He cuts down the demons and the vortex goes up. The vortex he never wanted. The vortex that's taken Calidor away. And you might say, well, hey, that's not a great loss. He and Calidor didn't agree. Yes, but they were close friends. Now, their friendship had weakened over time because his court in the north had grown very different to the Calidorian court in the south. The Calidorian court in the south was very high elf, if you want to put such terms out. It was very much the lighter side of the god Mandela of the elves, where the court in the north, Nagarath, where he held court alongside Marathi with their kid Malekith, was very much the darker side of the Mandela. But he lost his best friend. And he was gone forever, chanting away, but he's not. And this is the first thing that I'm going to make as clear as we can. These are elves at peak elf time. Once that vortex goes up, everything changes. Their magic changes, the nature of all the monsters changes, Ulthuan changes, demons are gone across the world. The thing that stopped the Slann from banishing them everywhere comes to a halt as the magic is sucked out and demons across the world vanish. Aenarion is left panting, having lost his friend. But it's not forever. Because as we know, Malekith, throughout the course of his Dark Elf years, had one very strong goal: to bring down the vortex. because he thought that would make the elves more powerful. He always thought the vortex was a mistake, like his father before him. And Aenarion will probably never lose that feeling, because Calidor should be returned. So there's an interesting immediate difference for this version of the world. We have a peak elf possessed by the power of a god, wielding a god-slaying weapon, who has a problem. And his problem is, how do I get my friend back? How can I make the elves as powerful as they should be? And that's an interesting discussion to have through the course of this, because unlike what many of you might expect, I am going to pitch as my very first argument that we're dropping in here that one of Aenarion's core goals will be to bring down the vortex and return magic to the world in the way that he thinks it should be, because he is from an era when magic was much more powerful. He will be looking for a way to control chaos in a fashion that the vortex simply doesn't. It just sucks it out. He has goals ahead of him. And that's one of the things we're going to have to decide. We have lots of other questions. What happens with Marathi? What happens with Indraugnir? Did Indraugnir die? There's lots of stuff we're going to discuss at the very beginning, but we're going to have some very fundamental questions we're going to have to ask. And that is, what does he do?
Yeah, so we're going to just fly into this because we're already an hour in. So I'm gonna get caught up on super chats here in a second, but we're gonna go ahead and start the first poll, which is the very first poll.
What do you think is the most important poll?
The first thing we're gonna start with is, does Indraugnir die? And this may seem kind of minor, in some ways it is, but it is gonna have important effects later, which is why it's a good first vote to get out of the way. Which Indraugnir.
Before I put my post up on this one, I'm going to put a couple of things to think about on it as well before you vote. That is, if Indraugnir dies, we're talking about a lessening of elven dominance. We're using this as more than just the dragon itself. We're using it as a metaphor. We're using it to discuss what's happened, which is a lessening of the Phoenix King and the Phoenix King's power. There will be now a lesser dragon that will be ridden by Aenarion. It will be moving into a new era where everything is smaller. But if Indraugnir lives, we are talking about an era where the dominance of the elves does not necessarily come to an end. Indraugnir not only lives, he is still active, and he is a monster of a dragon. A truly impressive entity. You are choosing to say that I would prefer the elves to have dominance rather than necessarily the weakening of the winds of magic, because everything's siphoning out, is not only weakening magic in the world, it's weakening everything that it is to be an elf too.
Yeah, and I'll also add that you would be taking the grief of what Aenarion is left with at the end of the summoning of the vortex to its extreme. Because of his friends, his two closest friends are Calidor and Indraugnir. And
you could even argue a different argument. You're making Aenarion darker. Do you want him to be darker or more lightly aspect? You ready to start your side?
Oh, yeah. And you can start the YouTube ones whenever because they don't have a timer.
Okay, I've started.
So go ahead and vote on that. You can vote on Twitch and YouTube. Vote for whichever is your preference. Whether you want us to take the truly darkest path possible, or do you want there to be some redeeming light in the situation with Aenarion?
I'll say one other thing as well. As we're going through this conversation, this is pre-High Elf and pre-Dark Elf. There's no such thing at this point.
There's no Wood Elves
and when you think of these elves, do not think of them as High Elves. They are not High Elves at all. They are a mixture of High Elves and Dark Elves and Wood Elves, all rolled up into one. I'd say mostly High Elves and Dark Elves, though. Their characters are deep, their characters are multi-aspected, and they have darker and lighter sides, and their gods and the pantheon they worship is wide. These are, in comparison to High Elves, darker creatures. But in comparison to Dark Elves, they're far more lightly aspected. But they are a warlike, very magical species.
All right, I'm going to run through a couple of these real fast. Psych, might play Dark Deeds on Sunday. Awesome. Please let us know how it goes, especially over on the Warhammer Discord.
Tell us about
it. Darius Rose, who would win a hype promo introduction, like a manager introducing a wrestler? Nakaf introducing Cetra, Marathi introducing Aenarion, or Paul Heyman introducing Greece's Gold Tooth? Nakaf, that is literally that man's job, and he's been doing it for thousands of years. He's pretty good at it. Agar89, Aenarion meets Grimnir. Sell the idea of them doing the Gimli Legolas friendship. We will definitely get around to the dwarf situation.
We are going to discuss what happens next, because if Grimnir is doing what we all know Grimnir is doing, Aenarion is going to be, as a survivor, perfectly pitched for relieving him.
Yeah, so don't worry, we'll get to dwarves because that's going to come up real fast.
But if he's really dark aspected, he might not. So the death of Draugr might mean that never happens. He might become more insular. So if you kill off Draugr, then it's very possible the dwarves are fucked in a different way.
Yep. And then if the case, I'll screw with the demons. Well, and this what if the demons are pretty nervously looking over at Ulthuan.
Yeah,
going,
because if Aenarion lives, it's bad news for them. Yeah.
And in a bit of a joking manner, Zinch is looking at the way things are supposed to go and going, this isn't right. What? Who messed with this? What's happening? Chapter Grim as an
Ayrshire. He's from Ayrshire in Scotland.
I approve the Mary Swally. There you go. David Whitfield, can you explain why there are so few Order characters alive versus Evil/Chaos characters in the 2300s? Chaos/DE characters are thousands of years old, but other than the Salon/Dragons, there are no Order heroes like Aenarion who survived. So, the first thing I'll say is the Warhammer world is meant to be a fairly grim world. It's supposed to be where a lot of the greatest heroes have fallen. So you tend to have larger, bigger evils and more young, fight raging against the dying of the light good guys. That being said, there are some really ancient good guys kicking around. The Salon of the Dragons, there are a surprising amount of them in comparison to a lot of the like big bads of the bad guy races, if you want to look at it that way. And
there's actually a surprising number of elves that are still alive, both on the Wood Elf side and over in Ulthuan. I mean,
they just don't get billed as special characters.
It's really interesting, some of the characters that they've chosen, because they've chosen to reproduce characters from often the 4th edition version, where they're all relatively young, and they haven't added many characters later in comparison to the 4th edition of Dark Elves, where they were all ancient. So yeah, it's more because of the additions that they drew from. But yeah, there's a whole host of very old characters on the Order side, dragons over in Cathay at the very least.
Yeah, but you got like a good example of like over in Ulthuan, you have Belinar the Wise, or Belinair the Wise, who's old. Like he's as old as Brad. He's old fucker. And flies around in his goofy magic castle. But he's just not a playable character. Gordon Shima, what if the Vortex really sucks all magic? Like if all the magic had left, it would have been a very different scenario. That could be a fun what if one day.
Yeah, I think that would be a fun what if, because we would be looking at a very different Warhammer world in that particular case. Oh, Ryan, thank you very much.
Ryan, thank you very much. Didn't get to ask on Sunday. It was mentioned that when the Everqueen dies, the world goes dark for extra their death. With no Everqueen until Yvraine was found, how dark was the world? Was Aenarion the doom guy of Warhammer universe? Yes. To put it very simply, things got bleak after the death of the Everqueen. I mean, Aenarion was so lost that he drew the Sword of Cain, despite a lot of people begging him not to. And when I say I mean Caldor and all of the princes that were with him begged him, and Draugr advised against it. The Chaos gods were whispering to him, trying to get him to stop. There were other elven gods trying to tell him to stop. And even more heartbreakingly, he runs into the shade of his wife. Astariel appears to him and begs him not to do it, and he still does it. And you could a lot of that you could say is because there is no Everqueen.
There's no Everqueen. And his daughter had yet to ascend, but she's going to through the course of the early years of the post Cataclysm moment. So his daughter is about to become the Everqueen, which is really going to put us in a very interesting place as to, do we establish the standard rule for how Everqueens and Phoenix Kings go? Given Aenarion's the first, I think there's no reason to do this.
Yeah, I want to say the span was like 30 years between.
I think it's actually shorter. It was really quite short.
It's pretty short between the death of the Everqueen and Yvraine taking the title.
Oh, the death of the Everqueen. No. It's. I meant after his death. It's like about 3 or 4 years after his death.
Yeah, no.
It's super short.
I think it's like 30 years between the Everqueen.
Yeah, totally. It's super short.
And those were the worst 30 years. It was bad.
Yeah, really bad.
Magdaros, I expect this what if will end in a bigger tragedy than the original story. You'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this one could go really bad, but we'll see where it goes, because I'm not entirely sure how this one's going to land.
Let's go ahead and end the poll. Let's go ahead and wrap that up.
So it's pretty clear over on YouTube. How's it looking over on Twitch?
I'm going to be honest. The vote ended, and I didn't see it, so someone in chat will let me know, but go ahead and end the YouTube one.
Can somebody tell us how it went over in Twitch? That'd be lovely. So it's pretty heavily, did Draugr die? No, at 56%.
Oh, okay, so...
Interesting.
Did Twitch chat what did y'all end up voting for? Let me know real quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing that one.
How many attractive talent ranks does Marathi have?
Okay, so if we were looking at Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, I've actually got a half-built version of Marathi already, and even maxing out attractive just doesn't do it, particularly because there's a whole host of traits you can have. But loosely speaking, she hypothetically has as many as she needs.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay,
she
so
basically crits most of her rolls.
Twitch chat voted live.
Yeah, it looks like we got a clear live then.
Yes. Okay, so he lives. Interesting.
Okay, so I'll immediately say this means a couple of things. Number one, Aenarion isn't as dark as he could be. He could have gone very dark after this. It also means that Aenarion is, I would argue, a much more world-spanning figure. Now, at this moment, Aenarion is very much an Ulthuan-based Phoenix King. We haven't reached a point where the elves expand outwards and take over the world. The elves are still very much following the great plan of the Lizardmen, which means that they're stuck in Ulthuan. But we've got somebody who can pretty much go anywhere. Yes?
It is worth noting, though, that Aenarion is noted to have been journeying the world.
Oh, yeah, before, he's fought chaos everywhere.
Yeah, he was wandering around for a while before he came back to Ulthuan the first time.
Absolutely. We've got ourselves, during the Cataclysm, it's mentioned in several places, actually, that he goes to war across the world. So he is not an insular elf, but he is an elf who leads elves that are on Ulthuan. But he is now a character who is arguably a bit more lightly aspected than he could have been. We could be looking at someone who was much more dark, absolutely caught up with grief, but we've not got that. We've got somebody who has got hope in his heart, and I think that's something you should consider when we're doing our next set of votes. Our version of Aenarion that comes out of the Cataclysm is grieving the loss of his friend, but he's not dead, which is important to note. And not only that, in a couple of years' time, his daughter and his son are about to return.
But not yet. So I think this is going to take us to our next poll to keep things moving pretty aggressively. So there are two ways we can go, and I think because we're doing this on Andy's stream, I'll let Andy pick which path he'd rather do first. Which is the idea of, do we talk about him going back to Marathi immediately, or do we talk about him debating what he should do with the sword immediately?
Yeah, I think we've got two interesting comments there. First, elves are not the most reactionary of creatures. They tend to have deep, abiding feelings that they do not abandon instantly. So I think the Marathi question is one that's not really a short-term, instant question. Marathi is a question that will be resolved over the course of time. And in a variety of different ways.
Because I think if he were to go talk to her, she would have a very big influence on his thoughts about the sword.
Oh, you mean as to what to do next? Oh,
yes.
Right.
Because in the original story, he decides what to do with the sword immediately.
He does, but he's dying.
Yeah. So the question would be for you is: do you think he'd sit on it for a minute, or do you think he'd still?
I think that possibly we have exactly the same scenario, because I'd like to keep as close to the initial point as possible, which means that you're going to decide out there what happens next here, which is Aenarion has now successfully defended the formation of the vortex, and he's on and Draugr. Both of them are wounded. They're badly hurt. He is possessed with the power of a god. He's not going down, and Draugr is equally not going down either. And we are either A, flying north. He has decided this war is over and he's going to plunge the sword away, or B, he doesn't know yet, loosely, that for certain that everything has come to an end. Because the reason he puts the sword away in the core story is because he's dying and he knows it, and he has to get rid of it. He has to make sure that no one else can get it. Put it in the safe place where Cain himself put it. But this time we don't have that story. Instead, we've got him making a conscious decision. And this conscious decision isn't going to be the decision that we are going to decide again later. This is going to be the decision moving on. Will he keep that sword? And I'm going to be mean, and I'm going to say that we're making this decision now. And that's mean because we could make a really cool story where he decides to dump it later. But no, we're saying he's going to keep it or not now. And the decision before him is he knows that chaos is fucked. And he realizes this sword is a plague on the world, and it no longer is needed, and he drives it back into the shrine of Cain, Or he thinks that he, and arguably is pillaring no, let's go with arrogance. His huge arrogance has decided that no, he can cope with this god-slaying blade that has been cursed by Vol long ago, arguably cursed by Cain himself. He can not just cope with it, he will use this to continue cleansing the world. So is he a figure who is a war god, or is he a figure who is going to be an emperor? That's what we're asking here. War god on one side is Cain. On the other side is Aenarion, the god that sits inside him. Does he choose to be an emperor, or does he choose to be a slayer of chaos across the world? That's what you're asking. I'm now going to go put the poll up, because I think that's a super fun one.
Does Aenarion return Widowmaker? And I'm going to let y'all... And do keep in mind, this is going to have a very... Like many of our...
That's a super fascinating one, isn't it?
This is going to have huge impacts going forward. So
yes, this is a big one.
And I'm gonna keep pressing forward with super chat so we can get caught up.
And James, here it comes over onto YouTube. Ping! You should have it just about now.
James Jantos, the line of the Everqueen is from Aenarion's children before the sword. Why would they bear the curse of Cain? I think this is actually a good moment to talk about what exactly is the curse of Cain.
So the curse of Cain is, and I'm going to be horrendously vague, uncertain. It's known that whoever carries that blade is going to bring woe upon the world. It's greatly prophesied at the beginning of the Elven time that this blade is cursed, that Cain himself became a figure that was horrendous during the War of the Gods and the War of Heavens at the beginning of time, and that he himself plunged that blade into his own shrine, so deep was the curse upon it. Some stories claim it's Cain himself that curses the blade. Others say that it's Vol, the smith god of the elves, that placed the curse on it because Cain forced him to make the blade, and he was so upset that he cursed that blade forever, that whoever wielded it would be consumed by war, would be consumed for the rest of their existence. And it was designed as a curse for a god, which means that if any mortal carries it, it not only consumes them, it consumes all their progeny for all time. It goes right down the line, no matter when it happened or how it happened, because this is not a physical real-world curse. This is an etheric curse. So it doesn't actually matter when you had your children. If you had your children beforehand or afterhand, the curse hits you. Now, what does this curse mean? It means that at some point throughout the course of the various individual elves that bear Aenarion's line, something bad is going to happen. Now, what that bad is very vaguely described. Sometimes it's just they turn out bad. In other cases, they will physically be emaciated and weird, and they will be cursed physically. Others will be cursed mentally. Others will be cursed in other ways. The answer to the what is the curse is, it's whatever your GM decides. If you happen to be from that particular line, if you're a writer, it's whatever the writer decides it is. And you'll find that it manifests very differently for each elf. And I think that's to its advantage.
Yeah. And so the big thing is that it's basically there is a significant negative trait that each of those elves will possess, but you won't know what it is a lot of the time, which is what makes it very spooky, is that it doesn't always manifest in an obvious way. If you go check out our Lariel stream last week, or this past Sunday, you'll hear us talk a lot about that. Also, as you're voting for this poll, do keep in mind, by the way, if you're on Twitch, you may need to refresh your page for the poll was weird. So if you don't see it, refresh. But
also, if you're over on Twitch, get onto YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, get onto Twitch. There's nothing wrong with sharing your votes.
Very true. The other thing to kind of keep in mind with this is that by putting Widowmaker away, you may, which whether or not we'll interpret this way remains to be seen, depending on how you vote and depending on how we're feeling. This could be the chance to maybe lessen just a bit Cain's influence on Aenarion. Now, granted, it's not going to remove it. The curse of Cain did not go away when he put the sword back into the altar, but we will have a less Cainite Aenarion than if you decide to keep the sword.
You're building it. How much time is left over on the Twitch side?
Twitch is done.
And what does it say
now? They have decided pretty heavily to put the blade away.
As have YouTube, very heavily. 64% over on YouTube say put the blade away. So, that being the case, we have an interesting outcome. Aenarion At the end of the great war that has taken place in the center of the Isles of Ulthuan, and the arrival of the enormous vortex of chaos, magic is being sucked from the world. Demons are vanishing everywhere. The great hordes of chaos that had been literally led by the gods no longer have their gods. They are beginning to fall apart. Aenarion, in his, let's call it wisdom, has decided that he no longer requires this weapon. And he flies north on Draugr, flap, 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 flap. Makes his way across the islands that are still at war, and drops down into the Shrine of Cain and ditches the blade. Pops it in there because his job is done. I would argue in some respects that we have also decided that the influence of Azurin is stronger than the influence of Cain. The influence of that particular god within him, or Vol, or whoever causes the curse, overrides his warlike desire, and he decides that now is the time for rebuilding and peace. We will drive out the invader, and we do not need this cursed blade anymore, which creates a very different version of what we potentially have next. So thanks for that vote. I love these votes because we don't know where they're going to go either.
That dramatically changed several things that I was thinking about.
Huge change, because we have a very different version of Aenarion now. We have Aenarion who will continue the warfare that is going off around across Ulthuan, but he's back to being arguably just an avatar of one of the gods. I mean, is that all? He is just an avatar of the divine creator of the heavens, and he will, I think, in relatively short order, bring the war in Ulthuan to an end.
Yes.
Which then means that we have a creation of the Nagaraith court to the north of Ulthuan as the center of the elven leadership. This is not the version of Ulthuan that we will ever really get at any point in the history of the elves. It's the north of Ulthuan, which is not this shattered, broken place that we have in later versions of the game, and indeed the stories. It's not been broken yet. Nagaraith is still beautiful. Nagaraith is still strong, and with chaos being pushed back, all of the losses that had been incurred because of the arrival of chaos will be very quickly forgotten, which is interesting. A massive difference for Ulthuan. If you go take a look at map of Ulthuan, Ulthuan's much bigger than that in this version, because all of the breaking that occurs at the beginning, at the end of the war, and most importantly during the Sundering, hasn't happened. So a lot bigger is Ulthuan, a lot more vibrant, and the court is to the north. And this court is the court of, obviously, Aenarion, who is the living manifestation of the Divine Emperor of Heavens, who sits on the dividing point between the dark half and the light half of the Mandala. He's the perfect Phoenix King in many respects. It's kind of cool. And then we have his queen, who is Morathi, which is something that we're probably going to have to discuss pretty soon.
Yeah, so Anlek is now our capital because of what's going on now. There will be no gathering of the princes and ultimately moving the court to Lother. That's not going to happen now. It's going to stay in Enlek. Instead, we have a gathering of princes to discuss with Aenarion, what do we do now? Calidor is gone. He's contained within the vortex. And the princes gather to have their big discussion about what's next. Now, from what y'all have decided so far, it's a pretty big focus on rebuilding. On their the summoning of the vortex did have some nasty ramifications. There were some horrible natural disasters, so rebuilding's going to take a hot bit. But nonetheless, they do get to it. And this is an Ulthuan that is still, this is a very early Ulthuan. We don't have the White Tower of Hoeth. We don't have a lot of the more crazy constructions that are going to happen in the years to come. But we do have an Ulthuan that's at peace. It's united with a king that they can feel really confident now. We have Aenarion, who now, for the first time, is with Morathi without the sword.
Yeah.
The sword is no longer influencing him, and this is his first chance to be with Malekith and be with Morathi without the Widowmaker influencing his behaviors. And this is important because one of the things about Aenarion that is mentioned, so there's a story that focuses on before Aenarion goes to fight side by side with Calidor at the Vortex. Him and Morathi have a rather ugly argument.
Not for the first time, probably.
Yeah, not for the first time. Where Morathi, being an incredible seeress, she saw the future and saw that he would die. Mm-hmm. And obviously in our version, he doesn't, which indicates some crazy things are going down. But she begged him not to go. She begged him to let Kalidor die. It's Kalidor's hubris. Aenarion warned him not to do this, and he did it anyway. Let him die. And Aenarion refuses her. He chooses Kalidor over his wife. And that hurt.
He chooses the elves.
Yeah, he chooses the elves over
it's not Kalidor specifically. Yeah, it's the elves. And he chose the big picture over what and what he believed he could succeed with over what Morathi was looking for, which was his success and survival.
The important part about this scene is that we get a couple of really interesting aspects about their relationship, which is that Aenarion, because of the Widowmaker, his feelings towards Morathi are very strong, but they're twisted in a sense. It's not like the love he had for his first wife. It's different. It's darker. They talk about how him and Morathi have these horrible arguments, that the relationship at times was abusive, and to her, Aenarion beat her.
Aenarion was bad.
Like, he was not a good husband to Morathi. Now, Morathi feverishly is dedicated to him.
Yeah, she won't back down. Yeah, okay, I think we've got a couple of things that we need to decide here, and it's becoming more clear. First, Morathi is a seer, and she is a very good seer, which means that we don't have this conversation in the same way. She is not going, because he survives, which means that this conversation doesn't happen. That doesn't mean we don't have the same arguments. Well, that doesn't mean that we don't have her being exceedingly concerned for his life, but that means that she does not appeal with him to not go, because she is a seer, and seers in the Warhammer world are accurate. She is basically speaking with the awareness of a god. That's what seers effectively are. I think
it might be that we twisted to where she didn't want him to help make the vortex happen, because that is not what she would have wanted.
I think that is perfect, and that's exactly where I was going to go too. So I think that the argument instead is she doesn't want to see the elves lessened. And they have the argument, okay, which means that in this version, the decision is made by Aenarion, even though he didn't agree with it before, to go with Kalidor's route. I think that makes for an interesting tug of war between the two of them. Which means that we then have to decide what happens afterwards. Morathi is now massively lessened, as is Aenarion. He has ditched the sword. But there's a few things that we need to be very, very clear with, and that's that elves are deeply, deeply passionate. Morathi is in love with a massively broken man. He is the worst. Absolutely the worst. And this is something that we haven't really discussed yet, and that is when he was wielding the sword of Cain, he was a warlord, and he was a bad warlord. His life at home was not good. He was prone to deep bouts of moodiness. He would scream, he would rant, he would rave. If he heard that a flank had fallen, he would be maddened, and he would go out to that front and he would scream at the other elves, and he would walk onto that battlefield and murder anything in his path. His wife is in awe of him. In many respects, the character that Morathi becomes is because of Aenarion. The curse of Cain affects her as much as it affects anyone. She is in love with a broken man, and then he comes back and he's no longer going to be that same man. So that needs to be immediately accepted. The second side is that Aenarion is an elf that is pure elf at this point in many respects. And by that I mean he's both dark and light. He sits directly on the apex of what it is to be elf, peak elf in many respects. He is embodied with the power of a god, but he is ultimately still just an elf. And elves, if you can say anything, are deeply passionate creatures. Passion sits at the very heart of everything they do, and a certain amount of melodrama is a core component of their existence. They just love that frisson, so to speak. They can't escape it. So we're going to have to decide how much this is going to play out between the pair of them. Do we decide that in almost classic elf fashion, they continue on as a bickering couple? I think that's one very obvious choice, where she is all for, well, it's really tough because he's become better. let's take it a different way. They're a bickering couple because she, at her heart, is tainted. We're making a choice here. We're choosing that she is tainted by Slaanesh if you choose this option. This is a very common option taken by some of the writers. You don't need to choose this one if you don't want to, but this is a common one, so do not dismiss it. So the couple continue to bicker, but that bicker is eventually going to be, I mean, at its heart, it's that the cult of pleasures are almost certain to arise around Morathi and everything that she's doing. Or alternatively, he's sorry for everything that he's done to her. And she is, for the first time in her life, happy. Because she hasn't been. If we know anything about Morathi, is that she's absolutely head over heels in love with Aenarion. Right into Age of Sigmar, still head over heels in love with Aenarion. And Aenarion, because of the choices you've made, has become a better person. He has ditched that massive influence, and now the influence within his heart, the primary one, is Azurin. So instead, he might be a bit cold because Azurin is the judge that sits over everyone.
Yeah, I was going to ask, actually, if we want to do a third choice.
That's going to be, I think, the third choice. Okay, so the second one is, basically, she finally has someone who is decent to fall in love with. And he, in turn, is with the most beautiful woman in the world who no longer needs to be dark. This is loosely the he can fix her option. First one is she's tainted. Second was he can fix her, because really he can. The next one is perhaps a darker, more horrible option. Option number 3 is he becomes aloof. He becomes like Azurin, this divine entity that sits upon the throne and is insular and elf-focused only, and does not look to the greater world in any way at all. And Morathi is left loving a statue. Something that can in no way reciprocate everything that she feels, because we know that's her core character trait. So our second one will be that the loss of Cain, in some respects, has imbalanced him. But Azurin sits on the peak. No, let's not say imbalanced. That's not quite right. Has distanced him from the standard elven condition.
Separates him.
It separated him and made him much less elfy because of this. He has become cold. So option number 3 is Aenarion becomes cold. That gives 3. What do you think? Do you think we can get another one out of this? Because it'd be nice to have 4 to get our complete poll. So the question
honestly,
is,
I think those are 3 very good options. I feel like a 4th would just kind of be splitting off one of those.
Option number 1 is going to be Morathi is tainted.
Yep, that's what I put.
Option number 2 is Aenarion can fix her. Option number 3 is going to be Aenarion is cold.
So I want to point out this comment.
What anything else in that one?
So Siri Esco says, I'd like an option for Morathi to leave because he's changed. I would say if you go with the third option, this is a very realistic thing that might happen down that route.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but elves are so passionate that I think that there would, I think she would probably stay, because they're broken, our elves. The elven character is so unlike human characters.
What I'll say is that regardless of which path you choose, Morathi is going to do things. Don't get this twisted. Now, depending on which version you pick, she's going to do very different things. But if your goal is to put her as distant from him as possible, that would probably be more the third option.
That'd be the third option, because they are not going to be working. The second option is they work together. The first option is she's effectively working against him. And the third option is that he has become something different, which is not unknown for elves.
I think he flipped 1 and 2.
What did I say there? First one would be she's working against him, and the last one,
you said the other way. On accident.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we all good? We start that on 3. Away. Let's fire it away on 3.
And then we have a whole bunch of super chats to get through, so we're gonna move quick.
Okay, I really like that one. That's a super cool setup, everyone.
Oh yeah. Tyrant 25. Let's say the Great Maw hits slightly off from where it is, and the Maelstrom emerge underneath the vortex. What would happen? That's like dividing by 0. I don't know. Some fucked up shit would happen. That would be weird.
That would be pretty fucking mental. That's what that would be.
Yeah, that would just be a fucking mess. What if I throw
that's a super cool what if?
What if I throw the Big Bang into a black hole? I don't know. Kobo, if Aenarion had lived, the Sundering would have happened sooner, and it would have ended in Nagara's favor. That is a potential route we might end up going.
That is a potential route, depending on what you choose from the various options.
I know exactly how I think we're going to get there, but we'll see.
I know what I would do to get there, but that doesn't mean that the routes that we're going to choose will take us there. We might end up, because of the choices that you make out there through the course of the stream, in a place I would never have taken it. It's why I enjoy the what ifs, because it's not what if what we think would happen, it's what if will happen according to your choices.
Psych, one gripe I have with Tyrion Techless Trilogy is Calor says he was worse at chess than Aenarion. When Aenarion treated the Chaos Inversion as a personal chest pumping gym bro, I'm built different. He is. Well, okay, so to be fair to Aenarion was in many ways a genius tactician. Like, he was very good at, because he could only be in so many places at once, but he managed to clear all of Ulthuan of demons pretty effectively. Which meant he had to be very, very good at what he was doing. And he was. It would make a lot of sense that he would be an incredible tactician.
I agree. And Aenarion is extraordinary. And I don't think that can be lessened as we're making our choices through this. And as we make ourselves step by step through the version of history that we're going to build for this one, always keep in your mind at the back of your heads that Aenarion is this, and I don't have a gripe with that. I think this makes sense. Calidor was clever, but he wasn't, and he's a genius in many respects. The best at magic pretty much there is. But Aenarion is wily. He's much more than just clever. He's much more than just simply 1 + 1 = 2. He's someone who looks at all and says, I'm not going to play by your numbers. I'm going to do something else. Which makes Aenarion, if anything, much more dangerous.
Yeah, and I will say the reason that a lot of people I think might get that vibe is you have to keep in mind that for the Cataclysm, one of the big things about the demons that was so problematic is that the leaders, the demon princes and the greater demons and stuff, were borderline unstoppable for a bit. And Aenarion was the first thing that could actually go up against these practical gods during the Cataclysm time and beat the shit out of them.
Totally. And I will also note, if your vote isn't getting its way just now, go check over on the other channel, okay, whether it's Twitch or YouTube for you, and vote in the way that you want over there, because at the moment, YouTube's pretty heavy on one.
Yeah, Twitch is almost the exact same. Time's running out, so if you haven't voted, hurry up and vote, because your vote could still make a pretty significant difference. Donoman, well, one of the questions be, does Draupnir survive as well? We already did that. Draupnir did survive, and Draupnir is alive, and he is with him, which is why Aenarion so far, y'all have been putting Aenarion on a pretty bright,
you've been putting him in a good place. Yeah.
Yeah. Which genuinely amuses me, because that's not what I expect of y'all. I wasn't expecting
this. This isn't the outcome I was expecting. I was expecting some dark shit coming, but so far we've got an interesting story building.
Cat's coming off that Alariel stream like, I just want happy feels. I just want to be
totally.
happy.
The Alariel stream was grim.
Sign of the Emperor. How would you deal with the fact that his children with the star will say by Durthu? That's coming up. That's coming up very soon.
Yeah, it's pretty much the next thing we're going to be discussing, because it's about to hit.
Yeah, the children of the Everqueen will be returning shortly. David Whitfield, if Aenarion survives, he forms Muga. Make Ulthuan great again. Take that as you will.
In fact, I think that there is no doubt, David. As ridiculous as that is as an amusing side comment, it is going to be the case. Aenarion is absolutely focused upon the elves, and they will be built back up.
I feel like creating organizations using the first letter of words is, to me, that feels like a very human thing.
It really does.
An elf thing. Necromancer Cobalt, a question about this. What if you may or may not have thought to add, would the high dark wood elves be created eventually? Nope, that is definitely very much on our minds. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting question in particular, because we've got a host of elves that have yet to wander the world. There is no Athaloran elves at the moment. We're in a very different place, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Man, drink time!
Could you make a dummy
thank
hole?
You so much.
We could absolutely make a Dawi hole. That's something we may well do at some point. All right,
actually, that could be quite a good one, because there's a bunch of holes that are definitely out there, but we've got a definite answer over on this side.
Over we got both. It's the exact same on both. So
how strong is it on your side?
60% roughly.
Yeah, 53% over on YouTube, which says Aenarion can fix her.
So we got the happy ending. Aenarion comes home and
well, for the moment, we are after all at the end of the Cataclysm. We've got a ton of shit ahead of us.
True. We're skewing towards a surprisingly positive route.
Yeah.
Don't worry though, we have plenty of time to fuck it up, guys. Because this is Warhammer after all. So Aenarion comes home and he's still an elf. He has not been so dominated by Asuran. Maybe with the vortex in the world, with magic lessons, Asuran's influence is not as strong as it once was even. And Aenarion is more elfy than one might expect. He's actually comes home with the mood of, I have not been good to you, and I should be better. Of actually paying attention and acknowledging.
Oh my God, she's going to be so starry-eyed.
She is, Morathi's going to be even more head over the heels, which is going to have some implications that y'all might not have considered.
Yeah, I've got the Aenarion I always wanted. But is it?
Yeah, is it? We'll see.
Yeah.
So Aenarion is home now, and he has a wife who still has a very interesting relationship with various things. She's still the most powerful dark magic wielder in the world. He still knows things that people would never even think to ask about chaos and demons and other such entities. She still is so close to Cain that Cain gave her the secret to make the cauldrons of blood.
Yep.
And attain immortal youth.
And the fact that that's the case in many respects, I think makes me agree with your choice, which is that she's not lost to chaos. Because if she was, the gods themselves wouldn't have given her the things that they did. What she is instead is someone that believes that she's above chaos. She thinks she's better than it. She has a towering elven arrogance that cannot be matched by any mortal of any other
Now she's
species.
got a husband who's reinforcing those feelings.
And she's got a husband who loves her, who does nothing more than reinforce her towering arrogance. Plus, I think even if we are going with the he can fix her route, which I think is beautiful. It's a lovely story. It's not the story I would have probably gone with, but I am delighted we are doing it. We are going to have a figure in Aenarion who is going to be almost scared of what he once was, now walking a very different path in his life. He is the ultimate expression of what it is to be king, to stand as judge over his people, to bring prosperity. He is now the divine creator, because that's what effectively Azurin is, the divine creator of the world, and he is going to build a better Ulthuan. As much as that may be somewhat ridiculous as a previous comment, I think it's accurate. And at his side, he's got Morathi, who not only supports her husband in everything that he does, but actively pushes him to do more, because she is, at her heart, arrogant and, to a degree, power hungry. She always has been. She's always looked for more. Now, she doesn't necessarily think she should be ruling. She's more of the vizier type, but she's definitely a character who is always looking for more. And that sits at the heart of who she is, because she's on the darker aspect. Now, this is where I think we have to make a decision. And this is a big one. And I'm going to play a decision out here that you might not necessarily expect. But I think it's an enormous one that we need to decide. It's clear that there are elven avatars of a variety of stripes across the world that were trying to push back chaos. One of those was arguably the first of them, Azuran, who appeared in the form of Aenarion. And there was a bunch of others probably too. Some of them probably died. Things went wrong with some. It was chaos, cataclysm. It was awful. Is Morathi one? And that needs to be answered. The core obvious answer is not necessarily the one that I'm going to argue, but she's most certainly dark aspected. She's from one of the underworld gods. She's from that side of the elfin pantheon, if she is. But if that is the case, then that means that we have a king and a queen of the elves on that side with an avatar, and the Ever Queen on the other side, who's also an avatar, because his daughter is about to return. And when she returns, Yvrain, his daughter, is an avatar of Isha. She is a goddess made manifest. Now, do we want to do the same for Morathi? If we go with the official storyline, the answer is probably yes, actually. It's yes. The answer is yes.
According to the end time, she is the incarnation of Hecate. The mistress of magic, and that absolutely makes sense. She completely would be. But do we decide this is the case for our version of her? If the answer is yes, then we have ourselves a dark aspect on one side, Hecate, a light aspect on the other, Isha, and standing between them,
we have Azurin sitting on the throne of the Phoenix King, which makes for an interesting setup. If you like that setup, go for it. If you would rather she's just an elf and instead she's power hungry and perhaps the power disparity will create some interesting stories, let's go with that instead. But is Morathi an avatar? I think that's an
do you
important thing for us to decide.
Do you want to offer up any potential avatar options, or do we just want to say if yes, she's Hecate?
I think if she is, we decide Hecate. It makes the most obvious option.
I'm totally cool with that.
I think it's obvious. I could argue authority. I could argue a couple of others, in fact, as I think on it. But I think Hecate is the obvious answer because that's the one that already sits. Do we effectively have the not? And I'm going to make this clear. We are not making a power couple here. We are making a power triumvirate because there's also the daughter. Because she is the light side, which means that we basically have the entire Mandela of the elves represented here in some fashion with its ruling class. And we are also, as a smaller side, because I've not put the poll up yet, so I can put in a little extra tweak to this if you want it. We're basically deciding that elven avatars of their gods are a thing that will be a thing for this version of the elves, which means that all of the elven gods at some point will be manifest across Ulthuan in a variety of ways, which is interesting for what we're building. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. We're going to run this one a little shorter. So go ahead. Go
avatar.
Vote quick.
I quite like this.
Oliver, would a non-fighter gain the S of K?
Uh-oh. Kane,
Oliver,
so I'm presuming would gain the something of Kane's power.
What a non-fighter gains. Yes, it doesn't matter what kind of person you are. The Sword of Kane will adapt to you. That's what makes it a lot of it much more sinister than it initially appears.
You are going to become a manifestation of war, whether you want it to be the case or not.
Yeah, so like a powerful wizard would probably see like a staff or a wand or something appropriately curtailed to them. Just
Holy
like how
this poll is skewed.
Yeah, I'll wait for like another maybe 30 seconds.
It's pretty skewed, but let's see if we can get over 100 votes at least before we call this one. In fact, we just hit 100 already.
Is it possible that Astariel and Durthu had a romantic relationship? Go watch our Durthu stream. The answer is probably yes, especially because for elves that's not as big of a deal.
It's not as big of a deal. We've got to remember the monogamy is not normal for elves. It's normal for humans because of their very short lifespans. Elves live for much longer.
Yeah, from what I know, she seemed more compatible / happier with Durthu than Aenarion. Now, that's an interesting opinion.
It's a super interesting angle, and I think that this could be argued.
Yeah, and go check out our Durthu Lorebeards stream. That was a really good one. Christopher Clayton, can a Phoenix King not be Aaron? Not be Aaron? Nope. Well, there wouldn't be enough.
Not be screwed.
Aenarion is an Elric clone. He keeps it.
He keeps the sword. Yeah, well, sadly, our version of Aenarion isn't, although that temptation is always up there in the north.
Okay, I have to skip to this one because it made me laugh. Morathi, you can't fix perfection, but I do love my Annie.
I approve, Morathi.
Morathi is Avatar of Hecate fits. Yes, and that is what we're doing. So, polls over.
Polls clearly over. It's heavily skewed to yes. So what we have on the Elven throne at Ulthuan is the Phoenix King, who is married to the Avatar of Hecate, and the return of his daughter, who will very quickly become the Ever Queen. And over in Avalorn, where she will be ruling, the other side, she'll be ruling with Isha, because she is, after all, the avatar of Isha, within her, meaning that we have already got 3 of the gods now leading the elves. I think that we don't even need to pull the next part. Over the course of the first years of the elves as they rebuild, the gods for the elves return. But they don't return as they were before. They're not coming into the world. They literally can't because of Azurin. Are banned from it. There is no way they can turn up. There's only one god that has proper dispensation, and that's Ladriel. Whatever version of Ladriel you want to go with. So we don't have gods wandering around, but we do have their avatars, which means that whoever eventually leads the Tower of Hoth is likely an avatar of Hoth. But I'm going to argue isn't, because if we're going down this route, I'm going to suggest that Calidor is the avatar of Hoth. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Everything that he's done and everything that he does suggests that he is. He did something impossible. He created a vortex that even the Slan themselves go, what the fuck did he do? Holy
that
shit
also
balls.
is slightly ominous that the avatar of the aspect of wisdom is not around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's a key component of the story that we're possibly going to be telling. It means that whoever sits on top of the eventual equivalent of the White Tower of Hoth is never really going to be an avatar of that particular god. Instead, we'll have different manifestations, perhaps an avatar of Lilith or something similar sitting on that particular throne. She is, after all, the moon goddess of magic as well, but it hasn't got the wisdom, which is a very different thing. Makes arguably foolish choices. But we're looking at a version of Ulthuan where all of the kingdoms are in place, and each of those 10 kingdoms are ruled by powerful elves. And these elves make our modern version of elves look weak by comparison. Because, well, they kind of are.
Yeah. So I think this is a moment where we have a couple major developments. Obviously, as we said, the children have returned. And Aenarion is delighted that his children have returned. There's a bit of a tragic irony to it in many ways. Now, Morathi probably is a little less overjoyed about the return of these children from a different woman that she never got to know.
She's ambitious. She never wanted her child to be Everqueen, so there's no loss there. Morelian becomes the champion of the Everqueen because that's what happens, and I'm quite happy with continuing that as his story. He protects his sister. Their father is still alive and is a divine aspected Azuran type figure, and is a father quite unlike what he was previously. In fact, arguably no, because when they knew him, he was what he was before. He's exactly the father they knew.
Yeah, he would just be probably more broken and sad.
Yeah, exactly. He's been broken by war because
they would have missed out on all the Cain stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So they come back to a father who is battle weary, and almost certainly will talk to his daughter a lot, and perhaps even get healed to a degree in a way that he wasn't previously. In that he can speak to the daughter that he thought was dead, can speak to the son that he thought was dead. It's a very different version of Aenarion than I think I would have gone for, and I kind of love this. And Draugnir's still alive, almost certainly asleep, probably down in Calador, because the magic has gone from the world and the dragons are no longer stomping about all over the place. But we purposely went for a version where Draugnir can be summoned and he can fly around the world, the dragon can be awakened, the old rituals can be enacted to bring that dragon back to its, well, position as a potential teleport me around the world option. Wow.
We do have, of course, that there is a bit of an interesting power pull, I think, that would be the situation of Ulthuan, of the southern kingdoms being far more heavily, or the inner kingdoms, actually probably more realistically,
the inner kingdoms and
being
the outer
very
kingdoms
heavily being very influenced by the Everqueen, and the outer kingdoms being very influenced by Morathi in a lot of ways. And having this development of the Everqueen trying, I think
I would probably say it's not Morathi. Morathi is a figure who is the goddess of magic, because that's the choice that we've made. And she, by her nature, is someone who bitterly thinks everything has to be done. Anything that has to be done will be done. She's dark magic incarnate in many ways, but she's not a leader. She's not someone who pushes. You'd be looking for probably another character, perhaps the Pale Queen, or one of the other gods over on that side would almost certainly be rising to power, and they would have a manifest version of that amongst the elves who would be driving for a particular outcome.
The outer kingdoms would probably be a bit more of like balanced elves, whereas the inner kingdom would probably be a little bit more Aesir.
Yeah, I think actually I'm quite happy with the darker gods being on the outside and the lighter gods. Your Kadai being on the middle, your Kairathai.
Yeah, because Ashuran would say we maintain the balance.
Yeah, I think it's very possible with our new version that he may move his court up into the Annuli.
Well, that'd be interesting to be closer to where there's more magic.
Yeah, in fact, I think we could even argue a Lothern option as well, where he moves it down and he stands in the middle. Because he'd be up to or over by Safari and sitting in the mountains up by the shrine of Azuran. Basically, he's looking for somewhere where he can say, I stand on the dividing line, the annuli of mountains so filled with magic. I stand in the middle, and on one side we've got one court which is responsible for defending outside. On the other side we've got the other court which is responsible for our heart. So you've got the warriors on the outside, those who, on the underworld gods, they are the ones that bitterly believe believed that they had to fight against chaos with all of their power, and the others bitterly believed that they had to stick to Azurin's rules.
Yeah,
and they both went very different directions.
I still like that because that allows Nagaroth to still remain a very pro-Kane kingdom.
Yeah.
As his influence heads south. And
yeah,
you still have your kingdoms very heavily influenced.
Yeah, and we can have ourselves
like
a very darkly
aspect.
Huge
for the sailors and like all these other things. So
the
underworld gods are still very major in the outer rings.
Yeah, that works really well.
So our next big
but we
thing
have a
is
completely different elven setup, and I think that we're arguably settling approximately almost 100-year skip unless you've got something you need to deal in this.
No, I think I'm ready for us to head to the colonies.
Yeah, I think we've got probably at least a 100-year skip as the elves settle, and what we have here is the inner kingdoms building upon the Kadai, the heavenly aspected gods, and creating effectively a perfection. And the outer kingdoms are the much more warlike elves, those who worship and are associated with the underworld gods, the Kairathi. So I think that's perfect. I think we've got a beautiful version of the elves. There's no dark elves, there's no light elves, there's no high elves, there's no wood elves, there's no up, there's no down, there's just elves. And the gods are represented across all of Ulthuan. It's not a matter of if you're in the Outer Kingdoms, you're only interested in Ulthuan, pardon me, in Mathlan or Kane or whatever. No. It's not like that. They have an entire mandala of gods. It's just that different gods have got different places where they influence more heavily. Doesn't mean that the other gods aren't present. All of them, for example, will have manifestations of folks who are following in the footsteps of Azurin, who basically counsel balance, where you have others who are counseling, no, we have to go to war. Others counseling, no, we have to stay isolated and separate from everyone else. War is bad.
I think we have one last thing we have to deal with in Ulthuan before we move on.
What's that?
Which is that Ulthuan is stabilized. Aenarion's moved his capital, and all the princes gather now that things have calmed down and rebuilding and stuff. And he has his big council meeting with all the princes and princesses and the archmages, with Marathi standing to one side and the Everqueen standing to the other, Malekith and Morellian. Malekith in front of his mother, and Morellian in front of the Everqueen. Once again, perfectly balanced. And they have the discussion of what do we do about the vortex?
Yeah, I think that we need to decide. And I'll make a couple of pitches for both sides. So you can decide out there what you think's the better option. On one side, we've got the vortex has to come down. This is what is disempowering the elves. We should be more than we currently are. We are weak shadows of what we once used to be. Our magic is thin, exceedingly thin. It just doesn't have the same power it had before. The winds of magic, this frippery, is nothing in comparison to the pure magic that we had before. If you want to view it in a different light, you could view it almost as if they could every single last one of them, without any problem at all, deal with high magic with ease, instead of it being the exceedingly complex type of magic that becomes in later times. Color magic doesn't even really exist to them in terms of what they think is appropriate. It's so weak, but this colory weak magic that's frippering around is all the threads that they've got to hold on to. And it's a little bit like an adult gripping onto a single thread, where beforehand they had ropes that they could pull themselves up with. So argument number one, the vortex has to come down, which means that we need to have a world where the vortex can come down, or we need to be prepared for the world we will create when that vortex comes down. Option number two, the vortex, for all I fucking hate it, is absolutely necessary. This is what keeps the world safe. Because we have the vortex, we no longer have to deal with demons and gods wandering over the world. All we need to deal with is the mortal battles. And those are battles because our gods are with us that we will win. I think this is an equally compelling argument. Don't go for option one purely because you think, oh yeah, let's make power elves. Option two, for many, will be core. This is the Kalador argument. Aenarion's core first argument, and I would argue Marathi, the darker side, would say war. We can do this. The other option is, no, it will keep it a material war, not an etheric war. We'll keep it material, we can control that. Or option number three, is there something else we can do? Can we keep the vortex up? or take it down? Something else? Got anything you think you could put it as an option 3?
Yeah, so I think the big ones that I would say is I think I could land on 4. I think I'd land on 4 options.
Oh, excellent.
The first one would be that the influence of Morathi is very, very strong, with Hakardi being an influence within her that is pushing strongly for we take down the vortex as soon as possible. We bring it down very quickly, and we prepare and we dominate. The second option, and this is the elves must go to war with much of the world very quickly. The second option would be, no, we must defend the vortex. It is crucial. This is the future. We must defend it, which I think is going to push us towards the elves they're going to settle and they're going to start to expand. They're going to start expanding to the colonies because the world is now their oyster. It's a material world.
This is the material option.
Girls. Yeah. And then the third option, I think, would be that they come to a decision that they will take down the vortex in the long run, but delay for now. It's not time yet. We need far more time to prepare. Maybe in a millennia, we come back to this. Maybe in every 1,000 years, we'll come back. But we need to know more about the world. We need to figure out what's going on out there. We need to understand what chaos is capable of and how to defeat it. We need to understand the gates better than we do, especially because Kalador's gone. We need more information.
Vanished, yeah.
We need more info.
Okay, so that would give us 3 options. Option number 1 is it goes down and we get Kalador back. He is going to be pissed, but hey, we've got Hoeth. Hey! Option number 2 is it goes down much later. We take our time. We have got life on our side because we are the chosen of the gods, and we can live pretty much forever. And we can choose our time. Or option number 3, it stays up regardless. I am Azuran, and regardless of the arguments that are put before me, I counsel balance. And my balance says it stays up. What is done, and we will, as a species, materially defend what we have, not etherically. So go down much later, or stay up. Does that sound like
I have one final possible one. If you don't want to
another one. I do like another one.
The last possible one, in my opinion, would be they come to a stalemate. So both sides argue very fervently. The Everqueen says we should leave it up. The Morathi says we should take it down. It gets ugly. It's an ugly argument. Ashuran maintains his position as the balanced thing, doesn't make a decision, and although they do not decide to take it down, it's kind of left as I would say almost delayed.
I changed it slightly for exactly the same result. In fact, I wouldn't change it at all for exactly the same result.
Just word it better.
I will change the wording to, does Aenarion decide? There we
go. The judge rules.
So Aenarion decides, the vortex goes down. So he listens to everything and chooses that. Does Aenarion decide we will basically take our time? Does Aenarion decide it stays up? Or does Aenarion not decide? As in, he just sits as Azuran did in the past and falls on no side and lets his people bicker.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. My poll's up. Launchers as soon as it's ready. And then we have a shitload of super chats we got to run through.
Holy crap balls. This is an interesting one. I'm interested to see what you all choose.
Yep. Elijah, so I suspect the draining of magic might induce a clarity that would not should the vortex have failed. That's how I read his original decision. It's interesting. It might provide more. It might allow Aenarion as Aenarion to shine through more and influence his personal takes. But I think this will actually be something that we could see going forward. We have. I
just want to bring up one point because it's so accurate. Let them bicker. Very elf-like. So true. Elves are very passionate and bickery sometimes.
We've got Ricky Chapman. We love the image. We love the image of the two of you as Greater Demons of Tzeentch making changes in the timeline.
You're going to redo your poll?
Nah, they're fine. They can live
without. Which one did you not do?
I missed the
last of the 4.
I missed the go down much later. So
okay,
if y'all vote heavy enough into go down, then
I've got go down much later as the only option, and go down is only 6%.
Yeah. So
so the go down much later is heavy.
Yeah, so
that's
I'm fine with those being essentially.
Okay, cool. I'm fine too. So choose if you want it to be go down much later, just choose go down over on Twitch.
And Chapman, yes. Listener Chris, do you think Aenarion fought with the dragon children? Do you think the Emperor would have told him pass on? We'll get to that.
We're going to be getting to that soon, I think.
We are literally about to hit meeting other races. Dinoman, are we sure that returning the sword would change Aenarion back? It would be interesting. Returned it and his darkness remained at least so far. It will. The Curse of Cain is still affecting him.
The Curse of Cain is still there. What we have is somebody who is possessed with the power of a god. And I think that curse is going to manifest in one fashion or another. And in time, it's going to almost manifest. I mean, it's almost certain to manifest as a lack of direction, and that he will stop judging. Because ultimately, that's what his curse is going to be, I think.
Yeah, make sure you vote, by the way, if you haven't already. This is the first one I've actually seen Twitch and YouTube disagree on. Twitch is actually very heavy in a very different direction, which is cool.
Which direction is Twitch going
Twitch is very heavily in. Aenarion stays out of it.
Interesting. Will not be decided upon. I think that definitely should influence his character, even if we don't end up on that vote.
Yeah, so we'll. But
we got a lot of votes on YouTube.
Make sure you vote.
Vote. Still half of you haven't voted yet. So if you haven't voted yet, do the click.
How does Celestial Dragon Emperor? We'll get to him. Don't worry.
We're going to be getting to him. Don't worry, Tech.
CDE is coming. Worry not. Dylan Schroeder, these what ifs are fantastic because I love what you guys try to rationalize chess choices. The story forward. Well, thank you. It's super. Hey, it's fun,
super fun
for us
Dylan. Too. We really love this.
All right, and that is time.
Okay, so on our side, it's 48% and go down much later, and second is will not be decided on 27%.
Twitch chat said Aenarion should do nothing at 73%.
Heavy. Ooh. Okay, so how many are on that vote approximately? Because it's an interesting one.
It's about 25 people.
Okay, cool. Okay, we've got like about 160, 170, I think. Over
so
this side.
I would say that's enough that we maybe mod it just a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think that I think we can use this to make a call, and by that I mean, I think that this version of Aenarion is going to it's going to go down much later, and that's almost the same as not making the call.
Yeah, that is almost the same.
What he's saying is, I think it has to come down because it's always been his argument. Aenarion's argument has always been, I think it should come down. But upon listening to everyone around him, he goes, but we can't do it yet. If we do, we will endanger the world. We can't allow that to occur. Azurin's glimmering jewel that was created by the god will be destroyed, and we can't allow that to occur. So what we will do instead is we will build for the world where that is coming down. We are the custodians and the guardians of this. It is us that put it up, and it is us that will bring it down. And when it comes down, we will be ready. So that's basically the commandment. We are now to prepare the world for the destruction of the vortex.
Yeah, so the elves are preparing for the long war. This is interesting. Okay, this is very interesting.
Super fun. But we also have a very strong idea of he doesn't make a decision. And I think this is where we very heavily imply where his Curse of Cain is going to come in. And that is ultimately he is going to reach a point where he stops making decisions. He's the king who doesn't decide because he's the judge who will not judge. Much like Azurin himself did in the past. Go elves! Much like Azurin himself, hi Lindsay, did in the past, he chooses not to involve himself because it should be dealt with by the mortals. And in some respects, we might end up moving towards a tragedy using that. So we should keep that on the back burner as we move on. I think that makes for a good way of merging the two. What do you think?
I agree. And I think that this actually allows us to resolve the Ulthuan plot and start turning our eyes outwards.
I agree.
The sides are placated, where Marathi is kind of getting what she wants, and she's making her angles towards things. And the Ever Queen and those that want to protect the Vortex go, okay, well, we can at least kind of table this for a while, and we can work on some other things and try and understand the Vortex better. Because Kaldor, in Kaldor's defense, he didn't have a ton of time. It was a bit of a rush job in a lot of ways. So now we have Ulthuan turns outwards. The colonies are founded. The elves start to explore the world. The first elven explorers go to Lustria and have a really bad time, but come back with information.
Possibly have a slightly different time rather than bad because we're now dealing with gods.
True, but I don't think there would have been gotten to that initial incursion. or the initial exploration.
No, I don't think the initial exploration would have had them either, but I do think it's worth noting that we are dealing. I mean, Mathland's Avatar would almost certainly be out in the first tide.
Yeah, and I think,
and very possibly would be there. So we're going to have a very different set of first meetings, and they're possibly going to go very bad in some fronts.
So we have
know,
three,
for example, what Cathay thinks of the gods.
Yeah, we have three big ones that are going to happen that we're going to decide on right now. The first big one that we have is they encounter the Lizardmen.
Yep.
The elves go to Lustria. The initial exploration, due to disease and stuff, probably has some issues. They come back and say there's stuff going on there. And now a big expedition goes because the elves they're not nearly as crippled. They have an avatar who can go with them.
Yeah.
And
more than one potentially.
Yeah. And so the elves go to meet the Slán,
who think that the elves shouldn't leave Ulthuan to make sure that we very much understand we're going to get our actual conflict here as well.
Yeah, the very first thing any elf heard a Slán say after the Cataclysm ended was Lord Tenukli looking at them and saying they should not be here. That's literally the very first thing that was ever said to them. And I think the Slán are going to still have that same opinion. You shouldn't be here.
Definitely. Yeah, so I think our first, we're going to have to decide how it sort of falls out, but our first encounter with the Lizardmen, it's clearly going to be conflict, because we have two conflicting views here. View number one is, loosely speaking, the Old One plan, which is Ulthuan stays for elves, the rest of the world is not for elves. And the Lizardmen, when they're encountered, largely sort of think this, but they are shattered in the same way that the elves are kind of shattered too. This is sometime afterwards, but we are dealing with a different set of elves at the core here. We're not dealing with elven children who are trying to deal with a world they don't understand. We're dealing with elves who survived the Cataclysm, some of whom remember what it was before. So some of them are aware of the Lizardmen and possibly don't like the control that there was once held by the old ones. The elves are arrogant and extremists, so I have no reason to believe they would not be considering conflict as a core idea, particularly if we are deciding that these elves believe that they have to prepare the world for what comes next. And the Lizardmen are just not going to be interested in this. Are they?
I think.
I mean, you're looking at anti-chaos.
I think there are three interesting options here because of the figures that are involved. The big one that I think is that the elves genuinely try to bring the Lizardmen on board. That they focus very hard on trying to open a form of diplomacy and to influence the Lizardmen through their own means, as difficult as it is. But they try and maintain a relationship with the Lizardmen, which can be done, even if it is a slow and plodding thing. The second option, I think, is that they come upon Lustria, and with the gods themselves beside them, the gods say to them, they have weapons. They have knowledge. They have things we need. If we're going to take down the vortex and defeat chaos, we need what the Lizardmen have and are jealously guarding. We must go to war. We must take from the children of the old ones the things that they clearly do not understand.
Catch them when they're weak.
Yeah, and take what we need from them.
Aggressive. So again, we can build this up as well. On one side, we've got the Aenarion route, diplomacy. The next side, we have got the war route, which is very much the Kairos gods.
Yeah, and then the third option, I think, would be the ones that would say the Lizardmen are performing their role. They are working against chaos in their own ways. Leave them to it.
Yeah,
we should focus our efforts elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's a good split, because then you've got yourself. Yeah, you've got the Cathari gods going one way, the Karai going the other, and then Aenarion sitting in the middle. Yeah, that gives us a perfect split between them. In fact, I think possibly for our polls from this point onwards, we should always do them in threes.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it very much matches what the elven character is at the moment. So diplomacy, war, or ignore. Yeah, I like that.
Diplomacy, war, or ignore. That's nice. I like that.
I like that one quite a lot. That's a super interesting one. I popped my poll up. So you've got elves versus lizardmen. Diplomacy, war, or ignore. If we go with diplomacy, we might end up with nothing at the end. It's the Aenarion route. If we go with war, it's time to go to town with them. The the Outer Kingdoms, the Morathis of them, the Malarians of them are very much going to be at the core of what happens next. If we're going with ignore them, we're going with the Everqueen's route, what she would prefer. She would prefer peace, where we do not interrupt with what they're doing. We would rather do our own thing. What are you going to go with?
Do keep in mind the diplomacy option is not a freebie. There are investments that have to be made. There are efforts that have to be spent.
And potential war as well, because diplomacy doesn't necessarily turn out the way you want.
Trying to talk with and awaken the Slann is a very long, hefty process. It doesn't happen in a nutshell. It's going to result in our elves investing more heavily into Lustrian colonies, Nagaroth colonies, trying to build up forces in that part of the world, thinking that the Lizardmen are a very strong friend to have. They know a lot about chaos. They know a lot about the things that came before us. We need them on board. But that you may also say, no, we need to focus on the old world. We need to focus on things that are going to happen with the dwarves and what's going to happen with humanity and all this other stuff. The Lizardmen, leave them alone. They're doing their own thing. Like, you have some pretty interesting options. I'm going to try and grab a couple of super chats here real fast. Pyra, if Asherin is among the most powerful of gods, as the king of the gods, and Aenarion is his avatar, why can't Asherin just will the curse away? Okay, so because it's another god, it's not anything to do with being the most powerful. It's about their roles. It's what they do. You could argue Cain's the most powerful god because he's really good at war, but he's not very good at being fertile. He's not the goddess of fertility. He's not the god of the other things. Azurin's the judge, the ultimate expression of the divine creator that sits above all other gods. That doesn't mean he's the most powerful. It just means that his word is law and others can't break it. In the same way that Cain's word is war and others can't stop it. Each of the gods have got their own capabilities. It would be super easy to try and tier them like that, but I think that would be wrong. It's just that Azurin, as an etheric entity, has certain things that he does because he's that god, and the other gods can't get round it. I'd also argue that Asherin wouldn't get involved. His usual choice is to not get involved. And I think Asherin would look at that as the judge and say, this is fair. You knew the warnings and you did it anyway. You've gotten what you deserve, genuinely.
Yep. Agreed.
Exaggerated swagger. Marathi is utterly unfixable. Don't even try, bro.
And I think that this is a fair point. And by that I mean Marathi will always be sitting on the other side, the Kaithari side of the pantheon, which means that she's always going to be what we often look at nowadays and say, oh, a dark elf. She's always going to be on that side. It's never not going to be that. But she is also absolutely beloved in this version by Aenarion, even though he knows that the relationship they once had was toxic and broken and he never really loved her. It's just she was so beautiful and so everything. His life was absolutely absorbed by her. But in this version, he comes to his senses post the Sword of Cain. He looks at her and goes, no, I have put the work, I caused the damage. I will move beyond this. But he's never going to fix her, as in make her a figure of balance like he is. She is always going to be Morathi. She is always going to be the avatar of Hecate.
Yep. Tebow, I've wondered for a while, since Sicardia is a goddess of magic, Lord Croak also taught magic to the elves. Did he teach a goddess how to be a goddess? No. The Slann did not directly interact with the gods. It's a more complex history than that. And it's also worth noting that Hecate taught them dark magic. Yeah. And it's very likely magic. Yeah, and it's more accurate that Lord Croak taught, like, I almost want to call them the ancestors of the elves, but like the very first little whittle babies that would become elves, but they were elves with no capitals. Hecate, during the Great Cataclysm, saw her people, the elves, that she absolutely loved so much that her heart broke, being broken, and it killed her. So she turned to everything that magic offered and went and took whatever it could give her, no matter how dark it might be, and thus became the dark magic option, a core component of her offerings. Okay, so over on this side, diplomacy gets a heavy 44%, followed by ignore and war, almost equal 29-27 split. So it appears that, according to YouTube at least, war is the better option. How's it over on Twitch? I think you mean diplomacy is a better option according to YouTube.
Diplomacy, pardon me, is the better option. You're right, I do.
Twitch chat actually went in favor of ignore, but not by a significant margin compared to the other two.
Okay, so then I think we can again loosely combine, because I don't want to have one chat have superiority over the other. Even
it was pretty close.
More numbers
on the Twitch chat.
So what I would suggest then is that we have our self issues, and diplomacy is decided to be the best route towards that. But a lot of that diplomacy is hand in hand with they don't want to be disturbed. They just don't want anything to do with us. So a lot of it is ignore, but it is ultimately a diplomatic solution because they're running according to the preferences of lizardmen, with always the idea that they will at some point push to get what they need.
I would say,
as they're heading towards a solution.
I would say the best way we can interpret this is that the elves invest in building colonies. They build colonies on the Isthmus of Pahawks. They build colonies where we know they did traditionally, but there's more. There's more elven influence around Lustria that every once in a while just kind of pokes and prods at the Slann to try and get responses from them.
Yeah, so their first diplomatic overtures just fall on deaf lizardman ears, as you would expect. So what they do instead is they basically go, well, I know you don't want us to spread. Fuck yeah, we're going to anyway, because our goal is to effectively dominate the world in such a fashion that when we bring down the vortex, we're in a position that we can defend it. And if you're not with us, you're not necessarily against us, but you're most certainly not helping.
Yeah, you can stay.
This is going to come.
You can stay in your sand pit and pout.
Yeah, and one day we're going to do this no matter what you think. So be aware it's coming, because I think there'll be an interesting part there just to finish off on this one, because the vortex isn't part of the plan anyway, probably. So, you know.
The Slann usually hilariously decide to end up reinforcing it after a while.
Of course they do, because Slann.
Yeah, because Slann go, you know what, anyway. So, all right, so we have our lizardman thing dealt with. But this isn't the only place the elves expand to. The elves also arrive over in the old world.
Old world.
And very quickly, Malekith goes and starts making a name for himself, fighting against the hordes of chaos, making Mom very proud and Dad proud, even though he's a little more reserved about such things, but sees his son doing good things, being a genuine hero. This is this is Malekith the hero.
Yeah, and he's not going to have just purely a arguably negative influence from his mother. He's going to have a broad influence, and the power plays aren't there. Marathi loves Aenarion. She doesn't want her son to replace him. She wants her son to support him.
Yeah, and I would say because of Chat's decision with Marathi, we don't have the formation of the pleasure cults.
Yeah, I agree.
Marathi is still an influence, and there are some darker aspects to her influence, but it's not the trying to manipulate a series of events that's going to lead to this.
Yeah, she's not trying to take control here. She doesn't need to. And you got to remember that the pleasure cults are often misnamed as Slaanesh cults. They're not. Many of the pleasure cults were cults to the gods that the High Elves didn't like later, as in the Kyrthi and similar. So Hecate was part of this, as were the Authority, as were others. These are gods that are openly accepted now by the elves, by the version that we've come up with. There is no pleasure cults going to be rising amongst the elves this time. In the same way, that doesn't mean that Slaanesh and the various other chaos gods aren't going to infiltrate and do their thing. It just means that Marathi's not at the heart of it. She might be, if anything, she might be the one policing against it, fully aware of how it works, fully aware of how they work in turn, and possibly even trying to use them for their own ends, because she has absolute arrogance.
We'll get to internal Ulthuan strife very shortly, but we're not there yet. So we meet obviously the forces of chaos. The elves shattered them, pushing them back. The elves have various avatars with them. Aenarion might even take to the field a couple times. The forces of chaos are getting absolutely shit kicked across the old world. Yeah. But then they run into something they did not expect. The dwarfs. I would say it's very likely the initial meetings would go down very similarly. Malekith is very likely to still be the first that meets the dwarfs and encountering them and building opening relations. However, relations might go different this time, because the elves that are meeting these dwarfs are not the same elves that have suffered in many ways and have a very cautious explorer's view of the world. These are elves that are trying to get shit done. These are elves that are swiping aside anything that's going to threaten their future plans to take down the vortex and defeat chaos. And they might see the dwarfs as problematic.
Yeah, how? Because we want to build a good story here. We're looking for what's the conflict? What sets them potentially off against each other? Because we've got ourselves the dwarves that we know have moved their way through the spine of the world in the World's Edge Mountains, and they have stood against chaos. And we have ourselves a Phoenix King who is the literal Phoenix King who was reborn. There's no passing over the torch or anything, who has been across the world and may even have encountered dwarves himself. And might possibly tell his son, they are over there. They were part of the war that we've just been out of. And, they hid under their mountains, they did whatever, but they are out there. So we possibly have an awareness of them already. What we need to do is, if we're looking for a contrary view to what seems almost obvious, that almost the same story plays out.
I've got an idea.
Yeah, what is it?
So, Malekith builds initial relations, things start going okay. And the time finally comes where Snorri Whitebeard demands to meet someone actually in charge. He is the High King. He will treat with his equal. And his equal is the Phoenix King.
Yeah, we've already gone, he's aloof and he's separate. I don't think he'll move. He won't leave Althuan.
And I think
the dwarves are stubborn.
Yeah, I think that could cause tensions. The idea of how... I think because they have their gods walk among them, the elves are going to have a very heightened form of arrogance that when going up against what the dwarfs are, could be potentially dangerous. Now, will it lead to like an all-out war? I doubt it, but relations might be much frostier than they were in the original story.
I think there's definitely something in that. The dwarfs are particularly stubborn. And when Snorri says, High King, I want to meet him. And they're like, what, Phoenix King? He doesn't. And he's like, why the fuck not? You arrogant motherfucker. What's up with your dad? Why won't he come and talk to me? Okay, I'm willing to meet him in neutral ground, perhaps at the coast or something similar. I'll travel. I expect him to travel too. Okay, we are equals. Why aren't you doing this? And poor old Malarian stroke Malekith is left with a rather difficult position, which is justifying his father's aloofness. Malekith himself is a very... in terms of the gods, he's the more dark aligned, but he's exceedingly charismatic. He always gets his way with everyone until he meets a dwarf who's like, come on, son. But we have a slightly different relationship here because we don't have an absentee father.
Yeah, Malekith still has his dad.
Yeah, he's still got his dad. So Malekith is arguably going to be more arrogant.
Yeah,
more
actually,
justifying his father's aloofness.
I can literally see the conversation being that Snorri's sitting there with his translators and ambassadors. They're all sitting in a room together, and Snorri says, your father must treat with me. We are equals. And the elves literally laughing and saying, he is a god. You are no god. And the dwarves taking genuine offense.
Yeah, I think that... I don't think we're heading towards the... Oh, piss off, silly little thing. Keep on popping up.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be War of Vengeance, but I do think it would be fuck you.
I think it would be... I think the benefits of Aenarion being gone that effectively created a brilliant relationship with the dwarfs to begin with, which when the Sundering came was so easy to manipulate into, the dwarfs will forever hate the elves, and instead going to turn into something much frostier. Two individual groups, neither of whom like each other very much. You've got the elves of the lowlands, who almost certainly are going to populate the old world, and you've got the dwarfs of the highlands, and the dwarfs trade, they do the stuff, but they just don't like them. They just don't. But what's the choice here? What do we get as a thing? 'Cause I think it's quite clear that Snorri and Malekith are going to meet up. We're going to have a very different relationship between them. We're not going to have the bros or the father figure relationship that we had before. Instead, we're going to have a distant father figure at the
I think I know how to pitch it.
So what is it? What's our question
I think the pitch would be, in spite of the change of circumstances, does this mutual war against chaos and the fact that they are both sons of gods still allow Snorri and Malekith to bond? Do they still...
I have an issue with that as a choice because everyone will say yes. because that is a bond that everybody likes. I mean, I think it's a great bond. I love it. And it feels too much like we're setting it up for more Friendship Hammer, where the 4 or 5 people who sit on the side go, no, will be pushed aside. I think we need to have a little bit more of a either or that's potentially, or on both sides. So I would go for, let's build a story instead. And here's the story. The dwarves and the elves don't get on very well. The elves are populating their way across the lowlands of the old world. The dwarves are in the highlands. We don't have all of the big, huge war that will come later in the War of Vengeance if you go with the real timeline. We instead have frostiness. And Malekith stands as the ambassador in the court. Snorri is constantly annoyed by him. But Malekith is just so silver-tongued. He's his mother's daughter. He's just so silver-tongued. Most of it is smoothed over. And we are going to deal with an external threat. This could be, for example, greenskins. It could be anything. Doesn't matter. But one of them's going to fall. Is it Snorri or is it Malekith? Okay, so what we're instead going to break this broship up. We're going to have the pair of them go to war with each other. Not with each other, but against an external foe, and it's going to change the relationship for these two species, because the dwarves and the elves will fight together begrudgingly against an external enemy, but they're going to lose one of their number. In this world, we will have either no Witch King or no White Dwarf. Which option do you go with? How does that sound?
I like it. I would...
Maybe the White Dwarf will come back because White Dwarf.
Yeah, I would add a third meaner option.
Okay, whoa, I love a third meaner option.
Which I think the meanest option would be that the dwarves did not come to help.
Oh.
Like, because relations were frosty, because the elves in their arrogance insulted the dwarves, that although they don't go to war, when this tide of greenskins, this wah comes crashing through the world, or this whatever it may be, and Malekith is attacked, that the dwarves do not answer. They go hide in their holes.
So if we go with that, that would give me these options to see if you agree. Malarian and Snorri, because I'm going with Malarian as the name because, hey, we should. Sure. Option number 1, Malarian saves Snorri and dies. Option number 2, Snorri saves Malarian and dies. Or option number 3, the dwarfs stay in their holds and Malarian dies.
I like it.
Oh, yeah. It's horrible. I love this. Okay, you all ready out there? You ready on your side?
Yep, go ahead and hit it.
This is a horrible one. Okay, because someone's going to die. The odds are on Malarian because he's in 2 of the options. Malarian saves Snorri, dies. Snorri saves Malarian, dies. Or, alternatively, the dwarves stay in their holds, cowards that they are, but, you know, they don't come out for anyone's business, and Malarian dies, which will leave a very pissed Phoenix King. Okay, so which one do we end up with? I can make a really cool story for all of these. I like this. I do like a little bit of uncertainty as to how these things are going to go. Oh, I've gone.
Yep, I know which one I would vote for. I'm curious what they're going to do. Okay, we got more super chats to run through, so I'm going to do this real quick. Scion, who would be Moray Heg, the only god who's neither Kadai or Kitharai?
So she is under certain circumstances, Kaitharai, and others she's not, and that is a question that we don't have an answer for, but we do in Lawhammer.
Yeah, and I don't think she
literally do in Lawhammer.
I want to say that the end times picked a really dumb option for her, so I don't even want to say it.
Just don't even go down that route.
But I will say that in this particular timeline, it wouldn't really be relevant. Strigoi Boy, what's with all these Paragon Shepherds? Full renegade, baby. I try not to be evil every day. IRL. No fun in my fantasy setting.
There is all manner of Paragon Shepherds playing today. But it's also worth noting that Paragon Shepherd is the standard that most people play. So it's not that surprising. Which is why I wanted to make this decision difficult.
To be fair, we've given y'all the ability to do so, but don't worry. things are getting stickier and stickier, and will only continue to do so as we're about to head forward. Chapter Grand, Aenarion becomes the avatar of Vol, not Assurin. Oh, as a what if? That would be very different.
That would be it's a different what if Marathi. I think that's actually interesting. It wasn't Marathi, was it? Was
that was Chapter Grim.
Chapter Grim, yeah. That could be interesting.
So I'm not an avatar, I'm a self-made egomaniac. There you go.
Who's to say that being an avatar doesn't mean she's entirely self-made? It doesn't mean that it wasn't, for example, in this case, a deal. It's these things do not need to be consistent.
Yeah, how avatars are formed should be very, very unique and messy.
Definitely, each god is different.
Donovan, Outer Kingdom could be influenced by Malekith as the avatar of Cain. Malekith becomes the avatar. Who knows? Maybe, depending on how things happen in this vote thing y'all are doing.
Yeah, I mean, if Malerion survives, that very well could be his outcome.
Hawk Ugly, Nagaroth Merchant. I sell Procane and Procane accessories. Thank you, Hank. I sell Procane and Procane accessories. Psych, Monkey Wrench time. Yvraine sues for the destruction of the Vortex, and Marathi sues for protection of the Vortex. Yvraine is less connected with the magic and is weaker because of it, whereas Marathi is Hikari's avatar and knows how to make do.
Interesting alternate view. And I definitely could make that argument too. I quite like that, Psych.
Elijah Snow, Malekith should be pro-Vortex. I mean, I think with the influence of his father on him, that might change his opinion.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think he's probably going to end up, assuming he even survives this, which I doubt because we put two options where he dies. But it seems pretty obvious that his father would strongly influence him. And his father, by our vote, is very much no.
Time!
Okay, what have you got on your side?
Ooh, this one was actually very close. I've got 43% Malerion saves Snorri and dies, 33% Snorri saves Malerion and dies, and then 24% Snorri abandons the elves entirely.
Okay, so on our side, slightly different. Snorri saves Malerion and dies at 40. Malerion saves Snorri and dies at 33, with the dwarfs at the bottom. So we've got a split between the two here, which suggests to me that it's super close.
Yeah, it's very close.
It's a horrendous battle. It's the first true massive incursion of greenskins. And Snorri and Malerion are arguably back to back, fighting off against the great hordes that are up against them.
A lot of people in chat are saying kill both of them.
You know, I'm not against that. I think there's something to that. See, if one survives, that means we've got someone to blame, which I always quite like. So that means you could have done one thing more if you'd lived. And these son of gods, which both of them sort of are, having them both fall, there's less of a story here because there's less for us to grip onto afterwards and say, what is the ramifications?
Let's just do this. Let's do a 2-minute poll. 2 minutes.
Yep.
Very short.
Yep.
Do both die or Snorri lives?
Okay, that sounds perfect to me.
Both die, yes, no.
And if you want both dead, let's do it. Okay, polls up.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes. That gives me enough time to get through like maybe 2 super chats. We stand friendship hammer in this chat. Thank you, Inquisitor Thomas. Jack Ruby, what happens to Takala, Giberian, and Samael? That's a great question that unfortunately I don't think we really have time to get into.
Because that is, Jack, it's such a good question. That's something we've sort of begun to tackle over on Lawhammer, though.
Total War Sharktooth Tribe got me thinking, would ogres do well in Lustria? Yes, actually, ogres do surprisingly well in Lustria. Yeah. Ogres adapt very well. They're a highly adaptive species.
Oh, it's a super close vote, this one. Like, super close. Like, super close. If you're sitting there just listening and you're not by the computer, now's the time to make your voice heard because you could make a significant difference if you all pull in. At the moment, both dying is just ahead. If you think that they should survive one or the other, then you're going to need to vote no now or it's going to be they're both dead.
Yep, and if you want to make sure they both die to make the situation as tragic as possible, then you better get in there too to make sure the no's don't catch up to you. Ricky Chapman, the elves try to fight the lizardman. The Slan dunks the donut underwater for a second to teach them a lesson. Thankfully, the Slan would not see that as part of the great plan. As funny as it would be to just imagine the whole island just going, oh, it's just real fast.
So again, in fact, I'm going to bring up a comment here because I think it's worth bringing. Hey, Eli, thanks very much for the comment. I'm so used to watching the video on demand, I forgot I could even vote. You can vote if you're watching live, and we have only had half of you who are on YouTube who've actually dropped your vote. So you can make a difference if you vote in these last 9 seconds.
It is functionally a 3% difference.
Yeah,
get on there and vote.
Super
it is
close.
So close. Both Twitch and YouTube are very, very close.
Oh, that's great. Maybe have you finished your one? Or is it still going?
It's finishing in about 10 seconds.
Ooh, 10 seconds left. Wait, vote. It's getting closer by an extra percent. Oh, I love this.
Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. And time.
It's super close. 52-48 on a Do They Both Die over on YouTube. If yes, how's it over on Twitch?
54%, 46%, yes.
So it's tragic. It's horrendous. Both the sons of gods die. It is a proper massacre, and because you've chosen that, the greenskins are on the rise and wipe out tons of the colonies. They wipe out holds. This is awful. You have chosen the old world is fucked by greenskins.
This is so perfect.
I love that.
Because this now ties into our Athel Loren. The elves flee to Athel Loren to escape the greenskins rather than the dwarfs.
It's an interesting one.
The forest now does what the forest promised it would do. Durthu's bargain needs to come to pass. Athel Loren claims a chunk, a hefty percentage of the children of Ulthuan from a bargain no one else knows that she made. That now comes to pass, which means that a giant amount of elves in Ulthuan are compelled to say, I need to go on a journey and leave.
Would they be?
I mean, that's how it's described in the War of Vengeance trilogy. It's very weird godly shit where they feel a very weird compulsion calling them to the forest.
Yeah, because we actually have an incarnation of Isha and Kurnus walking amongst the High Elves.
True.
So it's the forest that calls.
So
you kind of want to build a nice story here.
Yeah, so I think the answer here would be, what would Ashurin... Well, actually, I guess we need to resolve the greenskin situation, because I think Ashurin would have to go to war.
Yeah, I think we're going to have the elves are now going to have to go to war in the old world. The dwarves and the elves the elven colonies are massively endangered. The WAG over the course of 5-6 years does more damage than any of them expected in such a short period of time.
And the dwarves, while sympathetic, are gonna have to hide in their holds. Like, they tried to help, and now they must seal the holds.
And our first holds perhaps get lost in this particular engagements as well. So we've actually got holds being lost arguably earlier.
So this is how the hill dwarves get wiped out. The Skarnawi. Instead of the elves doing it, the greenskins wipe them out.
The greenskins wipe them out. Skarnawi wiped out by the greenskins. I like that. That's cool. So I think we are going for an interesting outcome. Marathi.
Oh, this is brilliant, because this means we still get like our Talea and stuff in the future.
Marathi is going to be fucking pissed.
Aenarion is going to be.
In fact, the pair of them are going to go to war. This could actually be super interesting because we might end up with an elf-dwarf alliance that's stronger because of these deaths, but a host of massive issues over in the old world that will build up in a completely different way. I think the outcome for this one, because we want to get on to Cathay as soon as possible, but I think we need to decide what happens with the elf-dwarf greenskin war. This needs to be resolved. I think we can just push aside that the wood elves are going to be created through this process. No matter how much we might think that our elves will fracture, they're going to go.
Yeah, funny enough, this actually
deal is going to go. But what's going to happen? Yvraine is still alive, probably.
I mean, she was in the original of those too.
Yeah, just thinking about the arguments that'll be going down. I think there'll
be some weird stuff, but I think the greenskins we got to deal with first, because I see at least two really fascinating options.
I wasn't going to deal. I was just going to say we don't need to deal with them because they're dealt with by the story. The story that we've built with, because we've chosen the greenskins as the winner, that creates the first fragmentation of the elves when the wood elves will be formed.
Good job, chat. y'all fucked up the happy story more than we intended
you did
to.
Indeed. You choose the All Die, and by choosing the All Die, you fragmented the elves for the first time, where the wood elves are formed down in Athaloran, and that place is spooky as fuck.
Oh, that's so good, because the wood elves, instead of the wood elves being like, oh, we left, like having that, like the Lorelorn elves and the Athaloran elves having that thing of like, oh, we left because of your arrogance getting us in the war with the dwarves. It's we left because you couldn't protect us.
Yeah.
Even with these gods,
I don't think that's necessarily the best argument, because we're probably going to the elves go to war with the greenskins, which means they probably could have protected. I think the argument's going to be, if anything, much more. I think our wood elves are going to be worse. And by that, I mean, they're going to be taken by the wood. And you didn't protect us rather than you couldn't. You took too long.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Sorry, if I wasn't clear. That's
totally. And the spirits have completely taken them, and we end up with a bank of elves that are so alien to the rest of them, and get attacked into the weave.
So I think the next thing we need to decide is what is the precise response by.
Yeah, I think so. Does Azurin sit? Okay, so I'm going to put a weird skew in this poll. I'm adding 10% to Azurin sits because of your previous choices. So regardless of how you vote, I'm adding 10% to that, because Azurin sitting is likely for his character. But that doesn't mean because I say it's likely, you shouldn't vote for it. If you really want him to come with Marathi and prepare for them to lay waste to the old world for what's happened to their son, vote that way. But I am going to add 10 to he doesn't, purely because his character that you built goes that way. Marathi's coming no matter what, I think. But that doesn't mean Azurin does. Are we just going to leave it with just Azurin as the choice?
No, I've got 4 options for this one, because this one's wild. First option, Azurin sits.
So Aenarion sits?
He sits. He does nothing. The elves have to respond of their own accord, and there will be consequences because he does not go with them.
Yep.
The second,
so he's in many respects. So you understand what that means out there. The god that lies within him realizes that death is a part of life. What we view it in a visceral fashion, where he goes, "Oh no, his son is dead." No, he doesn't. He is the judge that sits over all things. People die. That's how life works. And it's a big cycle of life. Azurin doesn't care. This isn't what moves him. This is a very, very Azurin outcome for Aenarion.
Yeah. So that's one. Yeah. Ooh, actually, I might save that one for a follow-up, depending on what chat votes for. The second one, I would say, is that Azurin goes to war, but is reclaiming the colonies. They go back and they fight the greenskins. They get some vengeance. They reclaim what's theirs, but it's a measured response. It's a reasonable response. I think the third option is they try to exterminate the greenskins, which is going to be, as we know from our God view, fucking impossible.
Yeah. But it does mean... So I think I'll spin that a little bit as well. So the first one is Aenarion sits, and this pisses off Marathi. Aenarion sits and goes, she's like, our son is dead. And he's like, yes, that's what happens. And I'm off to kill them. Sure, off you go. And it becomes a much more small-scale war, where she's basically taking her revenge and getting really pissed off with Aenarion for not coming with her. The second one is that he orders that the colonies will be reclaimed. That's not him coming.
Okay.
Very much not him coming. Okay, he still sits back, and he says, no, we will reclaim those colonies. Away you go. And that will potentially put him into conflict with the Wood Elves immediately. So if you go reclaim colony, you will also be saying conflict with Wood Elves. And then finally, we have absolute extermination. The living god itself decides he will come down from his burning throne, and he will walk in the old world, and he will bring vengeance down upon them all. This, however, means, if you choose this, that the war against chaos is almost certainly lost.
Yep,
because his focus goes somewhere else. So if you choose exterminate, you are choosing effectively, just so you get this very clear in your heads, the destruction of the world.
Yeah, also know that, all the old ones tried this and failed.
Yeah.
So even Aenarion, greenskins wiping out is...
harsh on this one because I think harshness is good. Sits, and it gets plus 10%. Reclaims colonies, doesn't go himself. Exterminate greenskins. He goes to war, comes over, but that will move his focus from the bigger picture, and we are heading towards an end times of a different
counter
type.
Option. Counter.
We got another one.
I almost feel like the third one should be -10 instead of the first one being +10, because the first two are basically him not really getting involved.
No, the first one's him choosing to reclaim all the colonies, so he's made a decision. The other one is he sits and makes no decision. So the first one is the only one that fits. So I'm happy that I thought you were going to go for a fourth option if you had one that wasn't.
No, because if I don't want to say anymore. I don't want to say anymore.
Okay,
no.
sounds good.
No,
okay, so sits,
but the butt's not ready to fire yet.
Or exterminates the greenskins. Let's start that poll.
Yeah, fire it off.
I'm loving this. This is cool. I'm not sure where this one's going to go. Oh, okay. Votes going up and down all over the place. Remember, I will be putting 10% on sets. Don't
worry though. Exterminate greenskins will be a hell of an end times situation.
Hold on. God going to war again. The war that he hasn't done for some time, and he goes to war. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, it's close. It's close. Oh, I like. Oh, it's super close. I'm loving this one.
Okay, there we go.
Thanks everyone for making a vote. We're currently about 100 votes over on YouTube, and that means that only a third of you have voted for our current numbers over on YouTube. So do pop along and drop some more votes on that one if you can.
Yeah, please. There is one of these options that I really hope y'all pick. I have such a good immediate follow-up scenario. Or follow-up vote that will have to happen immediately, but it's only if y'all pick a very particular option. So we'll have to wait and see. I'll reveal it either way, but I won't reveal it until the vote's over. If you're someone,
it's within 1% over here.
Yeah, make sure you vote. This one's gonna be pretty close, because remember, him sitting and doing nothing gets a 10% bonus.
Do we have any super chats?
Yes. So just keep in mind that if you're like, my vote doesn't matter, it's too far away. No, it's very close.
At the moment, it's literally equal. So your vote makes a huge difference.
Gets a 10% bonus. And
wow, this is close.
Cody Smith, Undivided Ulthuan will paint the world map on easy mode. Oh, if only. If only.
I mean, it's arguably the case, and you could make it, but yeah, no.
Yeah, there are some strong things out in the world. And also, Aenarion will always have the problem of he can't be everywhere at once. JCAG, sorry, I'm 36 minutes behind. Are we, and for what reason, still building the Phoenix Gate? They haven't been built yet.
And they may never be.
Siri Esco,
and I can see them instead being replaced by shrines to Azure and sitting on the mountain peaks.
Could Marathi contain Hecate Kane? Yes, Aenarion could. So I don't see why anyone could contain two gods. So I don't see why she couldn't.
And again, it's arguably he doesn't. He's just got the god's weapon. Just to make sure we're clear on that one.
Amadeus Arkham, given this what if story from Marathi, would she gift/manipulate the high priest Nagash? So we will get to Nagash. It's not time yet.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
We're almost there. And I will say, based on how things are going, it's very likely it won't.
Cripes, it's close.
Yeah, get your votes in right now. Get your votes in right now. At
the moment, it's a tie. It's that close over in YouTube. It's a literal tie.
And remember to vote in Twitch chat as well, because Twitch chat, if it comes down to a tie, Twitch chat's going to have a lot of influence. So feel free to pop over to twitch.tv.
Do pop over on Twitch and go, hey, I'm going to screw with you, Twitch.
/Lawhammer. Darius Rose, have the Orc War Boss wear the flayed face of Malarian as a mask and story spears a codpiece? What kind of evil ass orc are you spawning into existence? Love to see a Aenarion reaction make him Grimgore level. Good God. And now, granted, the war boss who will have successfully killed Storian Malekith would be one of this. This would be a scary fucking war boss.
Damn straight.
Who's still out there somewhere, being a nightmare. Malarian's wife loses him in another timeline. Oh yeah, Malarian would have. Yeah, his wife does lose him. Ooh, that's really interesting.
It's gonna suck.
Does Aenarion like the Cathay Dragons? We're almost to Cathay. They're literally the next day.
Yeah, totally.
All right, that's time. It's time.
All right, so YouTube, you ready? Aenarion sits by 1%.
So
One, oh no, oh no! I lie. As I press the button, we got one more vote in. It's a draw between reclaims, colonies, and sets. Oh, that's super cool. Whoever did the last vote, you're a genius.
So Twitch chat. Okay, I'm going to do something interesting here. So Twitch chat went for reclaim the colonies.
Okay.
So Twitch normally would push that over, but I'm gonna give chat a what if. Because this was so fucking close, I have to give you a what if of a what if. So if I'm gonna give y'all an evil, tantalizing option, which is that I'm gonna give you another poll, which is that we can either stick with what y'all just decided, which thanks with Twitch power voting in there, will be he sends the reclaim. Actually, this could happen either with the power of the reclaim. Never mind, I'm gonna fuck with y'all either way. So this isn't gonna change anything. So Aenarion sends armies to reclaim the colonies, but it's a calm, measured response.
Or but possibly with permission, Marathi leads armies into the old world.
So here's
so Aenarion isn't so much saying go do this. He's like, yes, you can do it.
Here's what I'm going to do to chat now. I have a binary vote for chat, which is that Marathi feels that she's been abandoned by her husband. He allows her to go do this, but he will not come with her. He will not mourn her son the way she mourns her son. It's like he doesn't care.
She's passionate.
And in this moment of horrible, deep passion and darkness and the loss of her son, which is something that never happened in fantasy, hasn't even happened in Ancient Sigmar.
She becomes the Witch Queen.
Does she draw the Sword of Cain? Not
desperate enough.
You don't think so?
I don't think the Sword of Cain's it. I mean, there's no enemy there that requires it. There's not a world-ending one. But I do think that possibly you have she becomes the Witch Queen.
Yeah, I guess it would have. If you were going to go the exterminate the greenskin option, I guess that would have been draw the sword. I like the Witch King vote, though. Let's do the Witch Queen.
Yeah, if we do this, by the way, that means that we are building a different sundering. The sundering is happening in a very different way. She turns her back on Aenarion because Aenarion is sitting on his bum doing fuck all, being Azurin, and she just can't.
Yeah, I actually really like this because Aenarion is literally giving her a large army to go to the colonies, but. So what y'all are basically deciding is, does Marathi decide to stay focused on what actually killed her son, which are the greenskins, or does her grief twist into something darker and she turns her malice towards her husband?
Yeah, I'll lay this out because I think the malice towards her husband is perhaps one step too far yet. As
at least both one.
But I think it's coming. So I think the Marathi choice here is she effectively becomes the Witch Queen, which means that she becomes a figure of vengeance, and she thinks that her husband sitting upon the throne is absolutely in the wrong. So in the wrong that she can't with him. She loves him dearly, but he's just wrong. Or she goes over there and instead of becoming someone who is obsessed with her husband's decision, she's instead obsessed with her son's death, and she goes for pure, I'm killing that Wa. I'm bringing it to an end. She is not the Witch Queen, and nor will she become a dark figure. You're choosing either effectively an early step to the sundering. This isn't the sundering happening. This is a step, and it could turn into civil war at home. It might never turn to war. It could just turn into very, very bitchy elves bitching all the time. But she becomes the Witch Queen. She no longer supports her husband and is inactivity. On the flip side, it's all of her focus is on killing that Wa, which could burn her out. So in some respects, you're going for she goes up or she burns down. Okay, if you love Marathi and you want her to be influential, this is where you vote for her to become Witch Queen. If you want her to burn out, lose herself to her grief after the loss of her son, and then the killing of the person who does it, she just goes. That's a potentially awful outcome also. So killing the greenskin that killed her son is potentially going to, in many respects, kill the character of Marathi as we know.
Oh, yeah,
alternatively,
really
the flip side, boom, out
because,
the ceiling as she dials it up.
With the colonies fallen and the dwarfs hiding, that greenskin war boss, he would have turned inland. He would have wandered off. She's going to have to go hunt for him if you choose for her not to become the Witch Queen.
Okay, so create poll. Marathi, I've got Witch Queen, or I've got kills the Wa, and the destruction of that Wa will kill her.
Yeah, there you go. So
okay,
it is so if you vote on Twitch, if you vote yes, that means that she becomes the Witch Queen. Is she still very relevant to our story? If you vote no, it means she goes after the Greenskins with everything she has, with every iota of her being, and is functionally kind of removed from the story.
Yeah. She is going to become a figure of grief. She's going to, in many respects, you could argue, even turn Hecate. Hecate loves the elves with a passion that cannot be properly expressed. It's one of the reasons that she hates her sister so much, Authority, because all the elves love Authority because she's so pretty. Hecate is not that thing. Hecate loves the elves. And the loss of this perfect Malarian, this perfect elf, is too much for Marathi, and in turn, too much for Hecate as well, and the elves effectively lose the avatar of the magical side of things because of grief. That makes for an interesting story.
Which they totally didn't in the real timeline, no.
Totally.
Yep, so vote on that real quick. I'm going to grab some more super chats real quick.
Super chats!
First time super. Oh, thank you so much for the support. Could the Wood Elves come about from ending the initial wall, have to stay behind Ethelord to hunt the orcs for the deal? So in our version, they have become the Wood Elves.
That's what's happened.
They're defending the forest. As that big war boss continues to rampage his way further into the old world, or maybe down to the Badlands, remnants of his wall. I'm going to say
something else that you might not like. If we vote for the Witch Queen, it's possible the Wood Elves are going to get wiped out.
No, that could very well happen.
This could be an outcome if you choose for Witch Queen. So if you like the Wood Elves, you might not want to choose Witch Queen. Because part of our decision was if they go for saving the colonies and going out there, the Wood Elves would be attacked.
Yeah, so y'all are playing with fire if you're voting on Witch Queen. Keep that in mind.
Go for?
I'm loving this. You either get to have Witch Queen Marathi, or you get to have the Wood Elves being a force in the world. BFG 40K, so the war boss would be a big fucking get. Yeah, it'd be a big fucking get. A war boss that pulled that off would be pretty fucking crazy. Hammond, what if Marathi slept with Sigmar as demigods? Thank you, Hammond.
Different species, very unlikely.
Jack Ruby, wouldn't Marathi know Ashurin is a sitter, not a doer?
Aenarion's the man.
Yeah, and also
doesn't matter.
Elves are very strong emotions.
Yeah,
very strong emotions.
Yeah, and plus, Aenarion persuaded Azurin to move. Why
and
you moving?
Time.
Witch Queen 55.
Witch Queen 55. Oh, sorry, 56.
Oh, just swept there. Oh, just swapped to 54 just at the end on this side. So it all balances out. 56, 54, 55, 55. So with this one, I think you are going to get some horrendous battles that you might not expect. She is enormously pissed with Aenarion. She arrives over in the old world with an enormous fleet, and this is mostly the outer kingdoms that have come with her because they are the ones that are outward looking. We probably have another couple of avatars along with us as well. One of Mathlin, for example, is almost certain to be along with them. We probably have Erith Kael there as well. So these are different dark elven gods.
Definitely, Aneth Rema is going to be out there too.
Rema is almost certainly going to be there as well. And they are going to be counseling war hard. And she's going to go hard at it and expect the elves to go with her. But some don't. Because they're no longer elves as we understand them. They're wood elves. So we have our first real conflict over in the old world. Beyond the greenskins that she is very much slamming into, she is not getting the support she expects from the locals. Some are automatically coming with her. She is, after all, their queen in some respects. And she has the support of the Phoenix King. They should be absolutely following her, and they do. But some don't. And at this point of the world, Athelorn's bigger. Much bigger. It spreads over a good chunk of Bretonia before it's shrunk all the way back to its modern border. And it's an enormous chunk of elves that say no. And in her anger, her annoyance, she turns to slaughter. And anything in her path is going to receive her ire. And I don't think that'll go well at home. Particularly when Azurin does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Azurin does not side against his wife, as everyone thinks he should. Fucking judge, you stupid judge. No. And do something. No. They're killing other elves. Doesn't say a thing, makes no judgment.
Yeah,
and Marathi goes to town on them.
Yeah, this even would cause a lot of strife of the Everqueen of elves killing elves. The Everqueen would be beside herself.
Yeah, absolutely horrified. His own daughter's coming up and saying, "You've got to do something, father. Look what she's doing in her grief. She is killing spirits. She is killing elves." He does nothing because he's an Aenarion, because he's Azurin made manifest. And Marathi, instead of going down what in the true timeline, if you wish, is she, in her arrogance, believes that she can manipulate and use chaos. This Marathi uses spirits and uses her magic to bind them to her will, to use them for her war, to enslave those idiots who would not do what she wants. I think we're going to have a pretty dark force that are about to come out of here, filled with spirits that are bound up with dark magic and seeped through. Think of Draika 1,000 times worse. Think of all of Athelloren tainting. Think of all the weave going dark, and that is what Marathi is doing with all of her god-given powers in her grief. She's going far too far because she's an elf. She is becoming the first steps towards what will eventually be a witch queen who might not be separate to her husband. Let's be very clear. We don't know where this is going to land. There might not be war, but what we do have is a certain apathetic response from Aenarion. I do in particular expect him to make a judgment on this.
Yeah, I do actually think that in her grief and kind of anger at her husband, for at least for a good several centuries, she would build up a dark, terrible fortress in the old world and not want to go home. Like, not want to go back.
I think that we can easily have a 500-year separation from the Phoenix King.
You know what's extra interesting to me is that when the dwarfs finally come out, as far as like the greenskin matter is concerned, the dwarfs will look at Marathi and her anger and say, good.
Yeah. We shouldn't view these as dark elves per se. These are figures of vengeance. And they are taking vengeance, something dwarves absolutely understand.
We have a pro-dwarf Marathi in this timeline.
Yeah, I think we do. And I think that very possibly the dwarves become allies with this new faction, which is in many respects the Kairathy faction. This is the dark aspect. They're not dark elves as we understand them. And she is taking a role that normally would not be taken by Hecate. She is taking a role of leadership, which is also going to cause a certain amount of dissatisfaction amongst the dark aspected groups as they all come up with different routes towards how they think it should be handled. The Huntress going off in that direction, the Pale Queen going in that direction, but all of them being let loose. The great tide of Mathland swashing over the Greenskins. It's going to be proper war in the old world. And this war in the old world is going to end our relatively nascent wood elves and have them brought underneath the control of dark magic and Hecate. A completely different realm. And that's going to be a dark elf, if you want to use that term. I mean, it is the underworld gods, so dark elves do fit, but we've got dark elves who use spirits, who manipulate spirits using magic and use them in war. These are dark dryads, dark treemen, dark entities who have been twisted by dark magics, and arguably because of that, they are had their heart touched by chaos also. And that gives us a bunch of horrendous stories that we can start coming out of the old world, where we now have two very different kingdoms of the elves. One in the old world, one over in Ulthuan. One that is thriving in the old world with dwarven support. We don't have the great massacres of the elves and the dwarves do not like Aenarion because he just will not come. He doesn't care. His own son, his own kin His own king.
Yeah, the dwarves would not like Ulthuani elves.
No,
they would not like them
at all. It's almost like kin slaying, sitting there with your stupid king over in Ulthuan doing nothing, and it will redouble their potential dislike of each other. I'm not sure we're at the point where we actually have a proper civil war. I don't think it reaches that point.
I don't think so yet.
It may and it may not, depending upon what happens elsewhere in the world and what story develops. But I definitely think that we have ourselves Marathi upset with the man that she adores. She loves him, but her heart is torn apart because of what happened to her son and the apathy that came from her husband because of this. In her heart of hearts, she will always and cannot never not love him. But everything that has occurred is breaking her apart. And the other elves that are naturally more belligerent are more than happy to use her. More than happy to use everything she represents as she tears apart Athel and bends it to her will.
Yeah, and in a genuinely fascinating way, the dwarfs are a surprisingly dark influence here.
Yeah.
Of vengeance is right. You are right to be angry. You are right to that all of this horrible shit that like that's so funny to me that the dwarves are actually a very dark influence in this situation of them saying, we lost our king, we lost our most precious Snorri, you've lost your most precious son, you will have vengeance, we will have vengeance, we will be by your side.
Yeah, we got an interesting old world building here. Now, I think it's fair to say that Athel is not lost to these elves, because we have some very powerful entities and figures there. Durthu's almost a god, really. He's extraordinarily powerful. There's going to be holdouts here, and they are going to be antagonistic to the elves, completely antagonistic to the elves. They despise the elves with a passion, because of what they did to the great Athel project, for want of a better description. But it's going to be a small pocket in comparison to the rest that has fallen to the dark magics of Morathi.
Now the entire Athel-Loren's a prison instead of just the Wildwood.
Yeah, it's the opposite way around to what we have in the standard timeline, where there's one part that's very dark aspected and the rest of it kind of holds it in. It's flipped. And Durthu is the one that's held up over there, or perhaps others. Coedo, perhaps. Yeah, we could build different stories. Doesn't really matter what the specifics are.
Yeah, so we now have another empire we need to deal with, because now that things are settling over in the old world, there is another force in the world that has become very keenly aware of the elves, because they're messing with things, and there's someone over there who's very aware of what's going on globally and would not have missed any of this.
Yeah.
And that is our big CDE, the Celestial Dragon Emperor himself, looking over at things that should not be, which is that there are gods in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely something that we're going to have to decide here, because we've got ourselves, almost certainly during the course of this time, the humans that have been protected by the dragons will be bound together into the original Cathay. And as the elves begin to spread across the world, their presence will be felt mostly at the coast, which is relatively far away from where Cathay first forms, sitting in the heart of Grand Cathay, as it will become later, not far away from where the ogres are. And as they spread out and eventually they meet, we are dealing with a far more arrogant force of divinely inspired elves who absolutely disagree with a great deal of what Cathay represents, which is, I think, very possibly going to become the heart of humanity in the Warhammer world, because the old world, which becomes in the real history the source point of humanity, is dominated by elves, and elves that aren't going to put up with stupid little humans, they're going to be kicking them out, which means we're going to have possibly humans in the north, Norska, Chaos Tribes, all the rest, and humans over in the east and the Wolflands and similar, but they're going to get hounded past by greenskins into that area as they flee the attacks that are coming from
plus
the
elves. Greenskins that we have are much more powerful. Like early Nehekara, the tide that swept aside Snorri and Malarian, early Nehekara is very in trouble.
Yeah, it is. We're going to have to decide exactly how the Nehekaran gods manifest, because there's the choice. I think here's the choice to make. Here's a good choice. Are the Nehekaran gods just the elven gods? And if the answer is yes, they don't get any help at all.
Yeah, so Nehekara would fall.
Yeah, Nehekara falls. It doesn't even really birth in the way that it would. So basically, they're all the same deities.
That's a nice quick poll we could do.
Yeah, so let's decide, in this version, are they the same gods? So start a poll.
Yeah, so for the sake of this timeline chat, are y'all going to say the Nehekaran gods are simply a human interpretation of the elven gods, which is an argument that can very much be made?
I'm going to make that bit clear. The elven gods aren't elven gods. They're just gods. And they are very closely related to the elves. They're just the gods. That's it. They're just gods. And this is definitely the case for Warhammer. So you can make this choice easily. But do they thus just focus on the elves? In some respects, that's the question we're asking. Are the gods just going to focus on the elves, or do they spread their wealth around? You've kind of chosen a world where they do, though, where they've got their avatars everywhere. But that doesn't mean that you should choose, though, that they are the Nehekaran gods just the elven gods. Doesn't mean you should say no or yes. Decide yourself. But I've got, are the Nehekaran gods just the elven gods? Is that what you've got? Basically,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
cool.
just a simple yes, no.
Away you go. And you can go either side here, and I think it will make for a compelling story, because we're going to have divine wars that potentially come out of this.
Yeah, because if the Nehekaran gods are completely separate entities, they are going to have their own schemes. They're going to have their own designs. And when two groups of gods get in the same space, it never goes well.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much already accepted that they're basically the same.
Yeah, but like Andy said, if you don't...
Let's dismiss that if you wish to do so and go, no, they're different etheric entities, completely different. And that should be an interesting outcome.
Yeah, if the Nehekaran gods are not related in any way, shape, or form to the elven gods, then Nehekara will very likely... if you're saying they are not the same, then Nehekara will survive and be a potential issue that we're going to deal with. If the gods are the same, well, the gods have manifested. They're busy. They don't give a shit about Nehekara. And Nehekara is going to get absolutely curb stomped by that Wa that killed... Because a Wa that could kill the High King of the Dwarves and one of the greatest elven princes to ever live at the same time is going to curb stomp Nehekara without help from gods.
So I can see all the undead fans out there voting for this, but you might never get any undead.
Yeah, you might not get Nagash. Even if the Nehekaran gods are a thing, that does not mean Nagash is guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination.
Agreed.
So while that's voting, I'm going to get here. Warboss Face Flaya imitating Malarian in front of Aenarion. Data, I got a facelift you like. That would be... That's a very cruel Slaneshi orc you got running around.
Yeah, it's a nasty one.
Hammond says, whoa! If you're an orc fan, make sure you vote for no Nehekaran gods, because that means the greenskins are going to be one of the most powerful forces
if you want
in the world.
greenskins in a better place, you do not want them to be Nehekaran gods.
Yeah, because that would mean that was like dominated the Southlands and the Badlands. Captain Magma, Marathi takes a trip to Tylos in a mysterious gray cloak just in time for the near completion of a specific tower. Actually, with the reclamation of the colonies, there will be no Tylos.
Yep, there'll be no Tylos. We are almost certain to have a Skaven-free world. Doesn't mean we won't have something else. Possibly Skaven birth through a different route, but yeah, it's a different world.
Yeah, Diamond, does your vein travel to Athalorn with another army from Ulthuan to help the Wood Elves? And no, I don't think the Everqueen would travel there because she wouldn't know how, actually.
Yeah.
Yvrain did not know the secrets of traveling through the world routes.
Yeah, indeed, Durthu. I could see Durthu going to her for help.
Yeah,
possibly.
But yeah, that would be a sticky thing.
I think the politics are awful, but we don't have an awful lot of time to deal with it. It's a deep no over on YouTube.
Yeah, also a massive no over on
Okay, so
Twitch.
that means we've got ourselves a human population down in the south that has its own pantheon of deities that helps them hold off the worst of both greenskin and elven incursions. They are hideously outclassed. It almost certainly means that they're going to be driven down into the south, deeply, possibly past the deserts, into the north of the jungles and into the mountains around that area. But they will almost certainly hold out, meaning that we've got a strong old world human population there beyond what potentially might be in the Southlands.
Yeah, though they'll never. Cetra's empire will never go that far north.
Nope,
like
never.
Yeah, best case for Cetra is he takes over like the Southlands. That's his best case scenario.
I think Nehek is probably never going to rise in the same way as well. It probably isn't even called Nehekara. It's probably got a different name in this world where they are worshipping their gods in a slightly different way because of the pressures that they had near the formation of their empire. Still, we have in the Cataclysm that group of humans being saved by their gods. And they locate themselves in that part of the old world, and then come the eventual wars that they're plagued by, they are pushed back but not destroyed. I like that as a story. I think that works relatively well.
All right, but now we got to do with Grand Cathay. So what's Celestial Dragon Emperor going to do? He sees a force that he is not going to be a fan of. The elves in this form, as they've been created, represent a force that he would be very, very negative towards. Like they are from his perspective, I mean, that's a bunch of gods manifesting in the forms of mortals and having such a dramatic impact on the world. The Celestial Dragon Emperor is going to look over at that, and that is a significant threat to whatever it is he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Especially with, he is an individual that between him and his wife and a bunch of other shenanigans tends to be fairly aware of what's going on in much of the world, and likely would be aware of the fact that the elves intend to undo the vortex, which also may very well not be in what he wants to happen.
It's an interesting question. In this version, I think that should be the first poll. Does he want the vortex down?
Yeah.
So we decide.
If he doesn't, he would need to get involved. If he does want it to go down, he just needs to wait.
Yep. Which will be this is going to determine Cathayan policy. Is Cathayan policy going to be, as it moves from Cathay to Grand Cathay, get involved and stop that vortex going down? Effectively, keep the elves on the back foot, constantly never reaching that position of power that they require to be able to bring that vortex down safely? Or does he go, nope, just settle back, protect my own, turtle up, and let the elves do whatever they need to do, and then potentially, for all I hate them, gain the powers that come with the arrival of the Winds of Magic return, well, the Winds of Magic leaving, and just magic. So how you put
so that's I think that's a great binary thing of so if you say yes, Cathay will get involved, then this is a Cathay that's going to be very antagonistic towards the elves. Very antagonistic.
And is looking to keep the vortex up. Just make sure we've got that clear. That's what their goal is. So does Cathay get involved? If the answer is yes, they want to keep the vortex up. If the answer is no, they want the vortex to stay, and they want the elves' overall plan to stay in place. So I'm starting the poll on this side.
Cool.
Do Cathay get involved? Right, let's get our super chats while that one's going.
Once again, yes, is they're trying to take down the vortex, or they're trying to keep it up. Sorry,
keep it up. Yep.
Totally. Yes, is they're trying to keep the vortex up, which means they're gonna have them and the elves are gonna have problems. If you vote no, then the Celestial Dragon Emperor is like, okay, I'm staying out of it. I'm not going to bother with them much.
Yeah, this is a super fascinating one because if you vote yes, in some respects, you're effectively saying, I want the world to blow up. And I like that.
Sign of the Emperor. This is the first pinstripe moment. What if Asherin simply bans her and her followers from returning to Ulthuan? Honestly, he probably that would likely be something many elves would push for in Ulthuan, but Asherin or Aenarion
just
wouldn't
sits
take action
on his throne and doesn't judge. Yeah, totally. I think it is, but it's not going to turn out that way.
This is the perfect time to pull this up. Jack Ruby. Asherin seems like he sucks. He's so apathetic. Why even have him? That is.
It's because he can make the difference as and when it's important, and it almost reaches the point of when does he do it?
Yeah, Asherin makes for a very interesting character because of how frustrating he is. Of that he could do so much. In the shrine in his pyramid, in the depths of it, there's the wall where you could see what's going to happen to yourself and so many other things. If we knew what it was, maybe we could make a difference. That's not allowed because Asherin doesn't change that. He doesn't come until the time is right for him to arrive. And especially from a very mortal perspective, that is bullshit. That's almost like our version of God. If you're a follower of the idea of like, well, if there's God's real, why didn't he fucking do anything? Assurin is that concept in the Warhammer world.
And in many respects there, what you're saying, Jack, is often what can be leveled at real world religions again and again and again. But nevertheless, they have them.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a great thing about him. Now, there are times where he will be pushed hard enough to get involved. But when
his divine creation is under threat, for example.
Yeah, of course, there are many forces in the world that would argue we wouldn't have had to do this if he had gotten involved sooner.
Nice comment there, which is accurate. He's a sword of Damocles that refuses to fall. And if he does fall, you're screwed.
Yeah. Don't worry, Pecris will work and fixer. I think he'll certainly try. Let's see how you did that one.
Seriously, Hammond.
Thank you, Hammond. Solter, more elf killing while painting dwarves. Keep it up, guys.
The elves are beginning to turn each other and everything else.
Yep. Make sure you hurry up and get your votes in. Time's almost up. Would Nagash woo Marathi if you could? No. Nagash comes off as extremely asexual. Like Nagash, every iteration of him, he does not seem to care for sex at all in the slightest.
Yeah.
All right. Time's up.
Although he does have mortal descendants, it's worth noting.
Yeah, he does sex as an obligation.
Yeah, totally. It's his divine obligation. We have a very clear, does Cathay get involved? Yes.
I also have yes.
So it's quite clear that the dragons think that the winds of magic need to stay in place, that the world in its diminished place needs to be this, because the alternative is chaos. The alternative is the gates waxing and getting out of control. And the elves' ultimate goal is, as far as they're concerned, wrong. Just pure wrong. So the Cathayan route is actual war. And that's the goal there, is to keep the elves from ever reaching the point where they have enough of a foothold across the world that they feel confident that they can bring that great vortex down.
You know what I actually really love about this? Is this also actually leads to an interesting foray of when those Cathayan traders are meeting with the Nehekaran traders, and that building a relationship of Cathay being like, we can't trust these elves. Like, they're almost being a united human front globally that's anti-elf. The humans in the north, they're not going to like the elves because the dark gods obviously don't. Because even with regardless if the vortex is going to go down or not, end goal is destroy everything. But we have Nehekarans very likely being very sympathetic to the Cathayans, and the Cathayans doing everything they can to strengthen that alliance.
I really quite like this as well, because what we have loosely built is a version of the elves where you've got your isolationist Kadai sitting at home, and they are never seen mostly by the rest of the world. And then you've got all the darker aspects, the gods and their elves across the world. In an empire that spans the world, very heavy over Illustria, at war in the east, at war in the west, in the old world. And they are what most other people would recognize as the Dark Elves. And they're at war everywhere, where the other elves are at home working on what they believe is the great plan, which is to bring down the vortex. That is their great plan. So we've got ourselves effectively Warhammer, but of a different breed in this particular setup, which is that we have many of the main factions that we understand in the Warhammer world, just with different allegiances. The dwarves are allied with the Dark Elves, for want of a better description. Cathay is at war. In fact, almost all of the human peoples are at war with the elves, and that includes the chaotic ones in the north. Most of Nagaroth, however, is populated by elves, which is interesting, but not dark elves, but they kind of are. They're the same ones, though, that are in the old world. Most of the old world, as we understand it today, is an elven playground. The Wood Elf faction...
our Nagaroth elves are probably actually our more neutralish elves because they're so far removed from the orc stuff going on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, quite. I think that they're just elves, a mixture of both light and dark aspected. But most of the light ones stay at home because they're naturally the inner kingdoms. It's mostly the outer kingdoms that spread out. So they are darker, but they're not as dark as the crazy Marathi lot that are over in the old world. They're the proper over the top.
Even more hilariously, they're the ones that are gonna feel the Fist of Cathay.
And the Fist of Cathay coming at them, totally.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a war zone. Of that, there's no doubt. The only people that the elves are really making any effort to make inroads with are, of all things, the lizard men because of our early decisions.
Yeah,
this is quite fun.
Actually love this because then we have, it's not Yin Yin tries to invade the Southlands, it's Yin Yin invades Nagaroth.
Yeah, definitely.
And possibly hopefully goes better for her.
I'm just going to bring up this one because I think this comment's worth noting. Do the elves have slaves in this version? Yes.
Yeah.
The elves, even the high elves, are slave takers. So the idea that most of the outer elves using slaves, not necessarily the same dark, horrendous, manipulative way that the dark elves do, but the slave nature of their colonies are almost certainly the case, and they will be using them as war slaves, as attendant slaves, builders, a whole variety of stuff. It's almost certainly going to be the case, especially over in the old world where they will just be pressed into service.
WPK, using short super chats on Telegram because they're broke as fuck. Please don't use super chats if you're broke. We can read the chat normally.
Yeah, I mean, we do read most of y'all's messages. Appreciated, but you don't need to. No. Take care
of yourself first and foremost, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zara94 just got here after work. What did I miss? A lot. Go back to the beginning. I'm not doing that. Go back to the beginning. Hammond,
holy crap.
Sigmar and Dwarf no best friends anymore. I agree.
Now there is no Sigmar best friends.
Yeah. If Sigmar rises, it is not Sigmar the dwarf friend. It is Sigmar the elf killer.
Yep. And I think that this should be our next question that we answer, which is, where does our human god rise? And I think this is super fascinating.
I'm not
talking about Nagash. I'm talking about our equivalent of Sigmar, one who rises up and has a great war, and through this war, effectively is deified. We have a few choices. The obvious ones that we have so far are the equivalent of our Nehekara, which is going to be the sort of Arabian Peninsula sort of area. Over in Cathay, which would be very interesting. Spicy. Okay, we've got a bunch of places that Warhammer's never really detailed, which I probably prefer to avoid. Our Inns and our Koreshes. We'll just assume that they're in a state of war. Norska, though, makes for an interesting and potentially spicy outcome, because we know that there's a host of what were Chaos tribes that move south and take hold of certain things because gods call them. That's what happens in Middenheim. That's what happens in Kislev. So do we have an invasion of humans that aren't necessarily chaos aligned and potentially a rise of a god there? Or does it happen perhaps maybe over in Nagaroth or somewhere like there? What do you think?
Like the barbarian tribes of Nagaroth?
Yeah, something like that might be interesting.
A lot of chatterers saying, what about Myrmidia? That's a great question.
Yeah, Myrmidia, who was a goddess of civilization for humans, who rose up amongst the human tribes. And she was a goddess beforehand who chose to manifest as a mortal. She was originally a goddess of civilization, but because she went to the Warhammer world, she left a goddess of war. And because, that's what happens. But we could end up with a goddess who's anti-elf, which could be a super fascinating
So I think we got three big boys we need to settle. We need to settle three big boys right now. Human big boys. We need to settle Nagash, we need to settle Sigmar, and we need to settle Myrmidia.
So I think the big one first, we'll just do our Sigmar, since that's what started the conversation. It's not Sigmar. Let's be blunt.
It's not.
This is Sigmar. Where does a human god rise from? What choices will we go for that one? Because that might also resolve Nagash if they go with, say, the equivalent of Nehekara.
Yeah, so I say Nehekara, Norska, Cathay.
Cathay would be interesting, wouldn't it? That'd be a mess. Is that worth just keeping it at that? Norska, Araby, and Cathay?
Yeah, I think that's fine because I think with Norska we kind of cover our Chaos waste.
Our chaos
as
waste
well.
and all that business. Yeah, I mean that gives us potentially. I mean, Kislev's probably not going to be the case anymore because there's no peoples in Kislev. Kislev in our world, in the real world, doesn't happen until really late. Really late. So we don't need to worry about that yet anyway. So Norska, Arabi, and Cathay. If you choose the Arabi option, that's Nehekara as well, but we might spin that in a different way depending upon how the story unfolds. Norska, that includes the Chaos tribes in the north as well, and all of those sort of northern areas. And Cathay means we have a super fascinating one where a human god rises up, arguably against the dragons. That could be super fun too. I think all of these are great.
Yeah, that could massively fuck up any attempt to unify humanity against the elves, funny enough.
Well, it is Warhammer, isn't it? Right? Here
Yeah, true. Yeah, that would make the situation the most messy.
You can go on YouTube.
I'm going to go to the restroom really, really fast.
While you're doing that one, I will see if I can see where you are on the Super Chat stream, and I might even see if I can bring up one myself. I normally just leave this to Sotek. He's so good with the Super Chats, isn't he? So where was he? Can I see? That is Sigmar and Dorf. Oh, I can't see where that one is. Where's your chat? Ah, screw it. I'm just going to say something else because we're going to have to deal with our rise of... Nagash might be taken with this one. So let's take Myrmidia. This will be the arrival of a human god who chooses to manifest within her people to understand and figure out what it is to be mortal for their own reasons. A goddess that was originally attached to Tylos and the original formation before the bringing up of the Skaven, arguably, but it came up much later. And she wakes up in that area, pops around for a while, binds all of Tilia and Estalia together underneath one place, and then gets killed by Skaven.
I have an answer for Myrmidia that I think would be spicy. What if she does the same thing and almost in a similar area?
In the slaves.
But she's a slave.
Oh, I like that.
Myrmidia is a god of starts as her life as a human slave to the elves.
I would just like to say Bretonia hasn't been forgotten. It just doesn't exist, and neither does the Empire.
Bretonia doesn't ever happen here.
Yeah, there's no Bretonia, there's no Empire. It's a mess.
Y'all unleashed a tidal wave of greenskins that swept aside a lot of people.
A tidal wave of elves.
And then the elves came back and retook everything.
And they've never been pushed back or called back to Ulthuan, so they stayed in this area.
The dwarves are close with the elves, so they don't care about humanity. They have
the lowlands and the highlands are working together in a way that they never did in reality. And the dark elves, as we are loosely coining the ones on the outside of Ulthuan, the dark elves are allies with the dwarves, and they get on a lot. They're drinking in their halls.
Yeah,
they're talking about chasing down their enemies.
When the Goblin Wars happen, the elves come to help.
Yeah, the elves will be there throughout the whole thing. The Goblin Wars are not going to happen anything like they occurred before. It's fascinating. So it looks like we've got a very clear winner over on our side. How's it on yours?
We got about 10 seconds left.
Okay,
vote.
So about a third of you voted again. If you want to get a couple of last minute votes in, you could change where it rises, but it's currently looking very much like it's going to be Norska on YouTube. How's it over on Twitch?
Twitch went Southlands.
Interesting. How much of a difference? We didn't have a Southlands option on my side.
Araby Southlands.
Araby Southlands, that sort. So that by how much?
They went 56% Southlands, and then 20, and then they tied for 22% on Norska.
That's really big. Okay, so how about we split it up then and
It's not enough people though that I would feel comfortable like dramatically changing the situation.
What we could do is we could have a rise of our Sigmar-like entity up in Norska, and because there's enough of a vote down there in our Southlands, Araby, Nehekara area, we can have the rise of a Nagash-like figure down there. So we can have two different ones. Okay, so effectively we're building a faction. So we have chosen for a god to awaken in and around the area of the north of the old world. And this is going to be almost certainly an anti-elf god, or is it an anti-chaos god? So is it a god that's basically warring against the north or the south? And I think they should possibly choose that.
Oh, I love that. Especially because if y'all, it's essentially just Sigmar become a chaos champion. Yeah, because if he goes to war with the elves, he's frankly on Team Chaos.
And I'm kind of loving that. So the question is, Is our god at war with chaos or the elves?
Now, keep in mind, as y'all are thinking about this, chat, the reason the humans are in Norska, where they don't want to be, is because there's an elf empire that has pushed them out.
Yeah. Oh, this should be a fun one. Let's see where this one goes. Chaos or elves? I'm going to guess the elves are going to get this one hard, but I might be wrong because the elves have been pretty much at war with everyone. Oh, Chaos is currently winning. Oh, get your votes in, everybody. It'll make an enormous difference. It's super close already. It's literally 50-50 as I'm talking right now. So get your votes in. That'll make an enormous difference. Let's grab a few more super chats while we're going, because I couldn't find where you were in the super chats.
Yeah, what happens to the Darklands and the Chaos Dwarfs and the Ogres, both separate elves from Cathay? Funny enough, not a lot would change for the Chaos Dwarfs.
I mean, they might not happen.
The dwarves would...
The elves are there throughout the Darklands, pushing the greenskins back. They aren't isolated.
Well, I think when we decided that Morathi wouldn't go the extermination route and just like chase the greenskins over the horizon, I think she would have taken back the colonies, been pretty aggressive. I don't think she would have gone as far as the Darklands.
Yeah, okay, I'm cool with that.
So I think the Chaos Wars would have functionally still happened, but they're not relevant to this story. At least not right now. They're kind of off doing their own thing.
I think then that possibly we're going to have a conversation about the war between the dwarves and the elves and the Chaos Dwarves, because it'll come.
Yeah, but I don't think it would come yet.
Because the dwarves, once they become aware of the fact it's there, remember, they're not going to be shattered the same way that they are in the real world, in the real Warhammer world.
I mean, they're still going to go through
the spine of the world.
They're still going to have the Age of Woe. You know, the Slaanesh, I think, would still adjust the continents a little, and shit's still going to be bad. But actually, no, you're right. There's no Skaven, so there's no Doomsday Engine.
So there's no Doomsday Engine.
So the Slaanesh, the dwarves would be way stronger.
But before we answer that, we'll need to answer the Skaven question. We'll do that in a second.
Okay, we'll come back.
Because that's fucking huge. Okay, super close. Wow, holy shit. Okay, so a third of you have voted. Seriously, if just like 4 or 5 of you vote on YouTube, you will swing it one way or the other. So if you haven't voted yet on YouTube, please do so. This is super fun. Oh, is it Chaos or the Elves? I don't know where it's going.
Is our god of Norska, is our god of humans in Norska, is he fighting against the forces of chaos, or is he fighting against the elves? That's okay. We'll figure that out in just a minute. Captain Mac, I can imagine a cold war with many proxy wars between the Celestial Dragon Emperor, the Slaanesh, the elves over the status of the Vortex. I agree.
Yeah, I think that's very likely an outcome. Love it.
Korin Shima, if Ashurin is a god of non-intervention, shouldn't he unmake Aenarion as his avatar since the crisis was over?
No, the crisis is never over. The war is always continuing. There's always something to preside over. Just because he's not making a decision at that point doesn't mean a decision won't come. It's not non-intervention. It's watching.
Yeah, there is, and there's also there's a really interesting treatise or letter about this by I can't remember the character that wrote it, but it's in the Liber Chaotica, and it's about a character discussing about how Ashurin clearly enjoys being in the mortal world, as all etheric entities seem to do. Like, there's only something about it they can't help themselves. Because the person that's writing it talks about that they think that the initial arguments before the Sword of Cain was drawn for why that Ashurin was influencing Aenarion in his arguments against Kalidor's plan of Ashurin wants to be able to maintain his presence in the world for whatever reason. Darius Rose, can an orc be sadistic? That sadistic, yes. Yeah, to cut off people's faces and wear them? Yeah, absolutely. That's not out of that realm of, that's not even that weird for them, to be honest. The Great Kargan as the new god fights chaos. That would be a very dramatic change of many, many things. Wouldn't even really
awesome.
Yeah, it would be. Firestick 905. This is an elaborate Zeech plan to destabilize the world. It always is. It always is. Okay, time's up.
Okay, so what are the Chaos Dwarves? They're definitely probably existing, but we're probably going to have to deal with them as a faction relatively soon.
Yeah, so Twitch
up
chat,
over on this side. Twitch chat
has gone chaos.
Chaos as well over on YouTube by a small margin, 53%. So it looks like Chaos wins or loses this particular day as we deal with the rise of a new human god that is at its core anti-chaos, but with how close it is. How close was it over on Twitch?
65-35.
Okay, not as close. That being the case, Sigmar is often perceived to be anti-chaos, but his big start was anti-orc. That's what it was. And then his next major thing was kind of anti-Nagash, anti-undead. He gets around as old Sigmar, and very possibly our God of the North is going to do the same. I don't think there was a massive difference over in this side, so I'm quite happy for him to be an anti-elf god too, if you want.
Yeah, I think what this ends up being is a force that likely exists between Norska and Kislev that does not like anybody else. They don't like anybody coming into their territory. They defend their territory with extreme violence, and they're good at it. You know, the very likely Motherland Kislev and the Ancient Widow are binded to this force, and they just don't let anybody through, which will impact that chaos has to get through a wall. There is a defender protecting the old world, the elves of the old world, from chaos, and it's these humans.
And instead of the Empire Dwarf Alliance, we almost certainly have here an anti-dwarf force, because the elves and the dwarves will rise to try and push them back, and they in turn will be pushed back. The rise of this god is not a god to support the elves, it's not a god to support the dwarves, and it's certainly not one to support chaos. It is its own unique isolationist entity that is rising on its own within Norska, a great Norse god that walks as a man and then ascends to godhood, and provides them with the necessary defense that they require against the warping powers of the gods of chaos to the north, and also the mighty magics of the elves and the runes of the dwarves. As far as they're concerned, they stand against a lot of them. But I do think that one of the core components of the Sigmar story, which to a small degree we're copying to a small degree, does involve an alliance. So we need to have some form of alliance here, something that we saved them by doing this, and it shouldn't be the dwarves. So who do they save? Is it perhaps one of the chaos tribes to the north? Do we instead have, for example, the Gospodars or the Teutigans or something similar to that? Tribes that will later form old world components. Do they instead have northern roots? Yeah, what are you thinking?
I would wonder what if he saves, and I mean like the spirits of Kislev, with everything that's happened down in Athol Loren, with everything that's going on and all the turmoil being caused, what if that's what he saves? He saves the land itself in the north.
Yeah, that would go down well, which means that we've got ourselves a new faction, which is Norska plus Kislev. So it's our human faction in the north that's anti-dwarf, anti-elf, and Kislev is basically a new faction, which is Spirits of the Land. Mother Stankia, if you must, and the various spirits and how they manifest through the human tribes that are there. So we've got ourselves a spiritual group that
that's actually cool, because they don't have like the classical god influence. They don't have the because that never happened.
Yeah, exactly.
And they don't have the influence of like our normal Sigmar, and they also don't have the influence of the dwarves. So very little, if any, black powder.
Absolutely,
they're and they stand spirit heavy faction,
and they stand heavy against the elves who bind spirits as slaves, and use them as slaves. So they see the elves as the very worst manifestations of peoples, which is why they're at war with them. They believe the spirits should be free. And up in the north, we can get ourselves a deeply spiritual group. So we've got our godly group up there. I think that works quite neatly.
Yeah, I love it.
Love it. Okay, so now we're dealing with our Nagash group. So we're now looking at what's going to happen down there, because you made enough of a decision there that we've got a group down in the south. And this is not going to be a rise of a god. This time, there's no Norse dwarves. They're dead.
They're dead. They're killed
dead
by this new rising god.
Yeah, absolutely. The removal of the dwarves and the elves from this area and down into Kislev is the great binding force. They saved the spirits. They saved the spirits of the mountains. They saved the spirits of the land. Okay, they make a binding pact with those spirits forever. These are the people of the ice. This is basically our new ice faction in the north that have two different groups. The main group in Kislev, which is spirit facing, and the main group in Norska, which is human facing. And the cultures that work around those.
That's such a cool thing. Yeah, okay, we gotta move on.
Yeah, loving that. We gotta move on because look at the time. So down in the south are a Nagash group. We're looking for a group to rise here that isn't a god. What we're looking for is a mortal who figures something out and gains access to something. So what we have all in our real world is Nagash, through dark magic, figures out immortality and binds all of life together underneath death. Do we go with different routes, a similar route, or something else? What are you thinking, Sotek?
I'm thinking, what if because of all of the little dominoes we've been knocking over and all the little shit and the fact that we sent this big old destabilizing greenskin force over the world that the humans managed to survive, but the humans were pushed south. They go into the jungles. They find ruined lizardmen cities. They discover secrets of the old ones.
Okay, so we're basically going to go with high tech. That's option one. Okay, and that's the we get old one shit. Okay, and I know that high tech makes people feel very uncomfortable. I'm choosing it on purpose.
They're Amazons in the Southlands, and they're a much larger empire.
Exactly. That's basically what we're going for. The high tech old one option. The next one would be I don't want to do another obvious choice, which would be necromancy of some sort. So we could go down another darker route like demonology or something like that. So what we could is basically get somebody who becomes a material demonologist who basically uses the souls of everyone around them rather than the physical bodies.
I would love that, especially because the influence of the Southern Chaos Waste is never appropriately considered. Like, there would be chaos shenanigans on the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, totes.
And if because they're pushed south, they're no longer on the equator. They're further south than that now.
So high-tech demonology, can we get one more? Because it'd be nice to get a different version of one way that you can be material. If anyone's got any ideas out there for how that could manifest.
What if...
I've got one, but you go your one first.
Okay, so my one, which I'm very open to what your one is, would be, what if their relationship with Cathay had significant influence on them? Where they adopt many of the Cathayan principles and they become essentially dragon worshippers.
Okay,
especially because they're far removed from the dragons, so the dragons aren't able to influence them not to worship them as easily.
So, you ready where I'm going to go?
Sure.
I run with you here.
Always do. I always do.
Now, the first word I'm going to use is a word that makes everybody go with Warhammer, but mutation. And by that I mean utilizing the material form to create creatures, to bolster yourself, to make yourself more, to effectively use the material world and effectively Frankenstein your way towards bigger, better monsters. So instead of going down the statue route, we're going down the flesh route. Flesh crafting, for want of a better word. So that would be a very different sort of using the material realm to ground yourself, and we have ourselves a figure that rises as the living flesh-crafted god, the one that has taken everything within it and has become the material equivalent of a fucking kick-ass motherfucker. So, what do you think of that one as the third option?
Sure, why not? Human Glenn Mulder.
Okay, so I've gone high-tech, demonology, and flesh crafting for, is this in the Southlands? Is that what we're going to go for?
Yeah, this is the
Southlands go to high-tech, demonology, or flesh crafting. Flesh crafting is proper crazy.
Dragon worship as a fourth option.
Yeah, that's right, dragons. Dragons! Oh, shit. Oh, I thought I posted it there by mistake. I didn't. Dragon worship. Yeah, 4 options is brilliant.
All right, so you got
ready? Your 3, 2, 1. Pulls off over on YouTube.
You got your.
You can now pick up your own options. I have no idea which one is going to be picked there. Let's go to our super chats. Cool. Super chats while we're going for these. I love all of these, so I hope all of them happen.
Old ones, high tech, chaos influence demonology. Gods instructing them how to craft themselves into more godly, appropriate flesh crafty forms. Or heavily influenced by the dragons of Cathay and turned to worshipping dragons.
Dragon worshippers.
Good, absolute god. All right, I'm going to go through some more Chaos Horse. We'll come at the Chaos Horse in just a minute.
We'll do that after we've decided these options.
Yeah. Captain Magma, the Gash equivalent ends up making the Skaven as a magical super weapon against the elves because of the Horned Rat. I mean, if you pick the flesh crafting option, who knows what might happen.
I think that is potentially an outcome. If you choose flesh crafting, I see no reason that we couldn't do this. The Skaven are actually a creation of mortal men.
Yeah, that could be a route that happens. Hammond, Herald Elf Killer Hammerstorm. Up in the far north. Yeah. There are a lot of very funny special characters that would be reinterpreted. Cole Patterson, a full Sigmar the Everchosen, what if could be epic? Go watch Lawhammer. Moving on. No vampires means Harry the Hammer now hates elves. Correct. Probably. That is likely. Or he hates chaos. Who knows? Sign the Emperor, could we see an actual alliance between the Celestial Dragon Emperor and the Slan based on the preservation of the Vortex? It's unlikely. I would say they would want a mutual thing, but their alliance would probably be as good as their alliance in the true timeline.
Yeah,
where
I agree.
They kind of want the same thing, but they don't really like each other that much.
Yep, I agree completely. In fact,
Norse dwarfs are dead.
Yeah, sadly.
Sigmar's new name is Norskeleif Eriksson.
Pretty much.
Yeah. All right, y'all have we'll give you about another 30 seconds.
We have a slight lead. It's really close here.
Both chats have a very tight race between high tech and flesh crafting.
Yeah, it's tight. Ooh.
So if you have not voted, you really want to vote because this one is neck and neck for high tech versus flesh crafting.
Only a third of you have voted so far over on YouTube, so you've still got a good chunk of you out there that if you're not in a position where you, I don't know, will crash if you start voting, do reach over to your phone or what screen you're on.
You can have both.
Click.
I mean, if they're very, very close,
we could end up with
very close, we might fudge things a little.
Or we could end up with two.
Yeah.
Two groups who go down slightly different
routes. Groups. Yeah, that's true. More human cultures, the better, right?
Yeah,
humans are not so simple. Okay. Yep.
It is close.
Time.
Okay, time is up. Let's end the poll on YouTube. Says flesh crafting at 39%, high tech dropped to 33%, and the rest, well, who cares?
What about the desert gods? Oh, they're still here. They're just in a different form because they're no longer truly desert gods.
And much like Nagash completely rewrites the desert gods into a completely different form, whatever we build here is about to do the same.
Twitch chat, 45% high tech, 45% fleshcraft. They tied.
Oh, you can't not do a bit of both then. Okay, so how about then that we have ourselves a group of humans that are driving south. And they become effectively like the Amazons of the Southlands. And they have risen up like some sort of Black Panther copy-paste as Wakanda rises down in the Southlands and moves towards some form of high-tech future that both embodies the ingenuity of humanity with the tech and the high tech of the old ones. So it moves beyond what the lizardmen have and turns it into new things, not understanding what the lizardmen have. So it's not, it moves beyond and they make better, it's they make different. They use what's there in a different fashion and they Wakanda forever themselves into a new position in the south. And potentially because of what they have, they're also isolationist because they don't want anyone stealing it. Maybe there's not a lot of them. There's lots of stories we can build. And then we have the far larger group in the north into the Arabian Peninsula, in our classic Nehekara area, who are using dark magics that they have stolen, taken from the elves,
emulating and worshipping their gods through the flesh crafting. Yeah,
absolutely.
Like
and
Ushabti, but instead of being statues, they're
living creatures. Yeah, absolutely. So they're making them instead, and we have the rise of one of their great pharaoh kings, tomb kings, who it's not the undead, it's the eternal god king that lives in the desert that is, I don't know, like 100 foot tall with wriggly arms and horrible things. Truly awful thing.
Yeah, imagine him just like it's like the warriors of Asaf literally have serpent parts grafted into their bodies, or they're made to emulate the forms of serpent. They have venom. It's like, and you have this sun god who is huge and terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we've got ourselves a very different version of Nehekara. We'll just keep on calling it Nehekara because it makes it easy.
Yeah.
But it's almost certainly not Nehek, or it could be led by Nehek, because let's be honest, Games Workshop forgot about Nehek. So let's have Nehek do it. Nehek is immortal. Nehek is still going. It's not the rise of Nagash, it's the rise of Nehek. And Nehek has become an immortal being.
Nehek, Cetra, Nagash, pick your favorite, whoever,
totally.
Whatever one you want, who cares?
We've got that one nicely in place. Kind of love it. Okay, and potentially this is also where we get our equivalent of our Skaven rising up as well, with some sort of beast man style, Skaven horned rat style god that is worshipped throughout that also, and their allies, not enemies.
Yeah, that would be the fascinating thing, is the horned rat would slip so... I mean, he is a very clever, deceptive little bastard. He simply slips in of, oh yeah, of course there's a god of inheritance, a god of, we will inherit the world from the elves. We will take what is rightfully ours from these arrogant elves.
Absolutely. And I think the last thing that we say on this particular point is our rise of Myrmidia. I don't think we necessarily need to pull on this one, because I think the idea is nice and clean.
I just like it.
And that's that we have effectively an enormous slave uprising in the old world, where the humans, who are effectively second-class citizens within the elven empire of the old world, have themselves some Spartacus-like figure who rises up, and unlike Spartacus, no, probably like Spartacus, also dies. Because Myrmidia eventually dies also.
She has to die. Yeah.
She has to die. That's the point of her, but becomes a central focus for human worship, for perpetuity within the Elven Empire, the freedom that they could possibly have, and not the chaos route out, which for many humans will almost certainly be one way of going, because despair is most certainly going to lie in many hearts out there. But having ourselves a human goddess that represents that and potentially formulates around another human empire that rises from that. So let's go with an almost Exodus-like myth, where they do the Exodus across the World's Edge Mountains, but the other way. And we have ourselves effectively a human empire in the Wolflands, as we know it today, that butts up against the Chaos Dwarves, okay, that butts up against the elves on the other side, are constantly organizing...
they'd be perfect enemies for the Chaos Dwarves too, so that'd be fun.
Yeah, because they hate slavery. Working against the elves on the other side and constantly trying to free humans from what they see as the chains of slavery on the other side. Potential allies to our Kislev Norska group in the north, the spirits, because they're humans, et al., and enemies of chaos in general. So we've got ourselves a large human empire that sits on the other side, and its core deity is our one who broke up and broke the chains of slavery, an anti-slavery deity.
We have the Lizardmen of the Southlands have been eclipsed by a human faction that has really and truly taken their place, and do not understand the old ones even less, but wield their weapons to very deadly effect, because humans are innovative.
So to move over towards our Chaos Dwarves, I think we should do a quick poll to resolve what happens with them.
Sure.
And the poll should be, they're either strong, and the Chaos Dwarf Empire is largely as it was, because I see no reason to mess with it heavily. We've got lots of reasons for it to stick as is. The second option is that the dwarves and the elves have already wiped it out, because the dwarves are much stronger, and the elves are their allies, and they're bloodthirsty motherfuckers, more than happy to help their dwarf allies. Or alternatively, they've been wiped out by our anti-slave humans. I don't think greenskins should be an option here for wiping them out. They never managed to do it in the real world. I see no reason that they can't do it here. And if you choose any of these factions, you are choosing for this area to be filled up with whatever faction wins. So that means it's the Chaos Dwarves are still there.
Yeah, so if you choose basically the same, Chaos Dwarfs are still there, basically like they are in regular Warhammer. Exterminated, the dwarfs and the elves have wiped them out, and the dwarfs have a strong presence in the Darklands. The part of that
I think dwarves and elves. Dwarves and elves, because we dump elves over there as well, which will spread the elven influence.
But torn down by slaves, humanity rises in the Darklands. And granted, greenskins are still a big fucking problem over there. And they're clashing, but humanity has a major... That Kislev Empire stretches all the way
Across
into the
top.
Darklands.
Yeah, totally.
And up into the Eastern Steppes. Yeah.
Just to make sure we've got the same one, I've got Chaos Dwarves. What happens to them? It's either Hold, Dwarves and Elves, or Humanity. You cool with that? Pardon me?
Yep.
You cool with that? Cool.
Yep.
I'll start the poll. Oh, here's a fun one. Does Hashut manage to keep his dwarves in place, or are one of our other factions going to replace them? So have a little think, decide what you think's best, and go start voting. That being the case, do we have any other super chat? Oh, we got a few other super chats.
We got a bunch here. Skaven with Old One Tech would be terrifying. Yes, they would. But we did not put our Skaven in the Old One Tech nation. They are in the Fleshcraft nation. But you better bet that the Horned Rat will absolutely influence that nation to be like, ooh, think of the Fleshcrafting we could do if we had that Old One Tech, which introduces some interesting conflict between those factions. Sign of the Empire. Fuck elves under forever. Yeah. Interestingly, we've created also some human empires that have very different. We have our more isolationist Old One Tech humans that kind of just want to be left alone, and the elves would definitely want that tech, especially because then now they don't have to deal with the lizardmen to get it. But those humans would not
digital
be
lasers.
Yeah,
lasers.
They would be a very terrifying faction that would say, "Leave us the fuck alone." A lot of the time, Super Orlux, Spartacus, Myrmidia, Norse Sigmar, and Homunculus God are going to be the strangest pantheon if the world doesn't blow up soon.
Fucking cool.
Don't worry, I would say we are very much coming up to the vortex is about to be unbound.
Yeah, I think so too. Depending upon how this all runs out.
Yeah, shit's about to hit the fan. Axe, could this Fleshcrafter perhaps create 20 suns? Sure, why not?
Yeah, I indeed think that's a very possible outcome. Why not?
Darius Rose, face flaya, heads for the vortex. A part of me wonders if we should do a poll about whether that orc is still around, survived or not. Because if he was a force that escaped, he would be
he would make Grimgor look, like Little Gore. Yeah,
that would be the vortex goes down. This is one of the major players. Is this orc? So we might have to do a poll for him in a little bit. Sign of the Emperor. What if some humans ally with the Chaos Dwarves? Some will, but
I think ally would never be quite the right word for Chaos Dwarves. It'd be subjugated by and used. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are Chaos Dwarves. I can't see allying being a very strong likelihood sign, but I can definitely see the Chaos Dwarves having a lot of humans in their armies.
Yeah, assuming they survive. Sultor. Thorgrim wakes up from a nightmare at the end of this episode, scoffs, another Elgi scheme. Thorgrim having a nightmare.
In this case, there would be no distrust between the Elgi and the dwarves, so he'd wake up and go, love the elves, me.
And then the real Thorgrim wakes up and goes, imagining himself saying that.
Worst nightmare ever.
Oh, wow, we finally caught up. You've got about another 10 seconds to vote.
Okay, it's looking very heavily weighted over. No, there's still a good chunk of hold going. There's some Chaos Dwarf fans desperately trying to hold on. If you want to make a change to that, you can. 2/3 of you haven't voted, much like the last one, so you can swing this vote easily.
And
if even 5 or 6 of you, too late. Humanity has it easily over on YouTube at 47%.
67% humanity on Twitch.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this gives us a world where our equivalent of our Kislev Empire moves across probably into the north of what's the Badlands. Not the Badlands, but the Wolflands.
You know what? I actually love that. Yeah, this Kislev Empire's up on the Eastern Steppe and stuff fighting the Chaos Dwarfs, but it's the arrival of the god of slaves. The god of freeing the slaves that finally brings the Chaos Dwarfs down.
Yeah, and I think possibly as well we've got, instead of having Nagashazar and the undead over there, we've got the spread of humanity from the Southlands into the south of that side of the mountains over towards the Dragon Isles in the south as well. So we've got a very different Wolflands butting up towards what will eventually become the Ogre Kingdoms. And their particular issues over there too.
The Ivory Road is going to be way fucking wilder now. It's such a shorter trip. And funny enough, Chaos is interestingly in some ways weaker in this world.
It's a fun one.
Myrmidia, the goddess of freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. It's great. We've got ourselves a lovely version of both Myrmidia, Sigmar. I mean, we can still call it Sigmar if we desperately wish to do so. And our equivalent to Nagash, our big Nehek figure in the south.
Very spooky, honestly. Very spooky entity down there.
Okay, so we've got ourselves a world where the Cathay is... I can't remember. Was it turtling down or warring? I've already forgotten.
Warring. It's trying to influence the world against the elves.
Cathay is probably supporting the other human empires and using them as proxy wars on different fronts. So they will be supporting the equivalent of Kislev. They'll be supporting the equivalent of Myrmidia's empire. They'll be supporting potentially even the really messed up fleshcrafters down in the south. All in an attempt to try and destabilize elf power, because they realize that if the elves reach a point...
Cathay's almost more like our dark elf Lamian vampires now. Of that, they're this very influency faction.
So our Cathay is moving into a position where it's very much attempting to run a shadow war across the world and attempt to bring the elves, not necessarily to their knees, but just to keep them busy. I think I would like to have one other poll before we start heading towards a conclusion, and that poll is just how strong Chaos's influence is going to be throughout the course of all of this. So a slightly bigger picture one. The rise of Everchosen and down. Oh, have you got something you want to say?
Yeah, I want to do. Did the war boss survive? Did the war boss
that one
kill?
Super important.
Let's do him. Face Flaya, sure. Face Flaya.
I mean, you seem to love the name, Darius, so let's keep it up. Okay, start a poll. Face Flaya.
Does war boss Face Flaya survive? So basically, when Morathi came to get vengeance for her son and the dwarves come out of the holds to get vengeance for Snorri, did they track this guy down and kill him, or is there still a war boss who thousands of years later is rampaging across the Badlands and the Southern Darklands and being one of the most powerful, terrifying orcs you could imagine? Carrying probably an axe of Grimnir in one hand and wearing Malekith's circlet on his head so he's shooting magic at people. Why not?
Yeah, I like that now. Face Flaya.
I mean, it sounds very orky. That's fine with me.
Stunty Stomper.
I did no and wah.
I love that. I wish I'd done the same. Really love that. Right, did we get any super chats in the interim just so we can
yes, we did. We got this one. Darius, Face Flaya meeting Morathi. Oh, how your little piggy boy squealed when I was done with them. Man, you know who you basically made, Darius, just so you could appreciate how cool the character is in the actual setting. You basically made Gorfang Rotgut. Yeah. Because Gorfang did the exact same fucking thing. Of torturing and mocking. It is very orky. Yeah, there are no black orcs. It's very true. There's probably no black orcs.
I agree. There's probably no black orcs.
But with this guy leading the greenskins, there is, if he survives, the greenskins would still be way worse.
Yeah, particularly if he returns at any particular point. Apparently, we missed some earlier. Did we?
Did we? I could have sworn we didn't.
Have a little roll while I check.
From Twitch. That's certainly possible. Dynaman, thank you. I will find those. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm having a quick look, but I'm not seeing any that were missed. Apologies for missing those. They're not highlighted in the same way over on the program here.
Lich Lord Chris had one. Yeah, I can find it. Don't worry, I got it.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
Cool.
Well, while we're doing that, I think it's fair to say that I can bring it to an end over on YouTube. It's so heavily
Lich Lord Chris said,
yes.
These humans find your lost temple city. The humans take Kenquata? Sure. The city of Dread.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, the city of Dread in this timeline becomes a human city.
And that gives us our equivalent of our Wakanda, a very different tone. It's the high-tech city of Dread. These are the people of Dread. You do not cross them. Everybody's afraid of them. A lot of their technology is about fear and terrifying and driving others away with sound and effect. Oh, it's horrible. So yeah, that'd be super cool. So our poll is complete, and Warboss Face Flaya is most definitely alive.
Oh man, this okay. We are building up to our end times. This is getting spicy.
So on that, I would like to still have a general idea for how much influence you think Chaos should have throughout the course of this, because Chaos is a core component of the world, and in the depending on which version you go with, but in the Warhammer world, we have cycles of the gates opening and shrinking and opening and shrinking. And as each time it opens wide, another champion rises up in an attempt to try and impress the gods and become ever-chosen. This ever-chosen then presumably gets killed by whomever it is up in Norska, possibly gets killed by Myrmidia, possibly gets killed by some flesh-crafted Nehek, possibly gets killed by an elf. It doesn't really matter who's doing the killing, but I would like, just generally speaking, how much of an effect you think chaos would have on this version of the world. Now, I'm not saying judge it up and say, you know what, the elves are super powerful. They don't clearly hold them back. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to say, fuck that. What would you like it to be? Would you like it to say be about, yeah, they're really effective, not so effective, or they're weak throughout and they'll come for a big, giant, crushing blow at the end? So how do you think we best pitch this?
I would just say influence of chaos, high, medium, low.
Yeah, sounds good. That gives us an idea of how to pitch what happens with that. High, medium,
and then it'll be time to start hurtling towards the end here.
Absolutely.
Tech 27, ogres, my lord. The ogres, I think we could rather safely say would be largely unchanged.
Yeah, I think the ogres are going to be, from this perspective, very similar, holding a similar place. Instead of large chunks of greenskins, they've got a lot more humans on their back doorstep, but there's still a lot of greenskins in and around this area. The core of who they are is probably not going to be changed. I think that we're going to have the same issues for
they still got commented. So
yeah, I think they're largely going to be the same. I don't think this version of the world is going to change them much.
Let's see. Yep, we did that one. Down-a-Man. Maybe they are more inspired by the Kilwa Sultanate, and they become traders on the East Southlands coast. They might very well have some open trade stuff. I mean, they would be the dominant faction in the jungles of Lustria, because they would likely inherit a lot of it from the Lizardmen, because the Lizardmen there were not a particularly survived force after the Cataclysm. Granted, without the Skaven there, the Lizardmen would be in better shape. But these humans might have like an Amazon type relationship with them, where they control like the eastern side of the jungles and some of the mountains, and the Lizardmen are at the absolute south, which is kind of the modern situation in some ways. So there are a lot of different ways you can look at it. I wouldn't, but I'm not too worried about the Southlands Lizardmen. Syad, what if idea? Due to warp fuckery, one of the Primarch's lands. Oh man, yeah, we could always pull from. I'm sure.
I think a better what if for that would be a different one, which is what if Sigmar's a Primarch? That's a spicy what if. But if we're going for a what if with Primarch, it would probably be what if Sigmar's a Primarch.
Yeah, that would
the obvious one.
Yeah, that would be the way to do that.
We appear to have a pretty heavy decision made over on YouTube, where they've gone, yeah, medium, chaos is around, it's doing its shit, but it's not really high, and it's definitely not really low.
Yeah, Twitch is pretty much the same. So I think we're looking at a mid chaos influence.
I think
present, it's around.
I think we can build a very loose history of the world now then, which is Aenarion survives. The elves expand outwards. As they expand outwards, they meet the other species, factions, groups around the world, and they respond to them differently. Humanity, the elves largely take control of and use. The greenskins, they kind of go to war with. The dwarves, they befriend. The Cathaeans don't get on with them at all well. The lizardmen, they try to make allegiances with. And as time passes by, the elves find themselves in a position of significant dominance in Nagaroth and pushing down towards Lustria also, where the old Lizardman bastions still stand, but don't have anywhere near as many threats, meaning that they are in a position where they're far stronger than they would have been in the real Warhammer world. But the Nagaroth side and all of that is a completely different area. Elves pretty much dominate. When we move over to the old world, a good half of the old world, if not more, is again dominated by elves. The dwarves are in a far stronger place, and throughout history have managed to hold many more of their holds. Their population is probably as much as maybe 5 to 10 times larger than what it is in the real Warhammer world. It's a big bastion of dwarves. The old Karakankor is in a good place. The Chaos Dwarves have been wiped out. Humanity's empires, as we understand them over in the Warhammer world, don't exist. None of them, pretty much, except for the Cathayans and possibly some of the other Easterns, because we kind of skip those, because so does Warhammer. And we have ourselves no Empire, no Bretonnia, no Estalian Tilia. That's all Elfland. What we have instead is this enormous bastion of humanity up in Norska, which works around this almost isolationist god who very much believes in holding back the influence of the elves and the influence of chaos to the north. We have ourselves a spiritual nation around Kislev and across the mountains and into all of the north towards the steppe, where they bat up against the hobgoblins. And this great spiritual nation is allied strongly with our equivalent of our Sigmar Norska place, very strongly with them, and also allies with a great empire to the south, which is our Myrmidia anti-slave group that is spread across there. But then we have the Greenskins, which take up the majority of the south down there, spread across and through the mountains and into the Badlands, and a good chunk of, if not most of, parts of what is now Araby, running across into the desert, as we then head down into the next major human civilization, which is all very Nehekara, but flesh instead of statue and instead of undead. And it is horrible. They have effectively created the Skaven down there, and they have themselves an almost interesting dichotomy going on between the new gods and the old. The old gods, which was their original gods that they worship to this day, and the new gods that have arisen around all of these crazy creatures that are a core component, whether there's weird snake men or rat men or whatever else that they have built. And the rat men have rebelled and formed their own civilization separate to it, our equivalent of the Skaven in this world. And the horned rat is nowhere near as powerful as it is within the real Warhammer world, so to speak, largely because the elves never allowed that space to be ceded to either the humans or the dwarves, or indeed the rat men that would come later. And they are sited in probably the south of the Arabian Peninsula as their grounding point, rather than up in Tilia.
I would say like maybe hiding up in the like Vulture Mountains. They kind of control the mountains there.
100%
the Carrion Mountains of the rat.
As we move over to the east, our Cathay is very similar to the Cathay that we have today, but instead of the tones that it has in the Total War version, it's much more manipulative. It's much more at its heart about using all of the others around. It's playing basically a Cold War with the world because it desperately wants to hold the elves off, because our elves have got one end goal in mind, and that is to bring down the vortex and flood the world with magic so that they can effectively seal off the Chaos Gates, hold them in place, something they've been studying for thousands of years. In particular over in Ulthuan, the Kadai form, the far more isolationist elves that are sticking themselves over in Ulthuan, have been studying this outcome for pretty much since the order first came from Aenarion. Back in the day, we have had no other king. It has just been Aenarion. That is it. There is only one elven king, and he has stood there forever. Marathi is over in the old world and is still to this day upset with what has happened regarding her son. She still loves him. He presumably in his own way still loves her, but they just don't meet each other anymore because she can't stand the sight of him.
Yeah, we ended up with a good bitter Marathi because she never got her vengeance.
Yeah, totally. And we have this orc, Face Flare, who is still in the world, someone who will cause Marathi to freak out heavily and is definitely not dead. So given that we have all of this weirdness that we have around the world, what do we see as the core instigating point of we move towards the end of the world? Now, we go with the real, well, go for it.
I got two options. We have two options.
What are your options?
We either have classic Everchosen. Chaos finally slaps down the major domino.
Together.
The second option that I think would be more interesting with the world that we have built is the Celestial Dragon Emperor makes his move.
Okay.
He manipulates the greenskins, he manipulates humanity, he manipulates everything and says, this is the play. I'm going to put the elves so hard on the defensive that he will somehow, through the Great Compass or his shenanigans, try to either secure or take control of the vortex.
So option number one would be Chaos makes move. Option number two would be Cathay makes move. And option number 3, I think the obvious one we haven't said,
Aenarion moves.
Aenarion makes his move, which is Aenarion moves from his throne, and after the millennia have passed, reaches the point where, yep, it's happening, and through all the avatars of the elven gods decide now is the time to bring the vortex down, which will bring war across the world, not only because chaos will wax supreme, but because factions like the Cathaeans will move against them. But they have allies out there. The Lizardmen potentially are allies. We went through the long view version for this one, so they could potentially be allies in that, as would the dwarves be, which is very different to the real world. If we go for the chaos option, though, what we're going for is almost certainly a surprise. We are going for the chaos tribes band themselves together, and they probably go down through the Nagaroth route, where all of the elves are. They slam down there exceedingly hard and then go for trying to weaken the heart of what is the world defense over in Ulthuan. So that would make for a super cool chaos attack. Or if we go for Cathay, they're going far more subtle, and they'll be working on all of the factions to effectively rise up at once, and they'll be watching using their celestial magics for when the next waxing of chaos is. And when chaos waxes and starts to attack in the various parts, they then organize their attacks across the world with their different factions to attack the elves in the old world, to attack the elves in Nagaroth, to attack the elves down in Lustria over in Ulthuan. And it's effectively somewhat similar to how the dark elves kind of banded up with chaos during the war against chaos in 2302. This will be Cathay kinda ganging up with chaos against the rest of the world, which is a super fascinating way to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if y'all do pick the chaos option, which I the 3 little names that came up. So we have the Storm of Chaos for the first option, because that's always just such a badass name. Second option is I dub the Emperor's Scheme, being the Celestial Dragon Emperor. And the third option is Aenarion Rises.
So Storm of Chaos, Emperor's Scheme, and it helps you spell it correctly. And the last one will be Aenarion Rises. Okay, so before I put this one out, just to make sure you're clear what we're going for here, we haven't answered the orc problem on purpose, because whatever the orc problem is going to be is going to hit one of these. So don't worry, that's coming. Face Flare is a thing. So option number 1 is the Everchosen slams through Nagaroth and aims to, presumably, this is Aenarion's stream, take out Aenarion. Next one is the Emperor Scheme. Using chaos, war spreads across the world in an attempt to try and ensure that Aenarion's scheme...
Big and little c.
Big and little c. Or alternatively, Aenarion is the instigator as he moves from his throne. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'll give y'all 5 minutes on this one, because this is kind of the last
big one. This is a big one. Yeah, I wonder which one's going to win. I'm super intrigued to see what you all choose. I imagine you are going to have your favorites on this one. Do we have any super chats that we should turn to as we go?
Yes. Lethal Cell says, "Go check in this universe. It's a Torf survivor. That is hilarious." Go check the survivor of Zarnagrund.
Yeah, I like that.
David Whitfield, "I see Marathi pulling out old level 4 Warhammer 3rd edition magic, Wind of Death that kills all on the battlefield on a 4+. Summon an illusion army."
I love that spell. It was such a broken spell. I love my illusionist. Warhammer 3rd edition, for those of you who haven't played it, was a bit of a broken game, but it was enormous fun. And I do remember those days, David, very well.
Yeah.
Sadly, I have enough white in my beard for that to be a part of my lived history.
Godzilla, I feel stupid now reading your comment. I should have made a Dragon Age joke. Well, you're just smarter than me.
Dragons.
You're just smarter than me. Ragnarok, Gork and Mork. I said, don't worry, Gork and Mork are coming no matter who wins.
Holy crap, it's close. At the moment, it's tied over on YouTube between Emperor Scheme and Aenarion Rises. So please get your votes in.
This is very possibly the last vote tonight. So if you haven't voted, now's the fucking time.
Totally.
Rocker Boy Jukebox episode idea. What if Sigmar didn't drive the Norse out of mainland old world, but instead forced them to comply? So I would reword this. This would probably be more of what if the Norse allied with Sigmar? they chose to join him, which would have been big.
Very different.
Would have been a pretty big deal.
Oh, the votes changed massively over on YouTube. If you're looking for Aenarion to rise and for the elven gods and their avatars to try and solve the chaos problem and close the chaos gates, you've got quite a few of you needing to move your vote over to Aenarion rises. At the moment, the Emperor's scheme looking likely. It seems likely the world will end. You have chosen chaos. Love it.
Yeah, but you still got about 2.5 minutes. So if you want the elven gods to get off their butts, if you've been sitting there going, God, I hate Assured so much, I wish you'd get up and do something. Now's your chance to make them get up and do something. Granted, y'all have had multiple chances to do that, and y'all have chosen not to each time. But this is your final chance to really get him to get up. Well, on the offensive. Because when the Celestial Dragon Emperor is going to do things, there's a very good chance he might get up anyway.
True fact.
What if? Oh yeah, North Sea, I should say.
Are you putting it? Yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm adding it to my. I keep a list. Tabal, at the end of the stream, I feel like I need another shot, but don't want to take my load. So I just bought Dark Deeds.
Tabal, you rock.
It's so funny.
Dark Deeds. And on that, if you arrived at the stream late, at the beginning of the stream, I was taking a drink for every single Dark Deeds that people went out and bought. So let me just pour myself one. And do exactly that. Thank you very much for buying a copy, Tabal. It's enormously appreciated. Let me just pop that in there, and I shall have a drink. Thank you.
All right, this is going to be my last warning. My last warning that the Emperor's scheme is winning pretty handedly in both chats.
Yep, it is.
If you Storm of Chaos got obliterated, which is I think is totally fair because we don't have a lot of setup for it. So for the Aenarion Rises team, this is your last chance to get in there. You got about a minute and a half left. Y'all, you still have a pretty good chance. There's about
it's not an enormous number of votes. It only needs 10 of you pretty much to move on to Aenarion Rises.
Only a quarter of y'all have voted on YouTube.
Yeah. There's a good chunk of you that could pop into this one yet. So if you're there,
button, it's that
do
easy.
dive in. Also, cheers. Thank you all.
Minimize your porn tab for a second. Do a vote real quick. Then you can get back to it. What if idea? Sigmar is a squig. Behold, Age of Squigmar. You know, that is the dumbest thing.
I don't hate that name.
Make it work.
Age of Squigmar. Oh dear.
Sigmar fought Warzag and got turned into a squiggly beast. The Age of Squigmar.
Love it.
Oh, good lord. All right, you got about 15
The vote
seconds.
has not shifted much. It looks like the Emperor's scheme is likely to win over on this side. Be aware of that.
Yep, and that is time.
Right, so you have chosen for the Emperor to side with Chaos. I love this. He is going to use Chaos in the same way I argue that Marathi uses Chaos and ended up blowing up the world too. The outcome here is, I am going to suggest almost certainly bleak. You have chosen a bleak outcome. The Emperor is deciding to try and stop Aenarion, a living god, in his own home turf from doing something that he wants to do. And he's going to do this by attacking all of the people that, if Aenarion does it, are going to be best placed to take advantage and possibly succeed. So effectively, the Emperor is killing the most likely people to face off against Chaos. And I kind of love it. I love this one because it speaks to something that we suggested in one of our other streams, where we suggested that the Emperor was in fact potentially corrupted. And what I think we've gone for here is a world where the Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, is corrupted by Chaos. And at heart, his decisions are being whispered and influenced by beings beyond time and space. And he has become susceptible to this and makes what can only be described as arguably an idiotic choice. He has chosen to use Chaos against the elves who are attempting to destroy Chaos and the thing that he himself stands against. And I don't think that'll turn out well for anyone. Unless Sotek thinks it might turn out better.
So the alternative that I'll give y'all is that we all know the Celestial Dragon Emperor has been working on a plan, but nobody knows what that plan is. There are a lot of fun theories out there. I've seen plans from that he's working on a way to essentially teleport Grand Cathay out of the Warhammer world into somewhere safer, maybe into the far future of Age of Sigmar, or he is trying to consolidate great power and do something to himself and the dragon, so only he and his children survive and everyone else is fucked, but they'll be fine, which was the plan all along for him. But I would say for the world as a whole, whatever he's going to do is going to be bad. Now, maybe for him and maybe for just those loyal to him, things might turn out okay. But for the most part, unlikely.
It's really difficult to see that this choice is him attempting to prepare for, say, for example, the Age of Sigmar and get out of the world. If that was the case, he wouldn't be working so hard against the elves. He would instead be working at his own plan at home. So here he's in a world where, as we said right at the very beginning, he is attempting to stop the elves. And through doing so, he waits for the waxing of chaos when the elves are going to be at their weakest because they've got other stuff to deal with. And he pushes all of the other forces around the world to attack the elves.
Potential theory for anyone out there that's just enjoying this, which is the only other way I could see it. And granted, this would be really fucking cool, but it would be a huge stretch, but it'd be really fucking cool. Is that in his complete obsession with the elves, the fact that gods walk among them and his designs against them, if you're like, oh, please give me a non-chaos option, the non-chaos option would be he is working on somehow, some way, which I could actually see some routes to this because of decisions y'all have made throughout this stream. The Celestial Dragon Emperor comes up with a scheme to to kill gods.
Oh, I can see that definitely being the case, yeah.
And then he will kill the Chaos Gods, is his plan. Now, if he could pull it off, who could say? But there is a very convenient weapon that y'all have left in a very interesting place. And who knows, maybe his schemes and his obsession with Ulthuan have made him aware of it, and maybe he seeks to get it for himself to turn it, or maybe, who knows? There's a lot of things that could be said. But the only way I can see it non-chaos is that because of the circumstances we've led to, he looks upon the elves, he looks upon Aenarion and says, I must find a way to kill these.
Yeah. I mean, I can see everything that he's doing being incredibly logical. Everything is very clean. We can't take the elves
very
on
material approach, one might say.
Yeah, you have to wait for the elves to be at their weakest, which is when chaos is in one of its waxing periods, and one of the Everchosen have arisen. We went for medium chaos, so we're in a world where chaos is doing that wax and wane and wax and wane. It's not very low powered. It's definitely there. And that's when the elves are at their weakest. And that's when all of the assaults across the world go. And we end up with a world where chaos is going to be in ascendancy for a good chunk of it. Where Cathay will hopefully be holding off beneath its bastion, and it's doing everything in its power to attack at the core of what the elves are. The elves are then put in a position of potential desperation as they're being attacked on all sides. And that leaves us then with a choice of, well, what do we do? I think it's fair when I say that this is Chaos has done the subtle whispers. The reason I say that is because this is the one where Chaos wins. This is going to end with... Oh, I haven't ended the poll there. This is going to end with Chaos winning because there's only really one way that Chaos doesn't win here, and that's where all the potential good guys band together and do something to try and close the gates. And that isn't the plan that's been running into place here. The only one that has a really clear plan for this appeared to be the elves, and their plan would have been to get into a position where they were strong and then get the magic flooding into the world and then use it to close the gates. But you didn't choose that option. You have chosen the option instead, which was marked as the Dragon Emperor will attempt to stop that under all circumstances, and he will use the next waxing of chaos to ensure that that comes about, which means that we are heading towards, what if Aenarion lived, a great world war. A massive influx of years, millennia worth of hatred towards the elves being manifest by often humanity. And the greenskins are a good part of this too, going to war with the elves. It's basically humans versus elves and dwarves, which is an interesting way to potentially end the world. I do think we have potentially one other poll possibly to do.
So, Mala Diablo, the thing that I would say to this is that A, there are consequences to killing gods that are going to be bad, really bad. The thing that I would say is B, is that although the Celestial Dragon Emperor would, if he played his cards well, and he manipulates the greenskins into attacking at the proper time, the humans to attacking at the proper time, all this other stuff, he still has to get to Ulthuan and stop a group of gods from unbinding the vortex that they knew how they've been sitting there preparing for all this time. The elves, when they get desperate, they're going to do what they did in the end times. They will unbind the vortex because it makes them stronger.
And I think that sadly, this is the only outcome. His goal is to try and put the elves into such a position that they are strong enough to hold off, but too weak to open the gate. And unfortunately, I think that we need to then unleash the big part of it all. Because what happens when the world goes to war? You chose to keep the most powerful orc in the world alive. Which means that the war that could potentially have been managed by our super secretive dragons is going to go out of control. Because the orcs will wah. They have got an orc who is so powerful, there is no coming back. And that's effectively going to be Marathi out of the picture too, because she's going to go mental. There's going to be no reconciliation between the powers in Ulthuan and the elves that are out there who have long been kind of at war, which is sort of what the Dragon Emperor wants. He wants them destabilized. And when this orc arises, we're going to end up having the dwarves and the elves at war with the orcs and chaos, and Cathay basically trying to play the long game, not getting involved with any of those wars if they can potentially resolve it, because their job is to keep everyone else fighting and stop the elves in general from reaching any point of power. And the orcs ain't going to stop. The big problem here is Face Flare, because they're not going to stop. And what happens when Aenarion's wife is killed?
Again. Yeah, and the interesting thing here is that, for the Celestial Dragon's plan to really work, unless you do something really far out of left field, but for which I'm not going to which feel free to entertain. Like, if you wanted to go with like, oh, he made a god killer, cool. That's not the thing I'm going to run with. The thing that I would say is that the Celestial Dragon Emperor's win condition, in which he doesn't really have one, is to maintain a status quo.
Yeah,
a very carefully precarious stacked house of cards, and then here comes this fucking orc.
Yeah, I think that the Dragon Emperor has basically made a mistake. And he doesn't realize the mistake.
Which is great. That's an awesome story.
That's a great story. Yeah. And that, you could argue, is the Whispering of Chaos. And almost certainly, if it was being written as Warhammer, it would be. Because that's how it works. Because it's the Warhammer world. But you could argue it's just he makes a mistake. And the mistake is he creates a very carefully stacked house of cards. A beautiful one that's perfect. And then an orc comes. And the orc destabilizes everything. The orc that should have died centuries, millennia ago, rises, and Marathi chases it, and Marathi is killed by it. And I think that's the big difference in this world. The orc kills Marathi, and that moves Aenarion. Utterly moves him. And this is where we hit ourselves a weird end of the world where chaos is rising, the orcs are everywhere, the elves are destabilized, the dwarves are allies with the elves, the humans are at war with the elves and the dwarves, and then getting chaos crushing in the north. But chaos is probably going down through Nagaroth, which means that the old world can just go to war with the elves. Giving them the freedom to get those old enmities out. And Chaos doesn't even need to worry about that. The elves will be crushed by their human enemies, as they have long wanted to do for a long time, supported at range by the Cathayans. The whole thing is looking very bleak until Aenarion moves.
Yep, but the problem is Aenarion's now not focused on the great etheric issue. He's focused on the material issue.
Yeah, Aenarion goes to war. It's what the what if is all about after all, and the what if here ends with Aenarion going to war, and it's classic. And Aenarion is going to play almost the same play that he played before, which is he will defend Ulthuan. That's where it starts. So Ulthuan is defended, but this time we've got a big one, which is Marathi's killer. He's going to almost certainly chase that orc down wherever it is, regardless of what's after it.
And like, even if he doesn't draw the sword, which he very well might, I think
how about we put that as a vote? Does he draw a Widowmaker?
Sure. I think regardless, he would unbind the vortex to bring the elves to the greatest power they could possibly have.
Does he draw Widowmaker? Has the world gone so far out of balance he just goes, because he's a widow now himself.
Oh man, again.
Yeah. He's become a widow, and does he draw Widowmaker? Basically, we could even then rechange the. Oh crap! Literally, what Graven the Red has just said.
Oh, that's so cool.
The initial story, and then Marathi for entire. We pitched this way at the beginning of the stream almost, where she in fact does see his death, and we said that maybe she doesn't see that. No, let's keep that. And it's the second drawing of Widowmaker. She was always right. Yeah, I really like that. That's a really good twist.
She had the original one.
That is beautiful.
She's even confused when he comes back alive, but she doesn't realize that
totally.
It's later.
And in love, and everything is marvelous, and it all just goes wrong. So does he draw Widowmaker? Yes or no? I put the poll up over on YouTube. I think this is a fundamental one. If it's no, then we're going for he takes a measured response to everything. If it's yes, the elves are going apeshit.
Yep, and it's literally, this is the apocalypse.
Yeah.
This is the end times.
All right, do we have any super chats while we're
yeah, we have last minute ones. God, imagine dwarf rune tech and solid shield walls with allied elven magic. Sister of Avalon shoot behind iron bricks. Yeah, the Dwarf Elf Alliance would be incredible, which is why this face flaya that y'all created is such a damn shame, because he's crashing into this dwarf and elf thing, and he's genuinely the one true awfulness that can take it on.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Darius Rose, face flaya becomes Buffalo Bill. The Chaos Dwarf Emperor breaks down the vortex to call Kratos. I need a hero. He's just called across the multiverse. Morgur the God Eater rises. Morgur would have been.
I didn't even discuss the Beastmen really.
Yeah, we didn't. Well, to be fair, they would have been really. They would have suffered heavily from the return of the elves.
It would have been bad. Yeah.
I mean, they would have been a force, annoying out in other places of the world. But yeah, and Morgur would have been a persistent and annoying threat because he just keeps coming back like the douchebag that he is. Hammond, better yet, the Chaos Dwarf Emperor turns Face Flaya into Kratorx. I mean, in a way, you're actually not wrong. Face Flaya has become a god killer in this timeline. Like, he is a god killing orc. Great.
Yeah.
Hammond, Face Flaya befriend. Oh yeah, we did that one. Donovan, the orc kicks the Chaos Dwarf Emperor and the Chaos Dwarf Emperor, the Cathayan Celestial Dragon Emperor. There we go. And the proverbial nuts. Yeah, and proverbial. Yeah, it's Face Flaya with the steel chair. Who would have thought that on the What If Aenarion stream, an orc would play such a massive role in the story?
Yeah,
Battlefield 78. I just got back after an AOS game. Did Loremaster of Sotek say he knew fishmen? Yep, always. And that was what made him happy to write them? Yep, always. Darius, yeah, I'm personal friends with many fishermen. In the Gulf of America. Jesus Christ, I hate this timeline. Darius Rose, Face Flaya's duel with Aenarion after defeating Marathi and wearing her skin. It's because I'm fat, you don't love me anymore. Darius, go get a therapist. What is...
Holy crap!
You have made the most spiteful, horrible orc.
Oh my god!
That speaks Eltharin, apparently. All right, that's time.
Oh man!
Creme
wow.
Galto changed his profile picture just for this stream. He's an orc now. I don't regret smashing Marathi. You hate because I'm green. Oh, you smashed her, did you?
Yeah. Okay.
Hammond question. STDs empower Nurgle or Slanesh?
Yes.
Yeah, both. and also Zinch, depending on the circumstances,
It's
and also Korn, depending on
them.
the. Yeah. Yes. All right.
I mean,
wow. Your chat was or YouTube chat was as overwhelming as Twitch chat was.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a couple of things to say then.
The cycle is complete.
Yep, it's come. This is the Cataclysm all over again, but in a very different way. The Dragon Emperor has done everything in his power to try and ensure that the elves are destabilized. And he has largely succeeded. A war that has been going on for years, however, has a turning point when Morathi faces off against fucking hell.
Warboss Face Flare.
Face Flare. Warboss Face Flare, and Warboss Face Flare wins. This changes the world, and it's not an event that changes anything where it is, but we have Aenarion deciding to leave Ulthuan for the first time in arguably thousands of years, and he draws the Sword of Cain, and he comes. So what do we have? What is coming? We have elves who are empowered by the might of gods going off against the weight of humanity and their gods, greenskins, and the subtle support of the Cathaeans on the other side. And alongside that, we also have a great bank of chaos forces sweeping down through Nagaroth into the south. We also have various human empires who have been manipulated into facing off what is seen to be the great threat in the world, the elves. It's the threat that the dragons have very much painted as a picture to the rest of the world. And chaos is not unsavvy. The whispers of the gods are not necessarily needed. They can just simply watch. Zinch sees all and ensures that chaos only attacks where it makes a big difference. And they sweep into Nagaroth, massacring their way through there, causing the elves to have to throw a chunk of their power there. And then Aenarion himself. Now, there's only one story that we should definitely have happen when it comes to Aenarion, and that's that he dies. Because he is Azuran. And there's one thing that Azuran does, and that's die, to be reborn. And I am going to suggest that our orc or the Dragon Emperor, one of the other, is responsible for killing him. Because ultimately that is the story of what we're building here. If it's the orc, it's almost less satisfying, because I've got a feeling that he'd probably kick the orc in, given how angry he is. But I do think that that is when the Dragon Emperor probably strikes. And for the first time moves himself. It becomes the epic battle between Dragon and the elven gods. And the dragon kills him. Finally, it has happened. He has done one. He takes to the field with his children and he goes against the elven gods and they win, effectively turning that war around and making the elves then on the back foot. But as we all know, it's Azuran. And we do something that Games Workshop forgot to do, because there is one core detail about the elves that Games Workshop just didn't do, but is in all their legends. All of them. Ranadandra. Ranadandra is when the gods return, not their avatars, the gods themselves. The reason they didn't was because Azuran banned them from doing so until the very end. The end that Lilith, Azuran's wife, so to speak, was setting up in many regards, preparing for. Not Lilith, pardon me. Ladriel. I get my right L's there. Ladriel. Lilith, Ladriel. Games Workshop screwed it up too. We can all do it.
Same person, right?
Meaning that we can move ourselves towards the point when the dragon wins and kills him, and what is reborn out of Aenarion's corpse? The god. Azuran, burning like a fire, awakens out of the corpse of Aenarion, and the god walks the world once more. But in doing so, so can chaos. And that's when Khorne comes. That's when Slaanesh comes. That's when Nurgle comes. And that's when, in fact, all of the gods, be it Zinch, Hashat, or any of the other chaos deities that you might want to dream, can walk the world once more. Because the god of determining that has broken his own rule that he made during the Cataclysm. And all the gods can walk the world once more. The Dragon Emperor and his desperate desire to ensure that balance was maintained, sadly sets it up for the end of the world. We end up with the same thing that we ended up with in the other stream. I'm not going to say how that one ended, but what I am going to say is this one is Ranadandra. It's the end of the world. This is prepping for Age of Sigmar, people.
But it's such a different
almost way.
The exact opposite way.
Almost the exact opposite way. The Age of Sigmar is coming, but in a very different way. It's going to be the age of whatever the hell that place is called up in Norska. The age of what's his name? Sigvald? Oh. The Age of Sigvald.
I don't think they'll let us print that.
No, I don't think so either. It'd be a very different game. But we've got ourselves a world where ultimately the world shakes because the gods return. The thing the dragons were most afraid of occurs. The Dragon Emperor tries to get away, is killed. The other dragons flee. They prepare for their version of the escape plan should it all go wrong. They escape. The Empress is absolutely appalled, the Dragon Empress, that is. She possibly gets killed as well as she comes back for effectively revenge, or maybe she's the one that leads them away. The Lizardmen hike it out fast.
The Lizardmen go, we're ready for this, let's go.
We were ready for this. Our version of dread-laden humans basically teleport themselves out of there without any difficulty at all. They've been preparing a sub-realm for the last 1,000 years. They've got no problem. They're out. The Skaven equivalent, they skitter leap out, taking a bunch of flesh-crafted weirdos along with them, and we have ourselves a very different Skaven, which is far more flesh-crafty than the Skaven we have in the real world that escape the world. The elves are fucked. Some of them slip away to their own individual realm as had been set up by the gods previously, but they are proper broken. Cain himself is now walking the Warhammer world, and all the elves become bloodthirsty machines of slaughter as they walk the world, mincing everything.
Of like Aenarion falling before the Dragon Emperor and like the phoenix bursts out of his body. But then, like, as the phoenix is flying, or like, you know, this big flame, you just see this bloody hand come out of the gore of Aenarion, grab the sword as Cain pulls himself out, and you're just like, oh,
and the gods can be, and I think very possibly the gods birth themselves out of their various avatars. That's a lot of dead avatars. It's a horrible, terrible time. The elves minced. They'll be broken into various pocket realms as we eventually hit whatever their version of Age of Sigmar is. The orcs are massively in ascendant. Their gods are in a very good place come the end of it.
Gork and Mork are
orcs everywhere. Yeah, totally. It's a bit of a mess of a world. Did we miss anything in that quick summary of where we are?
Basically, the end times comes to pass. The world is this is still very different from the end times that we got, of that the world reality would literally break down. The gods being here would cause reality to just fracture and break. And the world is utterly consumed by the ether, just like it was. And then goes boom.
And before you go, well, that seems unfair. The Dragon Emperor would almost certainly have come up with a better plan. I think he's desperate. The gods are real and they're in the world and they're breaking the world. And he makes a desperate gambit, a play, and he tries to remove them and ultimately fails, as the gods almost certainly are going to be setting up anyway. Ranadandra's coming. The end times come.
I mean, keep in mind, he's playing reaction to everything that was building up until we even got to him.
I mean, this is loosely what you'd built as an outcome from the survival.
Don't worry, we'll have a what if that's focused from the dragon's perspective one day.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I did not expect this end at all. I had a big think about all the different ways it could unfold. And I'll admit about half of them ended with the end of the world, but another half actually ended with the elves closing the gates.
I thought we were going to have the sword out the whole time.
I did too. I was pretty convinced we were going to have that blade out for all of his life until eventually he fell, and it was going to present a very different type of world. But no, you built a completely different story. I think ultimately this one didn't end with a peaceable end because of the fear of the dragons and the type of world that they wanted, and how it very much opposed the type of world that the elves, being a far more etheric leaning species, what they wanted with their gods. And it ended up with, sadly, a very broken outcome. I also think, though, that this one possibly is much better for the dwarves. There are much more of them. The wars that they get involved with, they'll be far better organized for. And I think very possibly their technological perspective might be slightly better also. It's quite possible that a lot of them survive in ways you don't expect from this outcome. More of them, or perhaps at least their culture, than perhaps existed in the Age of Sigmar version. There's just so many more of them. Their traditions will be stronger. The number of their ancestor gods, so to speak, will be in a far better position as well. I think possibly the dwarves are in a better outcome. No chaos dwarves either. So I think they're possibly better. Elves are probably worse.
I would say the greenskin horde would probably have been pretty bad for them, considering he was strong enough to kill Snorri Whitebeard. He probably would have been a problem.
Yeah, I think that it's bad for the elves. I think in this outcome, we're probably worse for the elves, and their gods die properly, cut down. It's possible one of the chaos gods dies in this as well, maybe cut down by Cain. So we could end up with a world where one of the chaos dwarves, the chaos gods, are also killed during Ranadandra, which I think would be a super cool way of resolving it. Maybe Nurgle is killed, or maybe Khorne is killed. Khorne, who killed Azurin the first time around, might be killed.
T-Ball, what a line.
Oh, I'm loving this.
At the beginning, wisdom made its move and sealed itself away, and when it was unleashed, the only thing it brought was hindsight.
Oh, that's a good line. I think we should just stop the stream now. God damn it.
Oh, what a line. That is such a good line. That's like the vortex unbinds after all this shit hits the fan and Calor walks out and just goes, oh no. Just what else can you say? Just no. This wasn't it. Oh, that's so good. Especially because it would.
How about really fucking up for the dwarves actually at the end, with the awakening of Kashut as an actual god walking the world.
Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, half the dwarves could fall to that.
Yeah, well, and I mean, honestly, I think the Mazda Mundi stream for last week was better for the dwarves when Magic just left the world, because dwarves are like, oh, cool.
Yeah, totally. This could be an interesting end. If Kashut comes back, which he would, then maybe a bunch of the dwarves fall. They end up warring against the elves, make it even worse for the elves, because half of them fall war against the dwarves also. But then if one of the chaos dwarves is cut down, then Kashut could become one of the big four. That could be quite fun.
Yeah, but I mean, with the gods walking the world, there would be so much magic and stuff. The things beneath would wake up too. Like there are things beneath the world that are ugly. Hammond draws the sword of Cain when he comes, Andy 2025. I did notice when he said that, but I chose not to comment on it. Ricky Chapman, the distract and weaken the elves by sneaking Morgar onto Ulthuan. I don't think the Celestial Dragon Emperor would be that crazy, but I think
he would. He's manipulative as hell. I think that could work, Ricky. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I do think no, now that you mention it, that would have been an interesting way to insert Morgar, is the Celestial Dragon Emperor seeing him as a weapon.
There could be a super cool story of the Everqueen being killed by Morgar.
Ooh, yeah, that would be tragic.
Yeah, I think that would work really well.
Dynaman, it would be somewhat fitting if at the end Assurin Reborn maybe was a Phoenix, the Dragon Emperor make a last stand, fighting back to back against a doomed battle against the Chaos Gods as they walk the world, the last two beings fighting upon the earth.
Yeah, you definitely want to have yourself your big battle at the end. I'm not convinced what the best way to deal with the Dragon Emperor is, whether he survives, whether he's killed, whether he fights.
I think he would have to die.
Does he? You could easily have him realizing the folly of his ways. For example, his choice has ended. He's killed this one, and worse has come up. He's on the losing side. He has to change. Practicalities, or does he just?
I suppose, yeah, that's true. If you run the truly deep practical route, which we were doing, he might say we must flee. We must flee.
It's possible that he might, upon the birth of Azurin and seeing him there. And very possibly they've conversed before. And as Azurin says, you've made a mistake. Realizes exactly what's occurred. This is your doing. You have brought about the end in your hubris. Really put the Dragon Emperor in his place. Leave. Rather than kill, send him away in shame. We do know that the Dragon Emperor would not like that at all. And that could be a super fun way to resolve it.
Yep. One day we'll have to do a what if stream about the CDE. He's a fun character. Yeah. Krimgoto, wow, ribbit. Yep. Hammond, what about Nahek and the dwarf? So we talked about the dwarfs a bit.
We did.
Nahek would actually be very funny. Because you would have a bizarre human faction that tries to bring their god into themselves, now finally confronted with their gods able to walk the world, maybe inhabiting these bodies they've been making for them all this time, and they would fight. They'd probably lose, definitely in the long run, but they would fight.
Yeah.
You'd probably see some
grim.
nightmarish, absolute horrors from the bottom of the thing, plus, as you have gods amalgamating bodies of people together to make forms they can fit into and fighting against these etheric entities that are now walking the world. It'd be ugly.
It would be horrible.
What if the Celestial Dragon Emperor never became a recluse? Yeah, that could make
I think there's a super cool set of what is with the Celestial Dragon Emperor, because it's a character that is, well, super cool.
Yeah. Though I think for the next what if, we'll definitely have to do a bad guy. We've done two kind of goodish guys.
Kind of goodish people.
Yeah, we'll definitely do a bad guy next time. Darius Rose, face Flea facing Aenarion. In the end, only Marathi and Malarian called me daddy. Just get out, Darius.
Yeah, I think this story that we built definitely has Aenarion killing him finally.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
And in some respects, that also works well for Azurin, because Azurin, why didn't he move? Because the fate was always there. He was going to die one day anyway. Judgment has already been made. It just wasn't yet.
Yeah, I also really love that, because by him going to kill that greenskin in a way has won.
Yep.
To piss off Aenarion so much that he actually gets Aenarion to move.
Yeah.
An orc would love that. Fighting essentially two gods. That is the greatest gift you could give an orc.
What a crazy end.
What a crazy end.
You have really built something that I didn't expect. You
Let's
really made something super cool.
Very much for the 10 gift subs. That is super generous.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that is the end.
Yeah, okay, let's have a very quick summary. So, what if Aenarion ended? According to this version of the breakdown, it eventually ends in Ranadandra. We have elves that don't suffer the sundering.
The face Leia fighting one god for Gork and one god for Mork. Pain in the shirt, bring it on.
Yeah, we have Aenarion staying on the throne of Ulthuan for the rest of the world's existence. He never dies. Elves rise and fall under his rule, but he is a distant ruler. He is a ruler that many perceive almost as a god that just watches on from that distant island and never takes part in what the elves are doing across the world. And the elves across the world are not the elves that we know today. They're not the Azure, and they're certainly not the Druki either. These are elves that are mostly dark aspected in the Mandela of gods, the ones that come from the Outer Isles that have spread outwards across the world in their attempt to secure it in enough of a fashion that they should be able to unbind the vortex and use that to then make their great assault on the gates and close them forever. But this is an end that many across the world don't like. And as empires rise and empires fall, we find that over the course of time, there are several factions that move against the elves and this ultimate plan of theirs, which they see as ultimately destructive and potentially serving chaos. And arguably, they're right, because both with their plan to unbind and with the attempts to stop it, we end up with a mighty war at the end. And this great war ends with Aenarion himself being killed by the Celestial Dragon Emperor. And this should have, as far as the Celestial Dragon Emperor was concerned, have ended it. This is what should have brought it all to a close. I have stopped this problem. But much like Azurin did during the Cataclysm, Azurin is reborn. And through doing so, Ranadandra comes about. And if you don't know what Ranadandra is, very simply, it's when the elven gods walk the world again at the end times and the world breaks forever. And that's what happens because the material plane can't cope with gods. And it's not just Azurin that returns, it's all of the gods. Be they small, be they large, be they Morgor, be they Khorne, be they Nurgle, be they the little spirit that resides down in the local stream. Everything comes, and the world can't cope. Eternal war spreads across the appropriately named Warhammer world, and eventually the entire world cracks. Those who have made plans escape. Those who have not made plans perish. Those who have got gods on their side perhaps have little realities they can withdraw to. Those who are perhaps technologically savvy and have been stealing Lisbon tech for the last 2,000 years and have totally figured out how to make their own little digilasers, make their own little spaceships and fly off. You have made an incredibly interesting world with lots of different potential outcomes. But the end of what if Aenarion didn't die is that Aenarion dies later, causes Ranadandra, and the end times come. Holy crap.
Bummer. But to be fair, and I say this with all the love of my heart, y'all will never, I think, get away from this with a happy ending. Never. Unless it's just a very localized, small, personal story. Every what if is probably going to end with, and everyone dies.
Bloody hell. I mean, I honestly think this one could have turned out differently depending upon how the votes landed. We would have ended up with some... we could have ended up with a very different story, but it wouldn't have been happy for the elves because of the Chaos Gate shut. That's almost as bad, as we discussed in one of the previous streams. And that was ultimately the elven goal, but it almost certainly would have resulted in the end of the elves.
The Warhammer actually would have been still in the hands of the dwarfs. Galmaraz would have belonged to the dwarfs unless...
perhaps it was up with the Norse dwarves and it was taken by that Norse chap.
Hey, yeah, if you wanted it to end with the Sigmar Jason figure, yeah, it could have.
I reckon he could easily have taken it up north because the dwarves in that story are the enemy.
Over my fucking dead body, Krimgelto. Over my dead body. I'm not going to talk about you for 3 to 5 hours on a Wednesday. But all right. Thank you all so much.
You're incredibly generous, and you have made what I feel is a super exciting end that involved characters I didn't expect, created entire civilizations I not only didn't expect, had no awareness could possibly even have come out from this. And that's all because of the stories that you chose. We, between us, I think, expected certain things to happen, and pretty much none of them did. That's why I love these streams. It's because your engagement with them takes them in directions I would never choose, and then we have to try and figure out how to wend that way into what makes hopefully a realistic outcome for the characters at hand. And I think we did a pretty good one with this one. I really like it
too. And the thing, I love these so much because it gives us the opportunity to talk about a lot of lore things and like delve into a lot of things that are like so interesting and canon stuff because of like why things would happen the way they do, while also exploring really bizarre off-the-wall shit that's just super duper fun. Oh, yeah, that's so cool. A simple,
that's really cool as well. Shadow of Nox. I like that one. Cool. Yeah, it totally is.
But listener Chris, I agree. Face Playa ended up being far cooler than I expected. I did not think we would talk about an orc war boss at any point during the Aenarion stream, and boy, was I wrong. That's probably the coolest original character that's come up in the Lorebeards stream so far. If we ever make ourselves a t-shirt with an OC on it, we'll call out Face Flaya, who's
Face Flare,
fucking Leatherface orc character.
Yeah, that was cool. Thanks everyone.
In any event, that is the end of tonight's stream. This one went really long, but hey, we had fun. So
some do. I had fun. I really enjoyed that. Thanks all. You've given me a lot of stress relief. That has been super cool.
Yeah, just a reminder that tomorrow morning I'll be doing stuff on the front page of Twitch over on the Aurelia Temperis's channel if you want to check that out. Go check out my socials for links and stuff. Friday, Lawhammer, which is going to be super great. Saturday, Rookery Publications, so it is another great stream. And then on Sunday, we're going to be chatting with the Koresh guys. It is at a later hour.
It's a slightly later hour, just to make sure that you all are aware. That'll be 10 p.m. UK time is when we're starting.
Yeah, so and that's 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So the same time this stream started, but on Sunday.
Yeah, totally. So that'll be the next Sunday, and that's going to be super, super fun.
Yep, and of course, thank you for everyone that purchased Dark Deed so Andy would be forced to take a shot. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bloody hell.
All right, so
5 hours of awesomeness.
And goodbye.
See y'all later. Bye-bye. It's been absolutely marvelous.